Me. I'll run through the two teams. We will be joined, of course, by Paul Newton from BBC Essex. As soon as he's done his 11 o'clock update, which won't be too far away, I'll have one for BBC Radio Derby as well. And then we can get into the heart of the commentary for the day. Just thank you for your for listening, really. Two sides with contrasting fortunes over the course of the competition. Derbyshire, bottom of the table. Essex have dropped down to fourth in the table, and qualification is going to be a little bit tricky for them now. Very dependent on results elsewhere. We'll, of course, keep you across the results. You can listen to all games in the Championship, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app. And if you're watching on the Derbyshire website, you're very, very welcome indeed. As Jamie Porter comes in to bowl the first ball of the day outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, and through to the keeper. So the two sides, Tom Wood and Lewis Rees, opening for Derbyshire. A debut in red ball cricket or Harry Kame. Leos Deploy, Brooke Guest won't keep wicket because Harvey Hussain is in. Matt Critchley as well is skippering the side. Alex Thompson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Mikey Cohen and Ben Aitchison. Essex have Nick Brown and Alistair Cook at the top of their order. Porter is running in again to bowl to Lewis Rees, who defends this one with the full face of the bat out towards Ryan Tendescarter at mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Wesley, Michael Pepper, Jimmy Neesham, formerly of this parish, Ryan Tendescarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Simon Cook, and of course the man who is currently bowling, Jamie Porter, with 44 on his back. Find out who the umpires are for you. Neil Mallender, and this next delivery is down the leg side and well claimed by the keeper. Umpires are Mallender and Middlebrook for this match. I don't think I've seen Neil Mallender this season. I may be mistaken, of course. This wouldn't be the first time that I'd been mistaken. It's Porter on his way in again. Bowls to Rees, who gets a thick inside edge on that one, down to fine leg for the first run of the day. So Derbyshire up and running. Derbyshire, who of course have failed to reach 157 times in their last 11 innings. Terrific stat. Crowd decent enough. Plenty in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, at the city end. As Tom Wood gets ready to face his first delivery. His first delivery is wide of the off stump from Jamie Porter and through once again to the keeper. So safely negotiated his first ball. Alistair Cook in the slip cordon there. He's at first slip. There are three slips and a gully. A point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, the man down at long leg. We're in the first over. It's gone a bit dark here and the lights are on. Derbyshire won the toss and decided to have a bat first, and after the first 6 balls they're currently 1 without loss. Lewis Rees with the only run scored by Derbyshire so far. There is a debut in red ball cricket for Harry Kame. We expect to see him early on in Derbyshire's innings, but hopefully not too soon, because they've batted first and they're 1 without loss. Update completed, so we can get into the rest of this match now. Simon Cook. From the city end. He's got 3 slips and a gully as well. He's bowling to Lewis Rees. And in he comes now. Cook bowls. That's clipped into the leg side by Rees. And there is no run fielded there by Michael Pepper, a man I'm not entirely familiar with, so we will try to find out a bit more about him from Paul when he returns from his solitary update for BBC Radio or BBC Essex. Oh, to be doing just the one. Plenty of games going on elsewhere. I'll get a little update soon as Reese turns this next delivery from Cook into the leg side. Elsewhere in this group, Durham have decided to have a bowl first against Nottinghamshire at Chester Street. And Warwickshire decided they'd have a bat first, and they've lost a wicket already to Worcestershire. They're 0 for 1 in the first over. Here it's a 1 without loss. Derbyshire, having won the toss and decided to have a bat first. I'll just turn the cue down, which I'm currently receiving from Radio Derby, because unsurprisingly, perhaps, they're playing footballs coming home. I think that's almost on a loop today for most radio stations. I'm delighted to say Paul Newton is now back with us. Paul, how are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Or I think perhaps more accurately, as well as can be expected after spending most of the last 48 hours stuck on the M25 after a trip down to Hove and trying to get back.
So Cook's in again from the city end, bowls to Reese, who guides this to the gully, where it's fielded by Jimmy Neesham, formerly of this parish in T20 cricket. He might have played some first-class cricket. I'm not entirely certain. I should have looked it up, but of course that's not really my style to look things up.
No, nor mine. So I'm afraid the listener is going to have to put up with
they can look it up himself.
A volley of ignorance all day. It's always nice, I think, if the listener knows a lot more about the subject than we do.
No, there's no doubt about that in my case. So you can get in touch with us, of course, as Cook is in again, and that one's left alone by Lewis Reese outside the off stump. You have an email address, don't you?
We do, and it is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. That's bbcessexcricket at gmail.com.
That's a lot of typing.
It is.
BBC Essex Cricket, I'll write that down.
But some people, I know it's anathema to us, but some people actually enjoy doing things.
Yeah, well, yes. FletchCricket@gmail.com or @FletchSport on the old Twitter. As Woody's in again. That's clipped very aerially out into the mid-wicket region. There's a bit of a chase on here for Ryan Tendescarter, but he's given up the chase because the ball has made it all the way to the boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. And the first boundary of the innings has been scored. 5 without loss after 2 overs. Lewis Reese has all those runs. And it must be warming up out there because Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook, I'll say it once and only once, has removed his sweater, and the 12th man is wearing a very nice gilet rather than the more traditional fluorescent vest.
Yeah, Paul Walter, that is, just walking off from his 6'7" height.
He's a tall man. He still looks
sitting
tall
this
now.
one out, yeah, no, absolutely. Yes, and the last man to mind, if he's called Alistair Cook rather than Sir Alistair, is the aforesaid.
Yes.
Unlike a certain Botham, I understand, who insists on being called Sir Ian.
Oh, Lord Botham.
Oh, indeed. So Porter will bowl the third over of the day. Derbyshire having won the toss and batted. 3 slips a gully. Porter bowls outside off stump. And this one is left by Tom Wood with the score 5 for no wicket. All 5 to Lewis Reese. Nice clip off the legs in the previous over. Yes, it was a little bit off the ground, but picked the gap nicely, timed it well. And Derbyshire choosing to bat here. A 5 for no wicket, and we are in the third over.
We've been handed a team sheet, and we're not 100% certain of the Derbyshire batting order. It's a bit of a guess, really, with Harry Kame, who has been opening in T20 cricket, coming into the side.
Porter's in. Bowls, that's a good delivery, leaves the batsman off the pitch. Wood plays tentatively at that, and the ball goes by the outside edge. Yes, the score sheet we've got has a Simon Cook playing at number 10 for Essex, but it is Sam Cook, of course.
Sam. I called him Simon throughout the first over.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to be unduly punitive in their response. Dave, they know what a nice man you are. Porter, bowling from our end, the media end, as he comes in now and bowls, and That one is left outside off stump, but wicketkeeper Wheater ends up taking it well to his left down leg side. Tom Wood, the man on strike, yet to get off the mark. 5 for no wicket in the third over.
My only observation on that beautifully described delivery is that I don't think we're sufficiently important to call it the media end. So we'll stick to the racecourse.
The racecourse, and of course,
yes.
And I was.
Yes,
you know
well, I didn't want to mention racecourses. That was all, Paul.
The last time I was here, I would have known it was a racecourse end. And of course, anything racecourse, I still love racing. I spent, when I finally got home from the M25 yesterday, Porter's in, bowls to Wood. Edgy, but he's got that one away into the offside. It's half stopped at backward point. It's not going to go to the boundary, but they're back for 2. They consider a third, but it's not there. 2 runs, so that gets Wood off the mark. A shade scratchily, but it was perfectly safe. 7 for no wicket at Derbyshire in the third over, having chosen to bat. Delighted to say that although it's, I think, 3,262 days since I last had a bet on August the 4th, 2012, I still love watching racing, which I did when I collapsed into a comfortable chair when I got back home yesterday afternoon and was in time to see the July Cup, the highlight of Newmarket's summer programme. So this is the racecourse end for the very good reason there was a racecourse here.
Yeah, indeed.
A good few decades ago now, as Porter's in bowls. Oh, and that's a wonderful delivery. Not much any batsman could have done with that, because it not only left Tom Wood off the pitch, but climbed steeply into the gloves of Adam Wheater. And I was just about to say, before the last 2 deliveries, that it looked a decent pitch to bat on. And then the ball started doing things, and it's 7 for no wicket.
Yes, 1939. Racing ceased.
What a shame.
In Derby.
There's a lot to blame that ghastly Second World War for. Nothing much more serious than that, though, taking away the racecourse. As Porter, with 3 slips in the gully, the standard field you expect a side to have at this stage of a championship game, and that's another one that leaps up off not far short of a length and leaves Wood looking rather ruefully back down the pitch. The over ends, the third of today's match, with Derbyshire having won the toss, 7 without loss, 5 to Rees and 2 to Wood.
Yeah, it's big examination for Tom Wood. This, he was given a white ball 50-over contract last season, or for last season. Of course, we didn't play any 50-over cricket, so he did play T20. I think he may have played a first-class match. He's certainly played a couple this season, both of them, I think, against Nottinghamshire. But this is only his 8th game of first-class cricket, despite his advancing years. He's 27, was released by Derbyshire back in 2017, I think. Scored a lot of runs in the local leagues as Sam Cook begins a new over from the City end, and it's defended by Lewis Rees. And there's no run. People, Derbyshire supporters, will know the story, but in 1939, racing ceased for obvious reasons. And in 1945, when they reapplied for their licence, the council decided that it brought far too many undesirables into the town, as it was then, of Derby, and refused them a licence, so it never resumed after the war. As Cook is in again, and that's a good delivery, going past the edge of Lewis Rees's bat through to wicketkeeper Wheater. I'm pleased to see Shane Snater has not cut his hair. That's good news at point. He's Essex's version. Every team seems to have one. Essex's version of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is very, very similar in looks, with all that hair sticking out the back of his Essex cap. Oh, I do long for those days. 7 without loss. As Cook is in, and he's pulled, and he's dropped at mid-wicket, and it was a fairly straightforward catch, really. It seemed to take Michael Pepper by surprise.
It did, didn't it? Yeah.
It is dark out there.
It was travelling, and probably he may just not have actually picked it up against the background.
Yeah.
There, it's easily done. We can't tell from here exactly what he's looking at, but anyway, it was a late reaction, wasn't it, to thrust his hands up, and so that is a reprieve for Lewis Rees. He was on 5 at the time. He got a single for his pains, and Derbyshire are 8 for no wicket as Tom Wood comes into strike.
He hit it hard, did Lewis Rees, but it just seemed to take Pepper by surprise.
He's a good fieldsman as well.
Yeah. Cook to Wood then. Oh, bowled him. Off stump, gone. Terrific delivery. Wood hasn't looked particularly at home out there, and Tom Wood goes for just 2. Essex strike first. A wicket for Sam Cook. They're 8 without loss. 8 for 1, 8 without loss. They just lost a wicket, you fool.
Yeah, the off stump's looking a bit sorry for itself there. Splayed at an angle, and we're in a very decent position here, but not one where we could really tell exactly what the ball did. But certainly it did something that Wood did not expect, and left him. I was saying after the end of the previous over, he stared rather ruefully down the pitch, and as you say, Dave, he never really suggested that his stay was going to be a permanent one out there. Today, so Derbyshire lose their first wicket with 8 runs on the board, and if Cook felt a bit peeved at not having picked up Rees from the previous delivery, he doesn't have to wait long for his compensation. He is a very fine bowler, actually, Sam Cook, and generally speaking, although Jamie Porter has done very well for Essex over the years, but it is Sam Cook in the more recent seasons who's looked, if anything, the more likely to pick up a 5-wicket haul at fairly regular intervals, and I think he will be licking his lips somewhat of what he sees of this pitch here at Derby today.
Well, there's a definite tinge of green. The overhead suggests it's a bowling day. Derbyshire's bowling's their strong suit. So obviously when they won the toss, they were always going to bat. I'm trying to work out who that is. It looks like Harry Kame to me, rather than Leas Deploy. But yeah, I'd be relatively. I was going to say I'd be relatively confident. I'll tell you who it is. It's Brooke Guest. Well, that's surprised me a touch. Brooke Guest, the new batsman, wicket keeper, but he isn't keeping in this game, of course. So I suppose that he has been. He's been at 3 and he's been opening as well.
Second guess, the classic case, I think, in your case there, Dave.
or even third. The 2 batsmen I thought it might be, it's neither of them.
And we must just explain for the benefit of Essex listeners, I think, that when you hear us say Harry Kame, you're probably thinking, oh, they've made a mistake. They're thinking of tonight's football. But this is Harry Came rather than Kane.
Yes, we've had a bit of fun. I noticed the presenter, after I did my update, was commenting on it as well, as Cook is in and bowls to Guest. He was a very decent bat. Scored the winning runs on Friday night at the T20, kept his head. He was keeping in that match. He plays this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded. I'm sure that said 18 on the back of the fielder, so I'm in even more strife here. Who is fielding at mid-on?
Nick Pound.
Oh, it must have said 10 then. My eyes are getting worse, Paul.
Well, a funny story to tell you there after this ball.
Really bad at the moment. Next delivery from Cook is pushed out into the offside, and they go through for a quick single. Pepper's in and has a shot at the stumps. At the end, to which Brooke Guest was running, but he missed the stumps and he gets his first run. End of the over. 9 for 1. Guest has that single, and Lewis Rees has 6.
Yes, just on the subject of eyesight, my colleague Dick Davis, who will be with us for the next 2 days here, happened to say to me while we were having a curry after the match at Cardiff recently, first time we'd had a chance after an away game, to have a meal somewhere since COVID struck. And so we're having a nice time, and Dick just happened to say, oh, goodness me, I really must get my eyes tested. And I said, funny you should mention that, because I too have been struggling. And I said, no wonder we keep getting things wrong. We can't see what's going on. And the point is, because of COVID, last year would have normally got a new set of glasses, but too risky. And this year, before we could do that, we're halfway through the season, and you're thinking, well, by another year, I'll need yet another test. So let's leave it till next year now and see then. Anyway, Porter's running in to start the 5th over now with Derbyshire on 9 for 1 and bowls, and Brooke Guest plays this ball out into the gully. Shane Snater, he of the untended hair, and the score remains at 9 for 1.
Yes, I keep meaning to go. I mean, the ECB's very kindly given us most of August off, so I can probably squeeze an eye test in August. I think I'll definitely make a point of trying to get one. And Derbyshire won't be in the T20 quarterfinals, clearly, so got even more time on my hands in August.
And you're using the word very kindly there, and it's occasional, meaning extremely cruelly, as Porter's in, bowls, and it's played out to Michael Pepper, racing in from short mid-wicket, trying to make amends for having dropped Lewis Rees in the previous over, 9 for 1 in the 5th.
Yes, I think we're off the same hymn sheet as far as August is concerned, so we don't really need to discuss too much about it. People know my views, I'm sure people know yours.
Well, and I think, more to the point, I think all our listeners, bar 3 at the most, I think, would share our views.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as for the other 3, that's a disgrace. It's Porter's in and bowls to Guest. Ooh, playing a miss, and that one visibly left him off the pitch. Fine bowling from Porter, who isn't actually having much luck these days. It doesn't mean because he isn't taking the sort of wickets he was 4 seasons ago that he's suddenly become a poor bowler, but things that took the edge for him unfailingly 4 seasons ago when he got 74 wickets in a season are just missing the edge this time round.
Yes, he's must be considered to be unlucky not to be in the England shake-up at the moment.
As it comes in again from the racecourse end, the bowls to Guest, who plays this with a commendably good straight bat. Everything correct about that. Plays it down to Ryan Tenduscarter at mid-on. Ryan, who turned 41 on June the 30th a few days ago, remarkably carrying on and not beyond the bounds of possibility that he might continue for another year yet. When I raised the question with him 2 or 3 weeks ago, he said, well, he'd make his mind up at the end of the season. I'd love to see him continue. He's still as fit as anybody in the side. Porter's in. Bowls to Guest. 4 slips rather than 3 slips in a gully now, and that takes off and goes past the outside edge. And again, Wheater takes it to his left down leg side. There's so much movement down there. And the score remaining, Derbyshire winning the toss, 9 for 1 in the 6th.
I quite often say, if you look at the pitch at Derby, if you can get through the first hour, it tends just to flatten out a little bit, especially if there's sunshine around. Well, there's none of that. And it could do with flattening out pretty quickly here for these Derbyshire batsmen.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of green, isn't there, on the pitch? As Porter is in again and bowls to Guest. Again, he's solidly in behind this, steers it down to Nick Brown at mid-off. Brown, who I suspect might have a little bit of a hand injury because he's normally to be found not at mid-on or mid-off where he's been fielding so far, but either 4th slip or gully. Then again, it could be that Jimmy Neesham's making his championship debut for Essex and is in that position. But in any event, 6 overs have been bowled and Derbyshire are 9 for 1.
Harry Kame's had an interesting... I've got him on the brain. Brooke Guest's had an interesting season because he didn't have the gloves at the start of the season. He was came into the side as Cook begins a new over from the City end, and that one's edged along the floor, stopped by the wrist of the man at 3rd slip, who's currently holding his hand there and looking at it. Tom Wesley. He looks okay though, which is good news. He's not having a prolonged look at his wrist. He's always a worry for a slip fielder. He has batted 3. He's batted opening with Lewis Rees when Billy Godleman was injured earlier in the season. Godleman just taking a break from cricket at the moment, the club captain. As Rees waits for Cook to come in again, he tries a cut and it goes through to Wheater. An expansive looking shot. The only problem was he failed to connect. But Brooke Guest is averaging a little over 25 or just under 26, depending on which way you want to look at it with the bat. In his now 14 innings, 309 runs. He's only got 150 though. And he'll want to sort that out sooner rather than later, I'm sure, will the man born in Manchester but brought up in Perth, Western Australia. As Rees pushes this next delivery from Cook up to mid-off, where Brown so many times, even in my short time covering Derbyshire, the tormentor of the team. Double centuries in both games in my first season, which was something to behold. 9 for 1 in the early stages. Lewis Rees has had a pretty torrid time with the bat. He's averaging just 14. And unfortunately with the ball he's averaging in the 50s, I think, for a check. He waits now, stock still, and little trigger movement and pushes this one back to the bowler, Cook. And again, there's no run. So a man who was always near the top of the averages in with both bat and ball. With the ball this season, he's managed 9 wickets at 47.
Yeah, not too clever, but that's the way cricket goes. You're mentioning Nick Brown, of course. When he was getting all those runs against Derbyshire, people were hailing him as a New England batsman, but sadly it's never quite come that way for him.
Around the wicket comes Cook again, bowls to Rees, pushes this one into the leg side. Pepper comes in to do the fielding, there's no run.
It is the case with cricket. Everybody, when you get a talented youngster coming through, sort of says, oh, I wonder if this chap could play for England. And the problem is that no matter how well you might do before people get to know what your weaknesses are, in the end, if you've got any of the latter category, i.e. weaknesses, you do get found out. And it really does take an exceptional talent who can manage to ride the hard times and make his way into the full England test side.
Next delivery from Cook. Just gets enough bat on that one to push it into the onside. I think if he'd have missed it, there would have been a huge appeal. But there wasn't. 9 for 1 at the end of the over. 6 gone now. They're rattling through them. It's almost as if they've got something to watch on television this evening.
And one of the most prolific batsmen of all time, Graham Hick, got all these runs, you know, in anything but Test cricket. But the moment he played Test cricket, you know, along came the West Indians, and they said, all this fuss about Graham Hick, he doesn't like it up him. And he just didn't play the short ball at all well. He took his eye off the ball and raised the bat in front of his head, and that was basically the end of any thoughts that he'd be as prolific in Test cricket. As this ball is nicely fielded by Porter, beginning a new over, the 8th altogether. And he fields out, there's no run, 9 for 1.
If it's gonna be all my time. That's why we
Still 9 for 1. There. And
0.
we
1,
do have a
6,
message
1.
from Michael Biswell, who says, good afternoon from Spain.
8,
You're not
6, 8.
broadcasting online.
4, 3,
About
7,
4
0.
games not going out at this
Donnelly,
moment.
0, 1, 6, 1, 8.
is useful, actually.
Cleared.
Tom Wood, I'm afraid they lost him for just 2 runs with a score on 8. They moved on to 9 for 1. Lewis Rees 6. Brooke Guest is on 1. And it doesn't look such a great decision at the moment. The lights are on, the clouds are dark, and the bowlers, Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, both doing very well in beating them on a number of occasions. But they've got to battle through this Derbyshire and hopefully prosper a little bit later on if it brightens up. 9 for 1 in their first innings.
Cook comes in to start another over. The ball goes down to long leg. Jamie Porter for a single. That's the first run actually
Cleared.
for quite a while. 10 for 1.
This is maddening. Absolutely nothing.
It's got a lot of surface noise, I noticed. Yeah? Yeah?
Cleared. 0, 1, 6, 1. Cleared.
The man to have gone after Derbyshire won the toss here is Tom Wood, bowled by Cook for 2. And since then, Lewis Rees dropped the ball before Wood was dismissed by Michael Pepper at backward square leg. Seemed not to pick up the ball very easily, which you can sympathise with because it's been a dark start to proceedings here as the next ball is played by Lewis Rees to backward point Shane Snater for no run. 11 for 1. Rees has moved on to 7. He was on 5 at the time he was dropped. And Brooke Guest has probably looked the most assured of the 3 batsmen we've seen so far. He's 2 not out. And Derbyshire 11 for 1 in the 9th over. And the 2 sides to come for Derbyshire: Harry Kane, Leas Duploy, Matt Critchley, Harvey Hussain, Alex Thompson, Finn Hudson Prentice, Michael Cohen and Ben Aitchison. And Essex: Nick Brown, Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, Michael Pepper, Jimmy Neesham making his championship debut for Essex, as the next ball is nicely clipped off the pads but well fielded at mid-wicket. And Michael Pepper there. 11 for 1 remains the score. After Jimmy Neesham, Ryan Tenduscarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Simon Cook and Jamie Porter. Paul Walter is on 12th man duties today. We do know that at least some of our audience are struggling to pick up commentary. So I am continuing to commentate. I'm Paul Newton for BBC Essex Online, and Dave Fletcher for BBC Radio Derby Online is going away to see if he can fathom why we're having difficulties this morning. This ball's played out to Snater at point. There's no run there.
Dongerling 0, 1,
11
6,
for
1,
1
8,
with Rees
6,
on
8,
7, Guest
4,
on
3,
2. That
7,
completes
0.
As Porter comes in and bowls, and Lewis Rees plays the ball into the offside. Sorry, it's Brooke Guest plays the ball to mid-off, and there's no run. 11 for 1 in the 10th over.
An absolute triumph, Paul, a triumph of technology.
Oh, marvellous.
We should now be listening or being heard loud and clear.
So do, if our listener would just drop us an email, amongst other addresses, to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Be nice to know you can hear us. As Porter, coming in from the racecourse end with a gallery of 4 slips in and bowls, and this ball's nicely played into the offside, and Guest will move along with that single to 3. He actually has played everything pretty well so far, and Derbyshire are 12 for 1.
Yeah, he's a very correct batsman, isn't he? Very correct. I'm getting messages from all sorts of people. If you can hear us, let us know. And I can only apologise on Salford's behalf, because we were definitely on before, then we weren't on, and we couldn't dial back in because they'd blocked up the ISDN thought there was something else coming in. I don't understand it. Porter's in, bowls. That's pulled into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a couple of bounces, and it goes across the boundary rope at mid-wicket. Nice shot from Lewis Rees.
Yes, we have another update from Michael Biswell, who's keeping us nicely informed. He says, hello, I have the effects microphone working, but no commentary. So he's hearing the atmosphere from here. Of course, this was about 5 minutes ago. Hopefully that's okay now. So if you could email us again, Michael, and tell us if you are now hearing commentary, that would be most helpful. And anyone else who is hearing us, well done, and let us know.
Never gone wrong before. Porter in, bowls a full-length delivery just outside off stump, and it's dabbed back to the bowler by Lewis Rees.
And you see, we had another one from Marion Goldsmith saying, am I the only one in Essex who cannot get commentary online from Derby? I'm listening to Worcester v Warwick instead.
Oh, don't do that.
No, but she says, I will try again to get the commentary on Derby v Essex in a few minutes. Do let us know, Marion in Lawford, just up the road from where I live, if you are now hearing us.
Somebody very high up at Derbyshire now tells us that we're online as well, which is very good indeed. Thank you, Ryan. In comes Porter again. That beats Lewis Rees, goes through to the keeper. Good pace, takes it about shoulder height, which is about waist height for Alistair Cook standing next to him.
And good to know that there are some tall hills in Derbyshire there. One of the high-ups giving us the all clear, 16 for 1. And I think you would sense, actually, that the batting has just become a little bit more easy in the last sort of 20 minutes.
I do think it will flatten out a bit.
Yeah.
So poor old Tom Wood's already departed as Rees waits, and that one is edged down into the ground and beyond the dive of the man at gully. And away to third man for 4 runs off Lewis Rees's bat. He moves on to 15. And Derbyshire up to 20 for 1 now at the end of that Jamie Porter over. 3 to Guest. 9 overs have been bowled so far today. Well, it looks like we're going to see the hare in action here.
Yes, even if Essex win this game, it's unlikely to see them finish in the top 2, and therefore they wouldn't be able to take their defence of the 2 trophies they hold, the official county championship from 2019 and the Bob Willis Trophy from 2020. And on my calculation, they will finish in a group where Durham look the most likely to accompany Essex into the middle division, the 3rd and 4th place sides, and it looks as if Essex will end up, of course they won't play Durham again, they will play, I think pretty definitely, Northants, Glamorgan and Surrey, and then either Hampshire or Gloucester, whichever of those 2 sides don't finish in the top 2 in their particular conference. Shane Snater is going to come into the attack to relieve Sam Cook, and he will bowl from the city end here at Derby. Always a great pleasure to come here, so much so that I'm not even leaving the premises tonight. I'm staying at the Travelodge.
Well, I thought you were sleeping in the commentary box.
As Snater's in, bowls, and that's a lovely shot. It was short, sat up and begged and got what it deserved as it's hammered through the covers. The ball actually is just about going to be pulled up short of the boundary. They'll take 3, but that was a nice shot that from Guest, who moves along to 6, and the score is 23 for 1.
Just replying to everybody who's told me now that we're back on air. Thank you very much indeed. It's good to know that we're not just talking amongst ourselves, although it's a good job we didn't start having our normal conversation when we're just me and you in the room, Paul.
As Snater's in, around the wicket now. Bowls to the left-handed Rees, and this ball's pulled to long leg. Jamie Porterfield, single, 24 for 1. Rees goes along to 16, and similarly we've had don't send us any more calls now, but thank you very much those who have. Lorna Piper among those who said, we're hearing you fine now. Ditto Ilicitano Shrimper, who says, just wondering who this Simon Cook is who took the wicket.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't try and be too clever, the listener.
Yeah, come on.
It's a fault on the team sheets we were provided with. As Snater switches to over the wicket to the right-handed Guest, and he nudges this again into the cover's same sort of direction as the first ball of the over, from which he took 3. This time just a single as Tenduscarter rounds on a less well-struck ball from mid-off towards extra cover, and Guest up to 7, the score to 25 for 1. Carolyn Tanner, always a pleasure to hear from you, Carolyn. You say, yes, I can now hear from you loud and clear, but only since 11:30. Nothing we could have done, incidentally, but thanks very much that you're now hearing us and letting us know. Snater in bowls, Peel for LBW. I thought I heard an inside edge there, so hence no decision in favour of the bowler. And Clive Coles also says, commentary now being heard. Thank you very much to those. Oh, in fact, Michael Biswell, you are live. Excellent. And I hope you are also alive, Michael. Or thanks for proving you are. So I think we're all OK now, and hopefully no further problems.
I'll just thank Mark Beck and Sam Connors, who's listening in. Good to have you along, Sam.
Thanks to everyone. As Snater around the wicket to the left-hander. Peel for LBW gone, and Derbyshire lose their second wicket at 25 for 2. Lewis Rees looks absolutely gobsmacked by the umpire's guilty verdict, but he has no choice but to go, and Derbyshire losing their second wicket. Rees LBW to Snater in his first over. This is the 11th over. Derbyshire choosing to bat 25 for 2.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't look happy, did he, Lewis Rees? But I don't think any batsman looks massively happy when they're given out. But as I say, we're not. Paul said, in fact, we're not right behind. And anyway, he had his back to us, so it would have been very difficult to tell. But it was a confident shout from Snater, and he got the verdict he was looking for. Derbyshire, who just started to look a little more at ease out there, the batsman, now have another batsman coming in who will have to get going. And at the moment, out there he is. Look, he's emerged from the down the steps changing room, and from this distance I have no idea who it is. I'm gonna guess at Leas Deploy, and we'll find out in due course who the next batsman is. To join Brooke Guest, who's on 7.
Yes, Brooke Guest has looked, for all the fact he hasn't got as many runs at the moment as Rees had, but he's looked easily the most assured of the batsmen we've seen today.
Good technique.
Yeah, because he, although Rees made 16, but obviously was dropped on 5 and was beaten a couple of other times, whereas Brooke Guest has basically middled everything that he's played, not necessarily with attacking shots, but the defence has looked good. And let's face it, if you haven't got a defence, you're not going to last terribly long in this game.
He does bat like a wicket keeper, in the sense that little dabs here and there is his bread and butter. It is Leas Deploy, incidentally, the new batsman. But he has got a good technique. I don't think there's any question about it that Brooke Guest's got a good technique, and has been asked to bat up the order when he's not been keeping wickets. Sometimes when he has, which I think is probably asking a bit much of a young man making his way in the game.
Well, Leas Deploy, one left-hander replaces another, and now faces Snater from around the wicket from the city end. And he tucks this ball off the pad to Nick Brown at square leg, and there is no run, and that completes a successful first over for Shane Snater, coming on in the 11th over here. It's a very overcast morning, which is a shame, because most of the way driving up from Essex this morning, there was lovely sunshine, but at least the cloud is higher now than it was when play started. The light, therefore, is that much better. And Derbyshire choosing to bat 25 for 2.
And the lights are on. Not that makes a lot of difference, but they're not like the lights you've got. They are sensational, aren't they?
They are.
I do like those lights at Chelmsford.
They were, in a sense, although it's one up to Essex for having upgraded their lighting, it needed it because I think both these counties were among the first to have floodlights, along with Sussex, and there used to be a little friendly league between the three counties going way back.
I think these are the originals.
Yeah. And Essex's were a couple of years ago, but the new lights, as you say, are rather special.
Yeah, LEDs, beautiful. Jamie Porter to continue from the racecourse end, bowls to Brooke Guest, who clips that very nicely off leg stump out towards the square leg boundary. They'll come back for a second as Snater, hair everywhere, slides, picks up the ball and returns it.
That's nicely played. We've been singing his praises, and he's very correct. But he came across his off stump there and could see a ball middle and leg, and just angled the bat, played it splendidly through mid-wicket. Wasn't far off getting a boundary for it, and he looks in confident form.
So just the 150 so far in first-class cricket. This is his 11th game as he waits for Porter. And this one is pushed out to point. And there's no run. Ripple of applause from the crowd. Limited to 850 or thereabouts, still under the COVID regulations, as it has been throughout the T20 as well.
Yes, that final extension of a month hit cricket very hard because nearly all the counties had most of their home games in that month, where suddenly, having anticipated that they would be able to have a full ground in, suddenly it was taken from them.
Yeah, it'll have hit them financially very hard, I'm sure. 27 for 2, Porter to Guest, who drives. It comes off a thick outside edge and goes down to third man. Not entirely where he was aiming to play that ball, but he'll be happy with the boundary nonetheless. Moves into double figures. He's on 31 for 2.
And although the ball did not go where he was aiming it, his head was over the ball nonetheless, and all along the ground. So, in a sense, it's one of those things sort of... You're aiming it just in front of the wicket through cover, but it goes to sort of wide third man, and you think, I'll take that. I'll take it all day long. 31 for 2, and Guest up to 13.
He's over his bat now is Brooke Guest. Not keeping in this game. Harvey Hussain will have the gloves. Porter bowls to him, and he drives, and this is an inside half of the bat drive. Straight back to Porter, who stops the ball in his follow-through, doesn't gather it cleanly. Leas deploys just had his bat measured. I thought that had gone out of vogue. Haven't seen it as often this season as we have done in the past couple of seasons, but he's just had his bat measured. It appears to have passed the test.
Yes, it
I
doesn't.
know there is sanction, isn't there, but I'm not sure what it is.
Doesn't look to be anything unusual in terms of its dimensions.
He's not a big man. Porter is in. Guest is bowled. Middle stump's gone. Cartwheeled out. He just nods his head and walks off. And Derbyshire are now 3 down, having won the toss and elected to bat. Brooke Guest goes for 13, bowled by Jamie Porter. 31 for 3.
Not good, because Guest had been easily the pick of the batsman in terms of his assurance up to that point. And it wasn't that you could say he did anything daft there. He simply played down the wrong line. He got the left foot forward and head seemingly over the ball, and then suddenly heard the rattle of his middle stump disappearing out of the ground, bowled by Porter for 13. So the 3 wickets have gone to Messrs Cook, Snater and Porter, and Derbyshire subside to 31 for 3.
I'm trying to avoid using. I need a thesaurus, because the word subside has appeared so many times in my in my reports over the course of this season, I'm afraid. And is it too early to wheel out that 7 out of the last 11 innings they haven't reached 150? Probably not. And that has been the problem. The batting really has been very, very ordinary indeed, as Matt Critchley comes out slightly earlier than he would have hoped. The Derbyshire stand-in skipper in his first game, skippering the red ball side here at the county ground. as ever, short sleeve shirt, walks out oozing confidence. And he had a terrific April, really, really good in April. Doesn't quite maintain those very, very high standards, but he's still Derbyshire's leading cricketer. He and Finn Hudson-Prentice, the two players who've impressed me most. Although, having said that, Brooke Guest is coming up on the rails, to use the parlance that might have been used here in the 1930s, because he's started to impress as well. Hobby Hussein's had a good red ball campaign with the bat too.
Yeah, not that many batsmen this year have had a particularly good time of it.
No.
Of course, as most weather watchers will have observed, spring was officially cancelled and now summer is being officially cancelled. And these are not ideal conditions where you'd expect anyone to be averaging anywhere particularly close to 50, for example.
No, I think, I'll have to double check, of course, that Derbyshire have got, the batting, Hobby Hussain and Matt Critchley averaging 44. Of course, no Wayne Madsen, no Billy Godalman. Here is Critchley to face his first delivery from Porter, and he gets the full face of the bat on that defensive shot, plays it back to the bowler, who completes a successful over. He did concede 6 runs with 2 and a 4, but he picked up the wicket of Brooke Guest for just 13, and at the end of the over, 11 gone now this morning. Derbyshire are 31 for 3, having won the toss and decided to bat first.
Yes, has Madsen, does he not play red ball cricket?
No, he plays all forms, but unfortunately, Old Trafford, Wednesday afternoon, the first game of the T20 campaign, he dived in to try to make his ground. I'm not sure if he was coming back for a second or in fact it was a quick single, and basically tore his hamstring.
Oh, dear.
The word from Dave Houghton.
That is a shame, as Snater's in bowls and the ball is pushed out to mid-off, where it's nicely fielded on the tumble, and what might have been, I suspect, perhaps 3 runs rather than 4, is no run at all. Sam Cook, the man who hobbles slightly as he gets up there, but don't think it's going to be anything more than momentary discomfort. Yeah, great shame about Wayne Madsen, who I think a lot of Essex supporters have enjoyed down the years. Wonderful man and a great multi-sportsman, of course. Terrific hockey player, as it seems the whole Madsen family are, as Snater's in bowls, and it's played back past the bowl. They go for a quick single, which will successfully be achieved, as Tenderscarter prevents it going for anything more than that. 32 for 3 up on the board.
Well, Dave Houghton was telling us that, I think it was after the game at Nottingham last week, when I asked him about Madsen, and Alex Hughes, another player who just forced his way back into the side and has picked up a side strain at Leicestershire in the T20. He's not sure whether we'll see much of Wayne Madsen this season. He was due to go off and play in another tournament, but he's already been replaced by Sam Hain up at Manchester.
Snater to bowl to Critchley. And oof, that's a good delivery, and I think he was caught amidships a little bit, the batsman there. He started to go forward, changed his mind, came back and missed it. But anyway, the important thing is that he's still there to tell the tale, Matt Critchley, as Dave was saying, away to a fine start to the season. And Leas Deploy got the single earlier in the over to get himself off the mark. So Derbyshire had that situation you least want, where both batsmen start off on naught, unless, of course, they're openers. As here is Snater in and bowls, and it's a check drive here. It produced 2 runs through the covers. Comfortable second run. Critchley underway with a brace there, and the score to 34 for 3.
Yes, it's ideal for the bowling side, isn't it? If you can get a couple of wickets and then you find 2 batsmen there who yet to get off the mark. Leas Deploy's had a tricky old campaign. He did get 98 against Worcestershire, but he's only got 265 runs in total at about just over 17 and a half. So the top order has been struggling this season.
4 slips as Snater's in again. City end, bowls, keeps a bit low here, but it's well played by Critchley for a single into the covers. Nick Brown fields 35 for 3. Critchley along to 3, and the Armada of slips: Cook 1, Harmer 2, Wesley 3, and just looking to see Neesham at 4th slip. He's pressed into action in the county championship for the first time this season, having joined just in time for the T20s. Porter has the chore of, with the right-hand, left-hand partnership, of commuting between the two when there's an odd number of runs scored. Snater's in and bowls, and that one beats Deploy, and it's interesting to know whether there might have been an edge there. If so, it was put down by Wheater, and certainly the one or two rueful looks from those around. 35 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, there was a raised hand from the bowler, wasn't there, which sort of suggested that there might have been a little tickle through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think there probably was.
I was going to say, I wonder if they're going to replay it, but it doesn't look like they are. We've got a scorecard on the stream at the moment.
So looks as though there was a let-off there for Deploy on one. One thing that is certain from the way the the difficulty the batsmen are finding, in spite of my saying only 10 minutes ago that batting had looked to become a little bit more easy, but it's suddenly looking more difficult again.
Yeah, flattened out for about 10 minutes, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's got lively again.
Said to the batsman, that's your lot.
Lights still on, dark clouds up above, no rain, which is good news. And it looks bright enough out there, in fairness. Porter sets off from the racecourse centre bowl to Matt Critchley, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, Matt Critchley is the possessor of Derbyshire's only century in first-class cricket this season. Which tells you quite a lot. He's never come in higher than 5.
No, I mean, the great advantage, if you can have someone who gets a century, is that it helps the other batsmen as well. And you know, for someone to be there and get 100, you can usually reckon that a similar number of runs will have been aggregated by the rest of the batsmen at the other end.
Yeah. 200, eh? Porter bowls, that one is defended by Critchley up towards mid-off. Yes, we dream of 200 runs. The MO was always going to be, and we were told, bat first, get 400. Put the opposition under pressure. Hasn't really worked out. Aggressive cricket. Everything sort of fell apart when they didn't declare against Worcestershire early on in the season. Critchley waits. Porter in again. He goes onto the back foot to push this one to backward point on this occasion.
Mind you, if you're missing the likes of Billy Godleman, Wayne Madsen, and Alex Hughes, you know, it's bound to hit you fairly hard.
I accept that. Absolutely, I accept that. And it is something that's been quoted back to me. Wayne Madsen was averaging 34. He got 4 half centuries before his injury basically cut short his campaign. But Billy Godleman averaging 23 in 11 innings. The form had gone. The form had gone. As Porter's in to Critchley, who drives it straight back to him. Good stop by Porter, bending down, got his right hand to it. So yes, they will clearly miss the likes of Billy Godleman and Wayne Madsen for their experience, if nothing else. But their form hadn't been as scintillating as it had in the past couple of campaigns. I mean, last season in the Bob Willis Trophy, they won their first 2 matches. And all of a sudden, people started dreaming about trips to Lords in September and October. Well, October, wasn't it, really, by the time they got down there?
Yeah, it was ghastly, to be honest.
It didn't look great on the stream I was watching it on. As in comes Porter again, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Critchley. A little run round for Brown, and the batsmen go through for a single. Critchley moves on to 36 for 3, and it'll be the same this year, of course.
Well, yeah, and in fact, I described Essex's imminent not qualifying for the top division as a shrewd move, because they all right, they won the Bob Willis Trophy, but the weather was horrible, approaching October last year, and I thought, well, this season, and it actually does end on October the 1st, the Bob Willis Trophy final. No, thank you very much. You know, it's probably very shrewd on Essex's part to underperform and not make it.
As great as it is to go to Lords, you don't want to be going in pullovers and raincoats, do you? As this next one from Porter is left alone by Lewis for his good leave. Left it alone outside the off stump. Very good morning to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners who've joined us at the Incora County Ground with Reigning champions and Bob Willis Trophy holders Essex having the upper hand here. Derbyshire won the toss this morning, 36 for 3 they are. Tom Wood was bowled by Sam Cook for 2. Lewis Rees, who'd been dropped on 5, was trapped a leg before wicket by Shane Snater for 16. And the latest man to go, Brooke Guest, bowled by Jamie Porter for 13. Lias Deploy has 1. Matt Critchley has 4. 36 for 3. You're listening to Dave Fletcher and Paul Newton.
Thanks, Dave. We're going to see Shane Snater, who got that wicket Dave was describing in his first over, is now in his third, and he's coming in from the city end. Quite a long run up is in, and bowls, and that ball's beautifully driven through extra cover by Critchley, albeit he hasn't quite got all of it. It won't go for 4, but he's going to pick up 2. They think about a third. Is Stewart as the throw comes into the bowler's end. Not a particularly distinguished throw, but anyway, they'd settled for 2. 38 for 3, and Critchley along to 6.
Is Stewart, absolutely. Wordsmith, you see. It's good to have you here, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Just raising the tone.
Like yourself, I shall look it up as soon as I get home. And Snater's on his way. Bowls, and that's a leave by Matt Critchley through to Adam Wheater, who possibly put down the man at the other end, Lias Deploy, the left-hander. We're masked a little bit by the batsman, particularly if he's left-handed, so I'm not absolutely certain there was an edge, but by the looks on the face of the slip cordon, of whom there were 4 in the previous over, it did look as if they were a little bit disappointed. So Deploy remains on 1. It's 38 for 3. In the 13th over, being bowled now, and that ball is driven very firmly, very well stopped by the evergreen Ryan Tenduscarter at the age of 41, diving to his right at extra cover to prevent what would have been 4 runs if he'd missed it. That was very nicely timed by Critchley, who's made a decent first half of the season, in particularly good form at the start of the season. And boy, could Derbyshire do with him to make some good runs here today. 38 for 3. And Snater on his way again. His long hair flapping in the background. As this ball a play and a miss from Critchley. He'd have us believe he was just taking the bat away at the last minute, but I don't think he's persuaded anyone but himself of the validity of that. And the score remaining at 38 for 3. Critchley 6, Deploy 1. Just saying that from an Essex point of view, it looks, however much they might win this game, that it's going to be in vain in terms of qualifying for the top group in the next phase of the competition, starting at the very end of August and going right through to the 1st of October in terms of the Bob Willis Trophy final. Snater's in, bowls, and this ball is played down to mid-off, and there will be no run there. 38 for 3. Remains the score. Derbyshire won the toss and batted on a greenish-looking pitch in conditions that were very overcast at the start. Happy to say that although there's no sunshine at the moment, the light is a lot better than it was, and at the start the floodlights went on immediately, and Derbyshire left perhaps to rue the decision to take first knock, with Wood bowled by Cook for 2 in just the 4th over when the score was 8 for 1. Snater's in, 3 slips now. Bowls to Critchley. Critchley off the back foot, back to the bowler. There's no run there. And that completes the over, with Derbyshire winning the toss and batting 38 for 3. And just giving you the other wickets that have gone down. Lewis Rees, who was dropped on 5 by Michael Pepper. It was quite a vicious pull there. Pepper was fielding at square leg, and it looks as if he simply didn't pick the ball up very early in its trajectory. Is normally a very good fieldsman indeed, Michael Pepper, but Rees was eventually LBW in Shane Snater's first over for 16. That was 29 for 2, and almost immediately Brooke Guest, who'd looked the pick of the batting up to that point, was bowled middle stump out of the ground by Jamie Porter for 13, and that left Derbyshire at 31 for 3. Porter is now out of the attack at the racecourse end to be replaced by Sam Cook.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry, I was just updating listeners to BBC Radio Derby. Here is Cook around the wicket, a couple of steps down the track from Lias Deploy, and he clips it away nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a bit of a chase on here for Michael pepper, and they settle for 2 runs in the end. I thought there might have been 3 there. The boundaries are all the way out, pretty much square, and it is a large playing area here at the Incora County Ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably Derbyshire have missed 3 third runs, if I can put it that way, where they've settled for 2. Admittedly, the last thing they can be doing with is to find that they've had a run out because someone sent a really good throw in, but I think they probably have got away with it.
Deploy moved on to 3 with that stroke, and he leaves the next one from Sam Cook alone. That wouldn't have missed the off stump by very much. Good judgment from the South African. Critchley has 640 for 3.
Been quite a lot of movement around this morning. Batting's not been easy, which was why I think a few eyebrows were raised when Derbyshire, having won the toss, elected to take first knock. I don't think it would have been easy for Essex had they been batting, and we were given a very interesting stat which I'll relate after this next delivery.
Ooh, excellent. 40 for 3. Cook around the wicket to deploy again, takes a couple of steps down the track and drives for 4 runs. He's going to get the maximum or the boundary this time. Maximum effort for the shot. Good shot as well. On the move, but he moves up to 744 for 3.
And that stat was that Alistair Cook, who hasn't played that many matches here, but I think it was in something like 10 innings against Derbyshire on this ground, his top score is only 34.
Remarkable, really, isn't it? Remarkable. He hasn't played that many times over the years, but he's played enough for it to be a decent sample size. As Cook is into deploy. Again, he's on the move, and this time it clunks him on the helmet, I think, and runs away for, well, they're going to go through for a leg by, and straight away the 2 umpires signalled towards the changing rooms because Lewis deploy will have to just be checked over. He ducked into it as much as anything, and you could hear it ping off his helmet as it went down towards third man. It looks okay, but of course the protocols have to be observed, so there'll be a little hiatus in the action here. There are all sorts of stats surrounding this game. Derbyshire's 7 out of 11 innings under 150. Still some way to go to make sure that doesn't extend to 8 from 12. And Kirk Jones has been in touch. He says, I presume that he's a Derbyshire supporter, we chose to bat first so that we wouldn't have to bat last against Simon Harmer. But in all likelihood, we'll score less than 150. Essex will only have to bat once, and we'll end up batting last in any case, he says. So Kirk taking the slightly pessimistic view, or as I like to describe it, the realistic view of the way Derbyshire's season has gone for the most part in first-class cricket. I have a little list of horror.
Yeah.
They've lost by an innings on 3 occasions this season. Also lost by 310 and 191 runs in matches where the opposition didn't enforce the follow-on, but would have won by an innings had they done so. And they had a first innings lead against Durham, but we lost 2 days to rain.
Well, all these sort of rather unflattering statistics lead to a wonderful situation. As I entered the press room, having driven up from Essex this morning, is it Dave Griffiths in the...
Griffin, yeah.
Griffin, sorry, yeah. Dave Griffin, in the wonderful pressman 3 or 4 doors away from us here. And he was busy regaling those of us who were there at the time with one tale of woe after another, beautifully intoned in a voice that had sort of been through all manner of torture over the years. The downside to that stat of Cook's top scorer on this ground being only 34 is that Essex's other opener, Nick Brown, has made a habit of scoring 100 after 100 and indeed double 100 after double 100 against Derbyshire over the years.
Indeed. Lewis deploy has been checked over and deemed okay. So the helmet appears to have done its job. Just having a chat now with Matt Critchley. Elsewhere in this group, Nottinghamshire 45 for 1 against Durham at Chester Street after being put in. And Warwickshire are 57 for 1. They lost their first wicket without a run on the board against Worcestershire at New Road. As Cook is in and bowls to Critchley, who defends this back into the ground, and the bowler leaps, clutches it, or tries to clutch it into his left hand, didn't quite succeed. Forgive me, I don't know all the group numbers, but I'll just run through the scores. Gloucestershire 54 without loss, batting, having won the toss and batted first against Hampshire at Cheltenham. Middlesex are 38 without loss, having decided to bat first against Leicestershire. Cook is in again. This one's outside the off stump and left alone by the Derbyshire skipper. Northamptonshire, who decided they'd have a bat first to 51 for 1 against Glamorgan. That game being played in Cardiff, and at Beckenham, Sussex, who were put into bat, are 6 without loss. They've obviously had a slight delay there because they're only in the 3rd over according to this one. It's the Roses match today at Headingley. Lancashire 56 without loss against Yorkshire, who won the toss and decided they'd have a bowl first. And Somerset, who decided to bat, are 56 for 1 against Surrey at the Oval. It actually says the Oval on my screen here rather than London, which I always find extremely unhelpful, especially when Surrey are playing Middlesex.
Yes, Snater beginning a new over from the city end, comes in around the wicket to the left-handed deploy. Brilliant bit of fielding by Snater there. It was hit fairly firmly back by deploy at the bowler, who plucked it out of thin air and aimed to throw the wickets down, but in actual practice the batsman hadn't left his crease, he being Lewis Deploy, who has 7, Matt Critchley has 6. Derbyshire trying to recover from being reduced to 31 for 3 and now 45 for 3 in the 15th over.
That Middlesex game being played at Merchant Taylors, of course. It just said Northwood, it threw me for a moment, but that's Merchant Taylors.
Snater bowls to the left-handed Deploy, and he leaves the ball to the gloves of Adam Wheater, and the slip gallery is now down from 4 to 3, with Wesley having begged away. He's the Essex skipper, so it's up to him, leaving Cook at first, Harmer at second, and Neesham, who has played for Derbyshire in the past, now with Essex, and joining Essex to play in the T20 principally, but making his championship debut for Essex here. He's currently 3rd slip. Snater's in around the wicket bowls and Deploy it carefully back to the bowler. And no run, 45 for 3.
I can't help thinking that Ravi Rampal, who's rejoined Derbyshire for the Royal London 50 over competition that starts in the middle of the month, would have enjoyed bowling in these conditions. He looks in terrific shape. He didn't play in the T20 up at Durham, but he was with the squad, and he looks in fantastic shape, Ravi.
Snater again, around the wicket to Deploy, who takes a couple of steps forward, plays the ball very nicely to mid-on. There'll just be the single there as Nick Brown fields, and the score goes to 46 for 3. Deploy up to 8. Matt Critchley on 6. Comes into strike as the field changes over for the right-handed Matt Critchley to come into strike.
Last of the left-handers, Lewis Deploy for Derbyshire.
And Critchley just sees something on the pitch that he wants to flick out of the way, succeeds in that, and settles over his bat as Snater now over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls to Critchley. Critchley, check defensive stroke out to Brown, now fielding to the right-hander in the covers. And choosing to bat Derbyshire at 46 for 3 on an overcast morning, but with some brighter areas in the skyline away looking toward the city here at Derby.
Looks like a supporters bus just arrived at the far end. There was a whole group of people entered the ground.
850 allowed in for this game as the next ball is played by Critchley to mid-on. And again, there will be no run. Wesley fields and will hold the ball as captain to ponder his options for the next over. 16 have been bowled, and Derbyshire are 46 for 3, having won the toss and batted, looking to repair the damage done by 3 early losses, wicket each for Messrs Porter, Cook and Snater. Deploy has 8 and Critchley 6.
Just an addition to Kirk Jones's message that he sent to us. He's coming tomorrow, which is good news, weather permitting. He says, I think, yeah. Well, you can't trust the forecast, can you? He's looking forward to watching Alistair Cook bat. Let's hope he's still in by tomorrow then. Here is Cook around, Sam Cook that is, around the wicket. It turned nicely down to fine leg by Lewis Deploy. Again, taking a couple of steps, clearly concerned about any swing there might be. And he picks up another single. He'll move on to 9, 47 for 3 now. But at the current rate of wickets falling, you would expect to see Alistair Cook sometime today.
Yes, to come for Derbyshire in one order or another, Harry Kame, and that's C-A-M-E, not K-A-N-E. Harvey Hussain, Alex Thompson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Michael Cohen, and Ben Aitchison.
I would expect Kame to come in next, in all honesty. This next delivery from Cook's left alone by Matt Critchley.
And Essex go in with Nick Brown, Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, Michael Pepper, Jimmy Neesham, Ryan Tender-Scarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Sam Cook, and Jamie Porter.
George Scrimshaw left out to the side that played against Nottinghamshire. Didn't bowl too many overs in Nottinghamshire's solitary innings, 7 I think from memory. So it was the obvious candidate to be replaced by Harry Kame as they strengthen their batting lineup, which quite frankly needs it. 47 for 3. Cook in. It's the pad of Matt Critchley. Big appeal. It was a bit half-hearted in the end. It sort of fizzled out, didn't it, as the ball runs away into the leg side for a leg by, and the umpire tries to remember where the scorers are.
Yes, manifestly going down leg side. I'm surprised the bowler elected to appeal for that. But what a lovely name, George Scrimshaw. Very Dickensian.
Yes, yeah, local boy. Done really well in T20 cricket. Product of Worcestershire, but from Burton-on-Trent. And he's looked lively. He's improved his career best T20 figures 3 times this season, which I think in club cricket could prove to be quite expensive. Cook around the wicket poles to deploy, who defends it back to the bowler.
But sort of name I'd expect to crop up in something like Pickwick Papers. Mr. Scrimshaw.
He's got a terrific moustache as well.
Oh, yeah, well, all the more so.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a really good, really strong. Played on Friday and was here with the squad, obviously, today.
There aren't many players on the circuit with a moustache, actually.
Mostly Australian. You tend to find that.
Right,
they favour the moustache, don't they, the Aussies? 48 for 3. This Cook is in, and that one is clipped very nicely into the leg side. He's going to get at least 2 runs here as Lears deploys. Jamie Porter slides in to do the fielding. 2 is what he will get. He moves to double figures. 11.5 centuries up for Derbyshire, to the smattering of applause from the 850 inside the ground. They'll be slightly concerned about the wickets column, but 50 up nonetheless in the 17th over.
Suspicion that he had a life when he made 1 deploy, as from the reaction of those around, it may well be that he just got an edge to Shane Snater. Wheater put it down behind the wicket, and the slit cordon looked rather annoyed.
Deploy waits and just guides this into the leg side for a single. He might have bumped into the bowler in his follow-through. Some apologies going on out there. Well, there's one apology and one disgruntled bowler. 51 for 3 at the end of the over. Sam Cook didn't look best pleased there. Deploy has 12. Critchley has 6. Lights on the Incora County Ground. Dark clouds moving away. The weather predominantly comes in from the west, and it looks a little brighter away to our right, which is good news. And not really a hint of rain since a couple of early showers this morning.
Yes, as I was driving up from Essex, there was glorious sunshine and plenty of blue sky as close to here as Leicester, and even slightly further north than Leicester, but all of a sudden there was a little bit of a downpour coming along the Brian Clough Way that links Nottingham and Derby, as Snater begins a new over, the 18th, from the city end here at Derby. And this ball is played out cautiously by Deploy, perfectly safely into the offside. There's no run. Score remaining at 51 for 3. You're listening to us on behalf of BBC Essex, BBC Radio Derby online, and also 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. You're all very welcome. Paul Newton here with Dave Fletcher.
Some that motorbike in the background just reminded me there. I saw some Hells Angels when I was driving up to Durham.
Right.
All that. I'm trying to remember what chapel they were from. I think they're called chapels, aren't they?
Snater's in bowls, and nicely played by Deploy. Made a little bit of ground over to the offside and worked it to mid-on. Fielded by Jamie Porter, but single easily taken there as Deploy moves along to 12. And I think he should have 13, actually, and the score to 52 for 3.
One of the many joys of the A1.
Yes.
See the old Hells Angels.
Yep.
Our Sports Extra listeners have left us, disappointingly.
No, I think they must be offended by the Hells Angels reference.
Yeah, they've gone.
Had to find some way of getting rid of them. As here's Snater in bowls, and not a particularly elegant shot from Critchley, aiming a cover drive, and the ball goes to mid-on, suggesting that there's still quite a bit of movement around here, and score remaining at 52 for 3.
Yes, it's not easy out there for the batsman. I don't think the conditions will have changed that much, despite that cloud, the dark cloud, moving away. It's still pretty much wall-to-wall cloud up above.
Yes, we tried to give them a sort of nice mixture of cultures here for the Sports Extra listeners. As Snater's in bowls. Oh, what a good delivery there, a play and a miss from Critchley. Again, the ball leaving the batsman late. But I sort of introduced the Dickensian tone for George Scrimshaw, which I thought might appeal to the literary people among the Five Live Sports Extra listeners. That apparently didn't do the trick. And then the reference to the Hells Angels, I think just...
the last straw.
That was the last straw.
I'm trying to remember the name, because they all have the name of the chapter. Is it Chapel? Anyway, chapter. On the back of their leather jackets, they looked excellent.
Next delivery from Snater in and bowls to Critchley, who plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. And score here in the 18th over at the Incora County Ground here at Derby. It's Derbyshire 52 for 3.
Somebody's got some washing out in one of the flats over there on the left-hand side. I'm not sure whether they'll dry today. The right-hand end, it looks like a couple of towels. It's too still, really, isn't it? I don't think it's warm enough.
Or it could be just that the people who live there don't like watching the cricket. And Snater's in bowls, nice on drive. One of the nicest shots we've seen this morning, and typically of cricket, some of the nicer shots don't produce any runs, and you get a nice little edge, and a boundary will typically ensue. That's the end of the over. There was no run, you'll gather, from the on drive. And with Deploy on 13, Critchley on 6. These two have done well, actually, 52 for 3. It was 31 for 3, and neither had a run to his name when they came together. So they'll be cautiously pleased with the progress they've made.
Somebody from the backroom staff from Derbyshire just come on and had a quick word with Lewis Deploy, who's basically sent him on his way, and then he put his thumb up to the umpire to say, and he nipped on for a quick word. Umpire was happy with that. How strange.
May have been because he was hit on the helmet.
Yeah, just asking him if he's still feeling okay, if he wants anything.
Yes, we do live in an era now where you've got to be extremely woke.
Yes.
I always ask myself, what's the opposite of woke? And I like to think it's slept. Yes, I'm slept. I'm afraid the last 20 years have passed me by completely. So I'm afraid I'm not aware of all the things I'm supposed to say.
Whoever it was has dashed back into the changing room, so we'll wait and see if he brings anything out. If indeed Lewis Deploy's on 13 requires anything. He's on strike.
A couple of Alka-Seltzers, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't know if anybody has Alka-Seltzers nowadays.
Plink, plink, fizz. 52 for 3. It can't be a good advertising campaign. Except if you're on the BBC, of course. Here's Sam Cook. 3 slips in place. Again, stepping down the track towards the bowler. Lewis Deploy plays it into the leg side. Brown does the fielding. They go through for a single. Deployed to 14. 53 for 3. He's batted nicely so far. Other than that one shot where the ball did die on Adam Wheater, in fairness, and he was flat on the floor. And the ball spilled from his gloves. Whether or not he got that touch or not, we'll probably never know. Unless he goes on to make 100, in which case we'll have to ask the question, did he have a life on one? Flex of the knees from Critchley as he waits for Cook to come in, and he guides this very nicely down towards third man. There is nobody there as Ryan Tenderscarter chases down the ball, and they come back for a second. Critchley to 8, 55 for 3.
Yes, Essex have come really with an attack just of 4 bowlers. The only one we haven't seen of the 4 is Simon Harmer, of course. Wouldn't think this pitch was made with, well, only made with him in mind from the point of view of trying to make sure it doesn't budge an inch for him.
He didn't turn many as Cook bowls and Critchley plays it up to mid-on. He didn't turn many in the game down at Chelmsford,
No,
but he still managed to pick up 9 in the first innings, which was a terrific achievement. I think he got a few of those on reputation.
Quite right, yes. He felt that some of the Derbyshire batsmen were immediately paralysed at the mere sight of him looming up. And second innings, he didn't remotely look like repeating the nine wickets he got in the first.
He may have gone for 100 from memory.
Yes.
Critchley waits. Sam Cook bowls, defended back towards him by the Derbyshire skipper. I'll double check that because that is one of the few things that I do carry around.
Yes.
Our scorecards from the whole season. So in the first innings, Hammer took 9 for 80, and in the second innings, 3 for 122. He did bowl 45 overs in fairness second time around, as Derbyshire at least applied themselves to score 255, which is one of the highlights of the season in an innings defeat. Sam Cook is in, and that one is defended back to him by Critchley.
I must say, Dave, you still have some way to go to match me when it comes to the avoidance of devoir, as the French know it, because you at least have a wonderful book there with
nice,
scores from previous matches, something I wouldn't dream of taking the trouble to do. So
you've got a little Playfair there.
Yes,
I have nothing like that.
It's one of the many books I buy but never actually read. It's just for show.
Critchley waits again as Sam Cook is in, and he drives it straight back to him. Good stop with his right hand, end of the over. 14 to deploy, 8 to Critchley, 55 for 3 Derbyshire, having won the toss and decided that they would have a bat first. Matt Critchley was out there now making that decision, presumably in consultation with Coach Dave Houghton and one or two of his senior players, Lewis Rees and Leicester Play. There aren't an awful lot of senior players out there, to be fair.
Yes, I suppose it must be, bearing in mind Derbyshire have found runs very hard to come by, it must be sort of a rather strange feeling when you are the coach, because obviously by implication you're meant to be improving all your charges and enabling them to score lots of runs, but of course there's not a lot you can do in a season generally where not a lot of runs are being scored. I mean, there are some pretty highly rated batsmen who've not found this at all a good season for them. As Snater's going to come round the wicket at the start of this 20th over. And Deploy is doing well here, and he takes a couple of forward steps and gets outside off stump and works a ball on middle stump to within a yard of the mid-wicket boundary. And they get back for 3 runs there. Now, we were saying earlier that perhaps they've missed out on, I reckon, 3 very possible third runs previously. This is to the long boundary, and they didn't even have to hurry to come back for 3 there. It was a nice shot as well. Deploy has 17, the score to 58 for 3.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, wasn't it? It was a nice shot from Leicester Play. He's a very classy batsman. He's still trying to work out red ball cricket in this country, I think.
Snaton will now bowl to Matt Critchley. Gets on the back foot, plays it back past the bowler to mid-off, but no hope of a run there. Porter is in that position. 58 for 3 in the 20th.
He arrived with a career first-class average in excess of 50 from his time in South Africa. That's now come down to 42, as you might expect. Different country, different conditions.
Snater to Critchley. Now, it's a nice off drive, but like so many of the nicest shots in the game, there's a man bang in the way, Jamie Porter, and no hope of even so much as stealing a single there.
Going back to the coach, Dave Houghton, after the game against Nottinghamshire, said that clearly there was a problem with the batting, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I asked him how he could improve it if he couldn't put his finger on it. He said, well, it might sort itself out.
Good. A follow-up tale about that. But Snater's in and bowls, and this ball's nicely played through mid-wicket. I think they'll get 2 here. In fact, they've decided not to, probably because Brian Tenduscarter was in hot pursuit, and they know that he's a particularly good fieldsman and quick over the ground. 59 for 3. It was through mid-wicket, that shot. Critchley has 9. The umpires in this game are Neil Mallender at the City end, and at this end, the racecourse end, James Middlebrook, formerly of Yorkshire and Essex. And at a Cricket Society meeting in Chelmsford, James Middlebrook, who had taken up coaching, was then on the shortlist to join the umpires list. And his reason for wanting to do umpiring rather than coaching, he said, and I agree with him on this, he said, but it always worries me if I have to tell a young player, no, you shouldn't do it that way, you should do it this way, because sometimes you can coach them all the wrong things, and they'd have been better left to do things their original way. And I do think there's a lot of truth in that. I think a job of coach, as much as anything, is to try and go along with the way a player already plays and just make small adjustments as Snater is in and bowls, and this ball is played by deploy to mid-wicket. There's a great shout from the slip gallery, very much choreographed, as the bowler in sync raises his hands to his head as if he's been very unlucky. The batsman appeared to be in total control of that, and he has 17 deploy, 59 for 3.
Yes, I do like a concerted appeal for nothing, or an ooh and an ah. Just trying to put some doubt in the batsman's mind.
Yeah.
I have to do another update, Paul. So.
Right, as Snater in this 20th over. Around the wicket to the left-handed deploy. Again, this two-step movement forward out of his crease, angles the ball into the onside. He clearly favours the onside, plays it up to Wesley at short mid-wicket. There's no run. That is the completion of 20 overs. And Derbyshire choosing to bat. I'll read you the scorecard as it stands so far. 59 for 3, with deploy 17, Critchley 9, taking it on from a worrying 31 for 3 after Tom Wood was bowled by Cook for 2 in just the 4th over, 8 for 1. Then after a mini stand between Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest, first Lewis Rees, who'd been dropped by Michael Pepper a backward square leg on 5 from a pull shot, was eventually LBW to Shane Snater for 16. That made it 29 for 2 in the 11th over. 12th over, I think that should be, and Brooke Guest was promptly bowled by Jamie Porter, middle stump out of the ground. That's 31 for 3. Guest made 13. But now this pair for the 4th wicket have all but doubled the score from 31 to 59, and Sam Cook is starting a new over, the 21st, from the racecourse end. Past umpire James Middlebrook bowls, uphill for LBW and out. There was a long thinky poos there from James Middlebrook, but eventually the finger went up, and disconsolately Matt Critchley is now the 4th man to go, LBW to Cook. And if his appeal in his previous over for a ball that was manifestly going down leg side was probably in response to those behind the wicket appealing, this time he clearly was confident of getting the verdict. 59 for 4 are Derbyshire now, having won the toss, decided to bat, and Sam Cook gets his 2nd wicket, and the score on 59 for 4, and we're in the 21st over.
Yeah, that's a big blow, isn't it, for Derbyshire? Losing Matt Critchley for 9. I think Harry Kane, that looks sort of Harry Kane shaped. The person coming down the steps away to the left. Doesn't look like Harvey Hussain, certainly. But yeah, Critchley could have done with hanging around a bit there. I didn't entirely see the delivery that thumped into the pads. Was it fairly good shout?
Yes, I think it was. It was very full. There didn't look to be any chance of the ball going over the top, therefore. And just personally, the only surprise was that Middlebrook took so long to give him out. But we're not in the perfect position, although it's not a bad position at all, looking over long on. But Harry Kane coming to the crease, and if we don't enunciate the name properly, people will think we're talking about a player in the Euros final tonight. Harry Kane reminds me of my favourite end of match of the day joke from Gary Lineker. He always likes to leave with a smart line, and the best one ever was, he said, yes, we've watched 3 players who all rhyme today in today's games: Sane, Mane and Kane. But this isn't Carme with an M who's coming. It's Harry Kame. He doesn't rhyme with anybody, but wish the man well. It'd be nice if he and Deploy can put on good runs for this 5th wicket for Derbyshire.
Well, they certainly need them.
Yeah.
59 for 4 with that horrible statistic about 150 failing to be reached on 7 of the last 11 occasions. Sam Cook to continue from the racecourse then, bowls to Kane, whose first ball in a Derbyshire shirt, certainly, in first-class cricket is defended.
Now, it's here that the sort of coaches of my generation would be saying, tuck your shirt in, lad, as he's come out with the shirt right the way outside his trousers here.
I don't mind that. I think it's the sleeveless sweater. They are fairly limp and they're not great.
Ah, right, yes,
Yeah.
my mistake.
No, it's an easy mistake to make as he leaves his second delivery alone outside the off stump. There are batsmen who resemble jumble sails in the Derbyshire ranks because it's not gathered in at the bottom, so it just hangs off the shoulders, and yeah, it looks a bit big for him, to be fair. He's twiddling his bat now. He's played 5 times in first-class cricket for Hampshire in the past, but I think all 5 were for Hampshire, but not for Derbyshire. So he's not entirely new to the game, but he's relatively new, and he's still to get off the mark, and that one is guided into the offside.
Talking of old-fashioned values, one of my favourite bits of commentary ever was way back, Somerset v. I think it was Leicestershire, and you know, it went something along the lines of, it may have got the generations mixed up here, but the way it went was, this commentator said, and Philip de Freitas is on his way in to bowl. Oh no, Philip de Freitas is wearing a wristwatch.
Sam Cook is in, that's left alone by Kame outside the off stump. Now they're all wearing wristwatches, aren't they? All those little things that count the steps and all that kind of nonsense.
Well, I always used to wear a wristwatch when I bowled because as a gambling man, and I was a compulsive gambler from the age of 16, I used to like to keep tabs on which of my horses would be running as I ran into bowl, having left my bets on, you know, before the match started.
Kame flexes his knees, waits. Sam Cook bowls to him down the leg side, and nicely taken by Adam Wheater. It brings the over to an end at 59 for 4. That was a wicket maiden from Sam Cook. Came yet to get off the mark. Deploy has 17. Good to hear from Ethan Calder again. The last time I emailed it, said was during the championship game against Warwickshire, when he said he was awaiting his end of degree Viva, or Viva, never sure which. Pleased to report that since then he's graduated with a first in his degree and will be starting his PhD in September. Unfortunately, in that same time, Warwickshire's season has gone from very bad to even worse. A result here would be very welcome, he says. Yes, and from this position it would be very decent indeed if they were to pick up a result. Good to hear from you, Ethan. Good to hear from everybody.
Indeed, and Michael Biswell comes through to us, who's come through on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and I'll come to your email, Uncle, as soon as we get this first delivery of a new over from Shane Snater out of the way, and just played back to the bowler, in fact, by Lewis Deploy, who remains on 17, 59 for 4. You say, Michael, with all counties now having a live stream, which in many cases is improving the viewing experience, what are the chances of a limited review system being introduced in the coming seasons? Not Nico or Hotspot, just line decisions. Yeah, well, probably not that great, the chances, but good point. You say 3 wickets, 2 drops, that is Essex's season. Snater is in and bowls, and that's beautifully taken by Wheater, standing up as Deploy left it late. And what Michael says there probably does confirm our thought that there has been a drop from Wheater to go with the one by Michael Pepper in just about the 4th over of, in fact it was the 4th over this morning when Derbyshire won the toss and batted. They are 59 for 4 currently, with Harry Kame yet to get off the mark, and Lewis Deploy currently facing Shane Snater on 17, wicketkeeper standing up, and again well taken by Wheater. This is in response, is standing up to the fact that Deploy has been taking 2 steps down the pitch to get across the line so he can play balls on the stumps into the onside without too much of a risk of being given LBW. And now, of course, he's got to stay back in his crease. He's on 17. It's 59 for 4.
Well, it might just stifle him a bit, mightn't it?
Yeah. No, it's a good ploy from Essex.
Yeah, good tactic.
3 slips still. Cook, Harmer and Neesham. Snater bowls, and this is the scoop, and it's very effectively played for 6. Wonderfully picked up from Deploy there, and that came out of absolutely nowhere. And he has, for the moment anyway, the privilege of the last laugh, as the laugh stands at the moment, because his counter to the wicketkeeper standing up was to stretch forward whilst keeping the back foot on the line and scooping that with great proficiency over where a leg slip would have been, and you heard the big plonk in the background there, all the way for 6. Beautifully played. 23 to Deploy with that 6 Pennyworth. 65 for 4.
T20's got a lot to answer for, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a terrific shot, and the response that you would hope from the batsman. The fielding, the bowling side, just try and keep him in his crease. So he says, right, I'm going to have to do something else.
What will Snater do by way of reply to that? Well, it's played. Not quite sure that he middled that, but the ball, probably a bit of bat and pad, comes a yard or 2 into the offside, and score remaining at 65 for 4, and we are in the 22nd over.
Luke Shreves emailed in to ask me if I managed the kebab after the blast win the other night. No, I didn't. Everywhere was shut when I got home, sadly. He said he'd love someone to get a 50 today. Forever optimistic. Well, his Deploy's 23 not out.
Snater bowls to him, and again meets it with a straight bat, plays it back down the pitch. There will be no run there. So 65 for 4 remains the score, and Essex will be pleased enough with their morning's work with 4 wickets down. From a Derbyshire point of view, they really could do with not losing another wicket before lunch.
Well, they'd be pleased if they'd won the toss and elected to bowl, wouldn't they, with 4 wickets by lunch. So having been asked to bowl first, Derbyshire electing to bat first, they'll be doubly delighted, I'm sure, and still got the power to add in the final 20 minutes or so of this first session at the Incora County Ground of Derbyshire against Essex. 65 for 4. Harry Kame has yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 5 deliveries. Sam Cook bowls to him now, and he pushes this out backward of square on the offside, and there's no run. Bit of emergency service action on the Pentagon Island roundabout at the far end. There's quite a bit of traffic actually for a Sunday. People doing what they have to do, presumably, before they can all get where they need to be to watch England against Italy, which I believe takes place later on this evening. I think it was mentioned on the radio this morning once, but they got away with it.
Yeah, I heard there's a rumour there's a football match tonight.
Yeah, I'd heard that. Kame waits as Sam Cook bowls. 2 minutes he's beaten, and that one is put down by Wheater. An awkward bounce for him. No suggestion of a nick on this occasion, but he's wringing out his right hand now because they hurt. If you don't get it quite right, that ball's coming through at a decent pace. You need to get it right as a wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper's hands, horrible things, aren't they? When you see a veteran wicketkeeper and fingers pointed in all directions.
Yes, you could liken it to a second row rugby forward's ears.
Yes. Yeah. Kame defends this next delivery from Sam Cook back to the bowler.
I must say, by the by, talking of rugby, the great contrast between watching an Eddie Jones England team, where you're very lucky if you see one move through the three-quarter line in the whole match, and the Gallagher Premiership, with a magnificent final between Harlequins and Exeter of exciting running rugby and that brilliant handling rugby.
The Lions were good yesterday, I thought.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I watched a bit of that.
Yeah.
This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Kame. I think they got 72 points in the end. Yeah,
they're playing the same side they'd already hammered once, I think.
Yes, but they well, both sides had pretty much changed their entire lineups, and they matched them try for try in the first half. Then had a man sent off, the Sharks that they were playing against, and once they had a man sent off, the Lions ran riot. But I'm not a rugby union man, I have to say. I'm much more of a rugby league man, but I do like watching the Lions. Sam Cook is in, and that one is defended. Back towards him again. He sticks out a left hand this time and stops the ball off the bat of Harry Kane, who gives the universal batsman signal for some kind of movement through the air, rolling his hand over as he explains to Lewis Deploy what's happening, and Deploy goes, "Yeah, I know, mate, I've been here a while." But they like to communicate with each other, batsmen, as much as possible. I think they find it comforting.
Well, they do love the old sort of knocking fists, don't they?
Oh, constantly. Cook is in again. That one is pushed into the onside. He's going to get his first run in first-class cricket with Derbyshire, Harry Kane, and he does. He picks up a single as the ball is eventually fielded by Nick Brown. And the score moves on to 66 for 4. Kane has that single. Lewis Deploy's lost the strike. Has he? No, they're just swapping around. Yeah, he has lost the strike. Has got 23. So just the one run off that over, and it came from the final delivery.
So we might be having a bowling change, I think, at this point, because Snater has taken his long hair off into the field now, and Jamie Porter looks as if he's going to have his second spell, switching ends to the City end. Porter, who earlier...
Was it Neesham?
You could be right. Yes, I think you are. Both of them, funnily enough.
Yeah, they're both there, aren't they?
But down there, but
I've only got
Neesham's
removed his cap.
Yep, no, you're quite right.
Although I would like to see Jamie Porter bowl in a cap.
Of course, I was thinking earlier of who the options would be with the quicker bowling for Essex, and I'd totally missed Neesham, who's been bowling, you know, a few overs in the T20 games, and now gets his first chance in the Championship. So Neesham, rather than Porter, comes on to replace Snater. Bowls, and that ball's played away for 4. And it was outside off stump. It sat up and begged and came obliged with his first boundary and moves along to 5. The score to 70 for 4.
Colston, good to hear from you, Colston. Reminds me that the anniversary the other day of the Bensons win in 1993, Derbyshire was 66 for 4 in that too. Hashtag clutching at straws. Yeah. Obviously a completely different format, but the batting is a real worry.
Neesham, City end, 24th over, passes Neil Malander, the ghost, bowls, and Kane. They go for a quick single here. It's well observed and well completed, as Michael Pepper closed from backward point, but unable to do anything to prevent the run. 71 for 4. Kane moves along to 6. And Deploy will once more have the strike on a so far top scoring 23.
Yeah, Harry Kane will be feeling a little bit better about life now, won't he? Got a boundary, got a couple of singles under his belt. Always good to get off the naught.
I think we've so far always had a right-hand, left-hand partnership in today's proceedings. And the left-hander currently out in the middle is Lewis Deploy, facing Neesham, coming round the wicket. Ball is played back just past the bowler to mid-off. 71 for 4 remains the score, and at the moment we've probably got as good a light as we've had all morning here.
Well, it's positively balmy now. Well, there is a draft.
Balmy with a draft.
Yeah, I might put my coat on in a minute.
As we know, it's been, well, I think probably the worst combination of spring and summer that I can remember. Really yet to have any weather to write home about, as here Deploy plays the ball into the offside, and the old man of the Essex party, Ryan Tendescarter, does the fielding, and the score 71 for 4 in the 24th over. To come for Derbyshire, Harvey Hussain, Alex Thompson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Michael Cohen, Ben Aitchison. And Essex are Nick Brown, Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, Michael Pepper, Jimmy Neesham, Ryan Tendescarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Still got 3 slips in for Neesham in his first over. Bowls well outside off stump, and Deploy disdains that by taking no notice of it whatsoever. Goes through to Wheater, 71 for 4.
I was just looking up Jimmy Neesham there because I wasn't sure if he played first-class cricket for Derbyshire. He didn't. He played 2 List A games and 12 T20s for Derbyshire back in the day. Wasn't that long ago, clearly, because it's in my time here. When did he play for Derbyshire? 2016. When he was here. He's a character.
Here comes the aforesaid to bowl, to deploy, and this goes through outside off stump, 71 for 4. Neesham, who one of his claims to fame, I think, will always be having played in that final over of the World Cup in 2019, and he hit a 6 in the extra over that was played, the deciding over, the fateful over, in which New Zealand basically won it and yet lost.
He does engage people on Twitter as well. Can be quite lively on social media. Jimmy Neesham, he is a proper character. He's really taken his place in the slip cordon now. Sam Cook's going to continue from the race course with Derbyshire on 71 for 4. And that was left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kame to go through to wicketkeeper Wheater. Came on 6, deploy on 23. We had a brief moment there where the sun was shining and the lights were on, but the sun's disappeared again now. Must have been just a very small break in the cloud, and just occasionally when Lears deploy taps his bat in a certain direction, you can see the reflection on the sticker on the back of his bat, reflecting the light from the floodlights which are on. As Cook bowls, and that one is off the bottom of the bat, turned into the leg side. Kame looked quite keen for a single there as Nick Brown swooped on the ball, but Lears deploy wasn't interested, and now he has a little walk down the pitch. Not sure why he's tapping that. I'm not sure the ball's ever been pitched that close to the middle of the pitch.
No, he's certainly right about one thing, though. There wasn't a run there,
no.
And just as well that he disabused Kame of the notion.
Kame still very early in his innings, and that one's a short delivery that almost as though to say, well, you can tap that bit of the pitch down now if you want, because I have pitched it halfway down. A short delivery that goes through to the wicketkeeper. I think it's the first short delivery we've seen.
It is, and
today.
Deploy in turn does indeed accept the invitation and has gone down again to tap even nearer to where he's standing at the non-striker's end than the first time. Sadly, Sam Cook had already started making his way back to the top of his run and wasn't to know what was going on behind his back.
Cook in again. That one's pushed out to the offside by Kame to tender scatter.
Yeah, he played that well because it was the advantage of actually moving forward into the path of the ball there. Had he decided to try and go back to that, it might have led to quite a bit of trouble. But I think the technique that we saw from Guest earlier on, where he did a similar thing, is basically on the right lines on this pitch.
No doubt the Essex batsman will be taking note, mentally certainly, as Cook bowls to Kame, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Maybe a little bit of uneven bounce. That was taken, he may have made it, tried to make it look as though there's an uneven bounce, but taken below waist height to his right by Adam Wheater. Almost groping for it in the end, whereas 1 or 2 he's taken chest high. But there isn't any sun to take the green hue out of the pitch yet. There's a strip that goes right down the middle that's particularly green. As Cook bowls back into his crease on this occasion goes Harry Kame, pushes it out into the offside, end of the over. Maiden over from Sam Cook, his third, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. Not too shabby. Deploy has 23, Kame has 6. 71 for 4, Derbyshire, with around about 7 or 8 minutes to go until the lunch interval.
Yeah, Cook doesn't bowl many loose deliveries and has a very good record of basically going around about 2 and over. And a very good record in terms of wickets taken as well. And he's got 2 of the 4 to fall, those of Tom Wood for 2, Matt Critchley for 9. Elsewhere, we had Lewis Rees out to Snater in his first over for 16 and Brooke Guest to Porter for 13. Neesham begins a new over from the city end, and that's been guided down past third slip, and they come back for 2 runs there, to the credit of Leas Deploy. Takes him to 25, the score to 73 for 4 in the 28th over.
He looks broader in the shoulder to me, Jimmy Neesham, than I remember him. Might have been in a gym.
26th over, this is not 28th. And
you're wishing your life away, Paul.
Well, nothing better to do as here is Neesham in. I've been wishing it away all my life, but it still goes on. As Neesham's in and bowls and Deploy, it ducks out of the way, and it goes through to Adam Wheater. And score remaining 73 for 4, just under 3 runs and over from Derbyshire. It's not the run rate that's lacking for them this morning, it's the too many wickets down.
They went along at 2 and over in the first innings at Trent Bridge last week and lost wickets, which is always a very, very bad recipe.
Yes, it's like a football side that concedes too many and doesn't score enough.
Yes. Yeah.
As Neesham leaning forward, comes in, bowls a very wide delivery, and so much so that Neil Mallender shows no mercy whatsoever and indicates a wide, 74 for 4.
Yeah, you don't see many wides in first-class cricket, do you? But that was particularly wide.
Yeah.
And he's only a diminutive batsman, Leas Deploy.
Yes, he bowls some good deliveries, Neesham, but you do get the impression that he's not totally in control of where the ball's going to go. That can actually work to a bowler's advantage at times. He bowls now, and that is left to go through. That was fairly straight, went over stump height through, but it reminds me of what I always think is a rather nice expression when a bowler who's been very wayward clean bowls a batsman and says, so-and-so surprised the batsman with a straight one.
Yes, as Simon Harmer did on 9 occasions.
Yes.
At Chelmsford. I don't know why they were surprised, I've no idea. He might have got the odd one to turn.
And Neesham comes in again, bowls, and not out of the middle of the bat. The ball, which was aimed on a straight drive, ends up in the covers as Snater moves round from mid-off, 74 for 4. There was an interesting comment, I thought, from Sunil Gavaskar, who was commentating when we had the pleasure of seeing some Test cricket on terrestrial television in the winter from India. And Achar was bowling and getting lots of wickets, turning some of them round corners, and others just went straight on. And Gavaskar said the problem for the England batsmen is the wrong technique. They're playing for the one that turns a foot, but that won't get you out because it's turning too much. You've got to play for the straight one. As Neesham is in and bowls, and this ball is played through the covers, 2 runs to certainty, 3 distinctly possible. Don't think it'll reach the boundary. They've completed 2, and I think they're going to settle for that. And the score goes to 76 for 4. Nice shot from Deploy there, moves along to 27. But the pity was, Dave, that this very good advice from a man who would know what he was talking about didn't appear to have seeped through into their subconscious.
No, well, if you do turn it too much, it's a waste of time, isn't it? Really, absolutely is. You want that one that just turns enough to get the edge of the bat.
True, but also, of course, just the one that doesn't turn at all.
Sure. If
you're playing for the turn, can be your undoing, and some of the England batsmen were just left bound to be given LBWs. This one is taken by Wheater, and that is or I was going to say the end of Deploy, but it isn't, because the umpire not at all impressed by the appeal there. Wheater threw the ball up. The slips had already sort of started going up, and I don't think he hit it. The score stays at 76 for 4 in 26 overs. Deploy on 27 and came on 6.
Well, just for a moment, I thought Deploy had given himself up there.
Yes, because he didn't start moving away, didn't he? And that's why I was just proposed to say, and that is the end of Deploy, because it looked as if he sort of thought he'd touched it, but not so.
You'll enjoy later on. I always feel bad about spoiling the excitement. We're going to see Simon Harmer, aren't we, for the first time?
Yeah.
Just before lunch. 90 seconds before lunch, in fact, so but he might whiz through an over, and who knows, we might get two, but it seems unlikely. You'll enjoy watching Mikey Cohen a little bit later on, because he walks to square leg after every delivery that he faces if he's not going for a run. And he did give himself up and was given out, even though he didn't touch the ball, because he walked to he's a left-hander, and he walked towards square leg, and the umpire thought, oh, he's given himself out, he must be out, and then he up came the finger. Here is Simon Harmer then for the first time today, and that one is turned by Kame down backward of square on the onside, and there is no run. 76 for 4.
Maybe he needs to amend his modus operandi by moving to the opposite side of where the pavilion would
walk
be.
away from the pavilion.
Yeah.
Harmer again, that one is pushed out into the offside, and a good tumbling stop prevents the ball from getting beyond what would be a notional 30-yard circle. Michael Pepper with the fielding there. Kame stops this next delivery, almost stone dead. Wheater comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Almost certainly Harmer will bowl more than one over in the second session.
Yes. That's a concern for the Derbyshire batsman at 76 for 4. That one is guided very nicely by Harry Kame down towards the third man area, and they will pick up a single. We'll move on to 777 for 4. With a couple of deliveries left until lunch. I can say that with some certainty because I can hear the BBC Radio Derby news in my ears now. Unless they're working off a different clock, of course, or a different time zone.
Harmer himself was looking at his watch just then.
Comes in around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed deploy. Pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Jamie Porter. So this, in all probability, will be the final delivery of the morning session. He's in, and, well, there's an attempted cut shot that could have undone him there. He didn't get hold of it. It went to the man at backward point, and the players have decided they've had enough for the morning session. We've had 27 overs, so they're a little bit behind the rate. Get ready for a 6:30 dash. And at lunch, Derbyshire are 77 for 4, Tom Wood for 2, Lewis Rees for 16, Brooke Guest for 13, and Matt Critchley for 9. The men out, 2 wickets for Sam Cook, 1 each for Shane Snater and Jamie Porter. And having lost the toss, Essex will be very, very pleased with picking up 4 wickets in the first session. Derbyshire not so much, having decided to bat first. If you're listening on and watching on the stream, we will be back in time for the resumption in around about the end of this season. Almost certainly won't play against Sussex, you wouldn't have thought, when the groups split for the second, I was going to say round of matches, but it's not a round of matches at all, is it? It's the second part of the championship season. Anyway, we're about to get back underway here. And it's Harry Kame on strike. He leaves the first delivery sent down by Jamie Porter. Allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Adam Wheater. And 77 for 4 after winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first. Isn't necessarily how Derbyshire would have planned the first day of this match. We saw just one over before lunch of Simon Harmer. I'm sure we'll see more of him as the game moves on. As Porter from the city end in, and Kame pushes it out towards Pepper. A backward point. And there's no run. So Finn Hudson-Prentice potentially not going to bat until possibly even down as low as number 9 in this match. Harvey Hussain and Alex Thompson may well come in ahead of him, although it's a close thing between Thompson and Hudson. I would have thought Hudson-Prentice. I would have thought. See what crowd reaction is when he walks out to bat, as this next one is left alone. A good leave from Harry Kame. Ball goes through to the keeper. Elsewhere in the early stages of the afternoon sessions, in fact they're just emerging from lunch. They haven't emerged previously from lunch. Clearly Nottinghamshire 73 for 2 against Durham at Chester Street. Gloucestershire 85 for 3 against Hampshire at Cheltenham. Porter's in again. A couple of slips and 3 slips. One's at 4th though. Jimmy Neesham, that one is left alone outside the off-stump. Middlesex 90 for 1 against Leicestershire at Merchant Taylors. Northamptonshire are 83 for 2 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. Sussex are 51 for 2 against a very hastily thrown together Kent side after their entire T20 squad was told to isolate. So that's a decent effort from Sussex, who are also struggling this season. Porter is in, and that one is turned to the leg side by Harry Kame for no run. The Roses match sees Lancashire on 96 without loss after being asked about first in Leeds, and Somerset at 96 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. I think it's a women's international this afternoon, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
T20 international against India at Hove. And of course the West Indies have, I don't know how long that series against Australia is. Ben McDermott, formerly of Derbyshire, very briefly. Porter bowls. Oh, that goes past the edge of Harry Kame's bat. Good start, good tight start from Jamie Porter to the afternoon session. A maiden over, 77 for 4 it remains, deployed 27. Kame has 7. The West Indies wrapped up, I keep saying wrapped up, I don't know how long the series is. Went 2-0 up in the T20 international series against Australia overnight. He hasn't scored too many runs, Ben McDermott, but then again, no, the Australians have, so I don't think we should single him out for any particular reason. I'm going to see Simon Harmer operate for the rest of the match from the racecourse end.
even when Essex are batting.
Yes, well, that would be useful.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Going to bowl initially to Leas Deploy, 27 not out. Easily the innings so far for Derbyshire. And did play one particularly noteworthy shot, the Dilshan scoop, adapted from a right-hander to a left, hitting a ball for 6 in the process. As here Deploy, and great contrast, comes into full defensive mode and keeps the next ball out of his stumps, or the first ball of this over from Harmer, as though his life depended on it. Harmer is in, bowls, and this ball played to mid-wicket. Score remaining 77 for 4, so no changes to the score since lunch. Harmer in again, bowls to Deploy, hits it down to mid-on. Porter doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they were going to get through for the single regardless. And that takes the score to 78 for 4, 28 to deploy.
That run rather smacked of the question, how do you play Simon Harmer from the non-striker's end?
Yes.
What's Leas Deploy's answer?
Harmer to Harry Kane. Slipping the back pad in, and he's gone. Just edging that through to Wheater. And Kane is out, caught behind off Simon Harmer, who gets his first wicket here for 7. And, well, if that's for 5, I should say, 78 for 5. If that's the shape of things to come, Derbyshire should be very grateful to Tom Westley for delaying Harmer's entrance into the Essex attack until the very last over before lunch.
Yes. Yes, it was just nothing more than a defensive push forward, was it, really, from Harry Kane, who, in his first-class innings for Derbyshire, perishes for 5. He won't be the last person that Simon Harmer gets out. Well, he won't be the last person in this match, I wouldn't have thought, but he's a high-class spinner, Simon Harmer. And with the 4th ball of his 2nd over, he's taken a wicket. Oh dear, oh dear. And now everybody peers across to the left to see Alex. Oh, Harvey Hussain. Harvey Hussain, of course it is. Come out to bat, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. He will join Leas Deploy. He'll be hoping that enough batsmen can hang around with him for him to even get to 50 at this rate. He's on 28. 78 for 5, so just slightly over halfway to the magical figure of 150 for Derbyshire. Something they failed to achieve in 7 of the last 11 innings, as we all know.
Just looking elsewhere today, Chester-le-Street, Nottinghamshire 77 for 2 against Durham. At Worcester, Warwickshire 110 for 1 against Worcestershire. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 87 for 3 against Hampshire. And whoever wins that game will almost certainly qualify with Somerset for Division 1 status in the second half of the campaign. At Lords, Middlesex 91 for 1 against Leicester. At the Oval, excuse me, Somerset 100 for 2 against Surrey. At Cardiff, Northants 87 for 2 against Glamorgan. Sussex are 51 for 2 at Canterbury against a much changed Kent side. And Lancashire 97 without loss against Yorkshire at Headingley. Harmer to bowl to the new batsman, Harvey Hussain, yeah, with a slip, back pad, bowls now. Nice loop on that. They're going to steal a single here. That's well played into the offside. Cook has to make his way from backward point towards point itself, and in the time it takes him, they get through for a single. 79 for 5.
Well, statistically, Harvey Hussain is Derbyshires best batsman at 44, an average of 44 in the championship.
Harmer is in around the wicket to a left-handed deploy. A late adjustment there. Just manages to stab the ball out into the offside. Harmer clasps his head in his hands because it did look to all the world as if that one had got through. But well done to Deploy, who survives on 28. Hussain has won 79 for 5 at the end of the 29th over.
He looked a little startled there, did Leas Deploy, didn't he? As the ball clearly turned. And he'd gone back into his stump, so if his hand-eye coordination hadn't been up to it, I'm afraid he might have been the second victim in the over. As it was, he got some bat on it, which was good news for him, good news for Derbyshire. 29 overs gone now. We're a little behind. Over 8, -2.
Well, that'll change, of course, with Harmer continuing to operate. And it was alarming enough the way the quicker bowlers were getting through, but that is particularly alarming over from a Derbyshire point of view.
Jamie Porter bowls to Harvey Hussain, who pushes this out to Pepper at backward point, and there's no run.
Well, the Essex attack hasn't been as lethal as it usually has been in recent seasons, but of course they did have a pretty good time of it in the reverse fixture at Chelmsford, and they're looking very much back to their most dangerous again here.
Yes, and what's the common factor there?
Well, yes, indeed. Simon Harmer.
The opposition, I was thinking.
Oh, well, yes, I mean, that's the other common factor.
Porter in from the city and left alone by Hussain to go through to the keeper, Wheater. Yes, no, I was entirely thinking of the opposition. Harmer is a very high-class operator, as we all know.
Well, it is a shame that Derbyshire are struggling so much to score runs this season, because last season they were pretty close to actually qualifying for the BWT final. And one can only hope that they get all their missing players back for next year.
Yeah, they get hammered in the game that they needed to win. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Harvey's head. It almost falls over as he plays that shot out into the offside.
And of course, very sad news that during the lunch hour of Finn Hudson-Prentice
yes, not
going
great.
back to Sussex.
Not great from a Derbyshire perspective. Good for Finn because he's moving back to his home county where he learnt his cricket before going off to the MCC Young Cricketers when he was released by Sussex earlier on in his career. But he'd be sadly missed here at Derby. I'm looking forward to the reception he gets as this next delivery from Porter is guided by Hussain down to towards third man. Is it going to reach the boundary? No, it isn't. Pepper gets there, and they're going to come back for a third, and they're going to come back comfortably for a third, because the throw, when it eventually arrives back on the square, is pretty much bang in the middle of the square, equidistant between two sets of stumps. And they went through for three, so they've run another three. That's a couple of threes they've had. Perhaps they were listening to us earlier on.
Well, they certainly could do with taking advantage of every run they can get. If they're to stop this almost vicious cycle, as distinct from circle, of scores under 150.
Somebody off to the nets or coming back from the nets. Coming back from the nets. The spikes on the concrete down below us. Around the wicket comes Porter to the left-handed Duploy, who defends it up towards Snater at mid-off. And there's no run. Looks like most of the 850 available tickets have been taken today. Decent-ish crowd. There'll be more spectators to our right and left that we can't see without contorting ourselves. I usually bang my head on the window because it's a lot closer than it looks.
Yeah.
That toughened glass. So I'm not going to do that, as much as many people would enjoy it. As Porter is in, and that one is fiddled into the offside. Hussain calls deploy through for a comfortable single as Ryan Tendescarter does the fielding. Harvey Hussain gets off strike.
Yes.
Called him through very sharply. Yes, we'll have one there. Last ball of the over. Thanks very much. We'll take that. 83 for 5.
Whereas Deploy had a look round before he set off.
Are you sure?
And in the end, reluctantly said, damn it, there is one there. So
Might be tight.
I'll go. But, yeah, and Hussain very pleased to get down to the non-striker's end, where it's generally agreed it is the very best place from which to play Simon Harmer, who's going to come around the wicket to bowl to Leas Deploy with slip, a bat pad. And Harmer begins this over to Deploy. And that one was a fairly easy one to play back to the bowler, which he duly did. 83 for 5, 29 to Deploy and 4 to Hussain.
Got to get to the point where the ball pitches, really, haven't you? Otherwise,
yes,
it's in the lap of the gods then.
So this will be a bit shorter, I fancy, and indeed it is, a lot shorter, as it's equally played firmly back to the bowler. And Harmer probably, his ideal length would be an exact cross between those two.
Yeah.
A halfway point between the two. The first one was a bit over pitched, the second one too short. Comes in again, that's more like it, and it duly turns, but very nicely played by Deploy. May well go for 4. It's Brown herring after it with commendable enthusiasm, and he's knocked it back. There'll be a controversy or two. Did he just touch the rope there? But they'll take his word for it. No, indeed not, sir. And they get through 4. Now, did they take 2 or 3? 2 there.
3.
Oh, it's 3, I beg your pardon. 86 for 5.
The umpire asks the fielder says, how on earth am I supposed to concentrate on pulling the ball back and if my toes touch the rope?
Harmer over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls, well enough played by Hussain to mid-on, 86 for 5. Deploy now on to 32 after that helping of 3 runs.
I think he did pull it back in time personally.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
Here is Harmer again. Bowls, and it's played back to the bowler, and score remaining at 86 for 5. And Deploy dropped on one, we can now confirm. We thought he probably had been, but it was the case. As profited, as this next ball is played into the covers for a single by Hussain, who moves up to 5, 87 for 5, and a very good job from the Derbyshire point of view that Wheater wasn't able to cling on to the catch when Deploy had made only 1, or they'd be in far worse straits than they are at 87 for 5, and that completes the 31st over.
Just going back to that boundary that wasn't a boundary and clearly wasn't a boundary, it's interesting, isn't it? And I find it fascinating that umpires are happy to take the fielder's opinion, or word's a better word, well, it is a word anyway, that they haven't gone over the boundary, but they're not willing to take the fielder's word that they've taken a clean catch.
Yeah,
and they have to start talking to each other, and then, anyway, Porter's in and bowls to Hussain, who fences at that one outside the off stump. Bit more bounce from Porter. Hussain really ought to have left it alone. The fact that he decided to have a go at it could only have ended up in disaster, really, unless he'd have got a thick edge on it and looped it over the slips and down to the third man boundary. He didn't get any touch on it, fortunately for him, so he remains there on 5, looking to keep Deploy company for as long as possible. That one is driven into the ground and out into the offside by Hussain. Taken in the covers by Brown.
No, I mean, there's been a number of perfectly fair catches taken, and the camera, it's its greatest weakness, actually, the camera, in not being able definitively to identify when the catch has been cleanly taken.
Yeah. But even in matches without cameras, as Porter bowls to Hussain, who again pushes it out to Brown in the covers. We've had a couple this season where the batsmen have stood their ground, as they're entitled to do, and the umpires don't ask the fielder, they sort of ask each other, and then either send them on their way or not. It just creates a bit too much ill feeling for my liking.
Yeah.
You know, he's taken a catch. Yeah, off you go. Anyway, 87 for 5. Hussain has 5 of those. He's on strike now as Porter bowls to, and he pushes it up towards mid-off. It's fielded by Ryan Tenderscarter, and there's no run. It's not Ryan Tenderscarter, it's Tom Wesley. I apologise. Tenderscarter is clearly somewhere else, because he isn't where Tom Wesley is. Would he go under the helmet? He is under the... Yeah, so he's at mid-wicket with the fielding pads on. There he is. I remember him being under the helmet for a long, long time at Chelmsford.
That's right.
Oldest man in the team under the helmet. Whatever next. This one's pushed out into the offside, where Pepper fields at backward point.
Well, if you're as good a fieldsman as he is in that position, age becomes fairly irrelevant. And what I think is ridiculous is the policy in a lot of county cricket that whoever the stooge in the side is, the youngest player, who's probably never fielded there in his life all the way up, suddenly says, you're the youngest, here are you, wear that, because it's vital being able to take catches there, and you want someone who knows what he's doing in that position.
They took a couple of good ones there.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at him and see how many he did take, but I can remember at least 2.
Yeah, I think it was more than that.
Yeah, I think so. Porter bowls to Hussain, who pushes this up to mid-on. Snater does the fielding. He's easily identifiable. And it's the end of a maiden over from Jamie Porter. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. And now Derbyshire have virtually ground to a halt.
Yes, 87 for 5, 10 added in 5 overs since lunch. We've got overcast, but nevertheless quite bright light at the moment. Just a bit of a hint that the sun is trying to find a way through the canopy overhead of cloud. And in the meantime, it'll be Harmer around the wicket to the left-handed Leas Deploy.
6 catches Tenderscarter took in that match at Chelmsford. All at short leg,
Yeah.
I fancy.
So here comes Harmer. Racecourse end, bowls a little bit short, steered away to backward point. They go through for a quick single, and that was going to be tight if the throw had hit direct. It was a risky single because it went straight to the man at 45 behind the wicket on the offside. And anyway, obviously very keen to get away from the strike, albeit in fairness to Deploy, it wasn't his call, and it was Hussain who went for the run. Deploy has 33, Hussain now into strike. Harmer bowls to him, beautifully pitched, and that ball has gone clean through Hussain's defences and redeemed only by the bounce being sufficient to go over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, turned into him as you would expect.
Harmer to the right-handed Hussain. This time he meets that with a good forward defensive shot, goes out to Snater at mid-wicket, no run.
Can't play for that spin though, as we discussed earlier.
No.
God, absolute minefield out there.
Harmer again. To Hussain, who plays this down to sort of gully position. There's no run. You listen to commentary on behalf of BBC Essex, BBC Radio Derby Online. Paul Newton here with Dave Fletcher. And Harmer looking for his second wicket of this innings. Bowls, and that ball's played very nicely. It was a bit too short from Harmer. It's going out towards the cover boundary. May just be hauled back and will be. And they're able to come back for the latest in a whole series of threes.
But nothing but threes.
Yep, had about half a dozen after three possible opportunities were eschewed earlier on, but been taken with unfailing regularity since. 91 for 5, Hussain up to 8.
Yeah, it's good running.
Harmer to the left-handed Deploy. Slipping a back pad in. Deploy stretches forward and stuns the ball just a few yards out to be retrieved from slip by Alistair Cook, moving round towards gully. Another Harmer over ends, no further damage to Derbyshire, who close that over out at 91 for 5. Deploy it 33, Hussain 8.
Bit of a scramble there for the hand sanitizer. 1/12th man had come on to remove fielding helmet, so another has to come on and squirt people's hands.
Yes, it gets ever more absurd, this game of cricket.
Yeah. Well, it's the alarm bells that go off when somebody in the crowd touches the ball in a T20 that makes me laugh.
Yes, yeah.
There we go. Brooke Guest, of course, I should have mentioned this, his half century that he's got this season came in that game at Chelmsford when he made 65 in the second innings, having made 49 in the first before becoming one of Harmer's 9 victims.
Played very well in that game. Porter's in. Bowls, a very pleasant drive here. It's half stopped by Brown, diving to his right at cover. Mid-off runs round to complete the fielding, but Wesley unable to avoid 2 more runs coming onto the board, and Derbyshire move up to 93 for 5. And Hussain, who's looked quite good so far, he's been beaten comprehensively a couple of times, but the rest of the time he's got some nice shots and settles over his bat as Porter reaches the top of his run-up at the city end. Here at the Incora County Ground at Derby. Ooh, play and a miss here. Now that wasn't a good shot because Hussain didn't move his feet at all and just hung the bat out to dry basically, and fortunately for him it didn't just clip the edge, but he wouldn't want to repeat that MO with the score 93 for 5.
That was a bit of a mess on my part then. I think I've completely missed the cue. There we go. It's Porter from the city end. Bowls and beats Harvey Hussain. Pushing forward. Got a good stride in. Didn't get the bat anywhere near the ball though.
No, that's Porter understandably looks a little bit aghast, and I was saying earlier that situations where in his best season back in 2017 he got 74 wickets, and those sort of scenarios would have taken the edge.
Yeah.
But this time they're just not quite doing so. He has got 1 wicket today, however, and he's bowled well.
This got the 3 slips. Sun trying to poke through. This next one from Porter's left alone by Hussain to go through to Wheater. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Fairly standard. The field for Jamie Porter, who's in his 11th over. Doesn't concede many runs, just 25 conceded so far, 93 for 5. Same weights, lifts his bat as Porter bowls him, and then he keeps his bat raised as he allows it to go through to the keeper. Showers around 5, I'm told. That's the latest intelligence. Well, that might just be wishful thinking on the ground staff's part.
Well, certainly be no surprise, because it's been a track of weather really for the last few weeks of sort of mainly dry, but
I saw a chart that showed you why it was doing it, but I still didn't understand it. Porter's in and bowls to Hussain, who pushes it out into the offside. A cry of wait as it goes straight to Pepper. And the over comes to an end at 93 for 5. Deploy 33, Hussain 10. Sort of curled, didn't it? There's the jet stream and all that.
Yeah, I was going to say the jet stream appears to be the dominant factor in the weather. Never used to hear about it in the old days, but basically, if that wavy line you've seen on the weather charts is to the north of Britain, then the result is that warm and dry weather is drawn up from the south. But if it's if the line comes on the British Isles or below, then Arctic weather and all sorts of horrible beasties are drawn up from the north or down from the north. Harmer begins a new over, and this ball's pleasantly played into the offside, fielded by Shane Snader. Harmer reacts as though he almost had his man there, but he could fool me. And this is the 35th over of the Derbyshire innings. Harmer is in and bowls to deploy. Good use of the feet. Comes down the pitch a couple of paces, plays it back to the bowler and scuttles back into his crease again, as though feared not only of losing his wicket, but of Harmer hurling the ball back and hitting him. And Harmer comes again and bowls, and this ball's played again out to Shane Snater at extra cover.
He did that in the T20 on Friday night. Came down the track to a bowler, played a defensive shot, and then hurtled back into his crease.
Harmer again bowls, and this ball is just tucked into the onside, fielded by the back padsman, if we can invent that word, Ryan Tenduscarter. Harmer has an interesting approach, because he comes first of all in, almost touching the umpire, and then slightly out again, and then delivers it from fairly wide on the crease there, and bowls and elicits a defensive push back to the bowler, and score remaining 93 for 5. The sun really is trying very hard to make its presence felt without quite succeeding. Harmer bowls again, and solid in defence is Leas Deploy. It remains on 33. They had got him up for 34 a moment ago, but they've whipped him off it. And 10 to Hussain, and it's 93 for 5, and that is in 35 overs.
Yeah, the last thing they need is for runs to be taken off them, isn't it? The Derbyshire batsman, it's hard enough out there anyway. The lights are off now, which is good news, which suggests that there's going to be a prolonged spell where we're not going to require the floodlights.
Wesley, who's always been the ball polisher for Essex, going right back to his early days, and he can't get out of the habit. Even as captain, he's still doing it. He's fielding it mid-off, but it's Porter.
On his way in to bowl to Harvey Hussain, who guides this one out into the offside. Nick Brown's there to do the fielding. They must be the original boots he got when he became a professional. Looking a little bit tired from this distance. Anyway, you'll probably find that that's exactly the style he likes. Just sort of dusty coloured, in effect.
Well, players do, if at all possible, and the boots are still usable, they do like to stick to what they find comfortable.
Next delivery from Porter in, and that's a short delivery that Hussain has absolutely nothing to do with it.
I remember Derek Pringle, the former Essex and England all-rounder, who very tall man, very big feet, and he used to cut a hole in the toes of his boots, and of course it looked as though, you know, oh, you must be absolutely skint, mate, but actually it was nothing to do with money. It's just that that's how he liked them, you know, in order to be comfortable.
A lot of pressure on the toes, isn't there, when your front foot lands?
Absolutely.
There's Porter in now, and Hussain leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, they sort of started putting sponges, wearing a size too large, and putting sponges in there and all sorts of to try to protect the toes.
And also, for a very big man with big feet, therefore, you know, you reach the largest size that most firms tend to make in footwear.
Yes.
So you just have to get the biggest you can get and then cut a hole in the toe.
Porter in again, and Hussain drives it very pleasantly, but Nick Brown moves to his right, stops it with his right hand. And the score remains 95 for 5. These two batsmen occupying the crease as much as anything, trying to get the runs where they can, but at the moment that's proving to be troublesome. As Hussain waits and leaves this one alone outside the off stump as well. Go through to Wheater. You'd expect it to become a slightly easier track on which to bat as the heat gets to it. The sun, as Paul said, is trying to break through, largely without success, but there are some shadows out there, and it feels perfectly pleasant at the moment.
Yeah, the pitch doesn't look as green as it was, you know, at 11 o'clock this morning.
It's Derbyshire 5 down, though, so the damage has largely been done as Porter's next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Pepper comes around from the backward point to do the fielding on this occasion.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that most captains on winning the toss today, when you bear in mind the conditions, the very poor light when play started, and the very greenish nature of the pitch, would have said, you know, the conditions not going to get any worse for batting than this, so let's put the opposition in.
I'd concur.
Yeah, I think Essex would have perhaps not been 5 down, but I think there'd have been at least 3 down.
Hussain drives, but straight to Pepper on this occasion. Tumbling stop by him at backward point. It's the end of the over. There was a no ball in there that I missed completely. 95 for 5 at the end of the over. I don't know anything about Michael. There's a number of cricketers I don't know much about, but I don't know anything about Michael Pepper.
Well, now he is a wicket-keeper batsman who actually made his debut 3 or 4 seasons ago. Until this season, he'd sort of gone a couple of years without anything of note, and he actually stood in for Adam Wheater when Wheater broke a thumb in the first game of 2019, only for Pepper himself to break a digit and suffer appendicitis at the same time. Come back to that in a moment, but here's Harmer as the sun now is out. Now the appeal for LBW, it's going to be given not out by James Middlebrook, and score remaining 95 for 5. But Pepper has come back in this season, and in the first innings made 92 up at Chester-le-Street, and Essex have been struggling generally, hence Pepper's coming into the side. This ball goes through outside off stump, no run. And whereas the other batsmen, after a run of low scores, had looked out of form, Pepper came in, looked fearless, played very well indeed. He's done pretty well in the T20s recently, so he is an improving cricketer as Harmer is in bowls, and this ball's played back to Harmer. He does, Pepper's a man who plays through the line of the ball and plays very stylishly. His drives are very pleasant to watch. Harmer, in the meantime, with the sun out for the first time today, or certainly during the hours of play today, comes in bowls, and the left-handed deploy just plays this ball down toward mid-off. Shane Snater from extra cover nips across. There's a man on the long off boundary. Perversely, it's the captain on the long off boundary, Tom Wesley. And next ball is played firmly back to Harmer. There's no run. And, well, we saw some very definite turn from Harmer at times, straight after lunch. He hasn't actually turned anything much in his last 2 or 3 overs. As he bowls again here. Oh, and the attempt at the sweep here from Deploy, and just as well that one was bouncing over the stumps because he missed it. And had the ball kept a bit lower, he'd have been bowled. But it's a maiden over, 95 for 5.
Yes, it's the most aggressive shot that either batsman's played for 3 overs or more, and almost proved to be his undoing.
Well, I think facing Harmer does cause a batsman to lose patience after a while, and not a good idea.
Yeah. Should be scoring more runs. Should be scoring more runs.
Yes. I mean, it's a 4-day game, and Derbyshire would be ever so well advised to say, don't worry about slow scoring rate. Just stay out there, for heaven's sake.
Yes, it's not been the mindset, sadly.
There's all the time in the world over 4 days.
Yeah. We've still got plenty of overs left today, as this one is the new over from Porter begins with a push back towards him by Harvey Hussain, and he picks up 2 runs for it. It was a nice shot, that, from Hussain.
It was very nice shot.
Just to the onside of the stumps at the far end.
The coach will be pleased with him, I think, because he does play. Not only does he play pretty correctly, but he tries to. Now, not all batsmen manage even that, and of course that doesn't mean you're going to score a lot of runs, but it's a start.
Absolutely. 59 overs, including this one remaining in the day, in fact. Couldn't find it on the scoreboard initially. Porter's in, and Hussain leaves. A very late decision to leave as well. He's pulled his bat out of the way, swivels at the hip, at the waist, and turns away from the ball as it goes through to Wheater.
Yes, if one had a criticism of the scoreboard, it's not easy actually to see how many overs have gone.
But sometimes it's not easy to see full stop when the sun's shining.
Yes.
We are getting a new scoreboard that we're getting.
Right.
All singing, all dancing. Yeah, very excited. I think it's in a container ship somewhere. As, Porter bowls, Hussain edges, and it's taken comfortably by Wheater. He had to reach a long way to hit that one, Harvey Hussain. He'd be very, very angry with himself for that. But Wheater took the catch very comfortably indeed, and it's a 2nd wicket in the innings for Jamie Porter as Hussain goes for 12 and Derbyshire 97 for 6.
Well, I'm afraid they are. I think Dave Houghton will be tearing his hair out with the batsman there and sort of saying, look, you played a lovely shot a couple of balls earlier, back past the bowler, straight back. What possessed you to reach to your maximum stretching capacity merely to give a very friendly offering through to the wicket-keeper? And if he hadn't been in the right place, well, 3 slips probably would have been if you've got a slightly thicker edge. In other words, it's a case of a batsman actually helping the bowler.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave it alone. He did well to get anything on it, if that makes any sense, because obviously he shouldn't have got anything on it, but he had to reach a long, long way for that one. This looks like it could be Finn Hudson-Prentice. Let's see what reaction his name gets when it's read out by the public address. I think it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. It could be Alex Thompson. I'll leave it to the announcer. Alex Thompson's taller than Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think it is Thompson, in fact. Eyes craning. We still can't see who it is. Forgive me, because we don't have the actual batting order. But it's Thompson, that. Yeah. I'm going Thompson. I'm confident. John Brown next door, who's doing the PA, isn't confident. So he hasn't said anything yet, but I'm saying Alex Thompson. Because Finn Hudson-Prentice isn't that tall, and his hair will be sticking out the back of his helmet as well. Can you see the number? 15, yeah, Thompson. There we go. Only took me 5 minutes to work it out. 97 for 6.
As we often say, who'd be a commentator?
Well,
Not us.
I don't know. I can think of nothing else I'd rather be doing than watching cricket.
No.
Sometimes it just tests you a little bit. Jimmy Neesham's just wondering whether he should be at third slip or fourth slip, and third is the answer. Porter sets off and then realises he's not quite back to his mark, so he goes back a couple of steps, and now he's on his way in to bowl to the new batsman Thompson, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Wheater. Was that a no ball?
Not sure.
No, there was a signal. I wasn't sure. It might just have been there's 2 left in the over, the signal that the umpires give each other, so I'll have to wait and see if anything gets added.
Yes, because I did notice the current umpire, Neil Mallender, standing at the City end, suddenly thrust his arm out parallel, but he seemed to be signalling something to James Middlebrook rather than the actual scorers.
There are 2 deliveries left. 97 for 6 as Thompson leaves alone again outside the off stump. And there's no run. Thompson signed a 2-year contract, a 2.5-year contract effectively, after a brief loan spell from Warwickshire. Had been on loan up at Durham earlier in the season, but didn't play any first team cricket up there. He's an off spinner by trade. The chairman told me he was an investment for the future. He can bat, I'm told. He gets an inside edge onto his pads there, and it wasn't a no ball, it was 2 for the over, because that's the end of the over. 97 for 6 now. Another successful over for Essex. 2 runs from it, and the wicket of Harvey Hussain deploys on 33. He needs people to stick around out there with him. The South African. Thompson yet to get off the mark.
Porter just having a natter with umpire James Middlebrook, and don't think Porter would have played in the era where Middlebrook was at several seasons at Essex, very decent off spinner, having come down from Yorkshire. But looks like they know each other. And Harmer, in the meantime, another off spinner, is going to be bowling to Leas Deploy. Deploy, good use of the feet. Hits it to mid-on, immediately spots the chance to get out of the firing line of Simon Harmer. Single to Jamie Porter, who's fairly deep at mid-on. 98 for 5, deployed to 34.
He doesn't mind a sharp single, Leas Deploy.
Especially if it's getting off strike when facing Harmer. Alex Thompson, meanwhile, in to face fellow off-spinner Simon Harmer. And comes forward, lovely, elegant off-drive here. It doesn't bring him a run. Hit it too well, actually, if there'd be any hope of repeating the single that Deploy took to Porter at the start of this over. Very blustery, you can probably hear the wind blowing. As here again, looking very competent and indeed confident. Nicely stroked out into the offside, where Michael Pepper fields. No run. Thompson not yet off the mark, but facing Harmer with a fair degree of assurance so far. Now turns the next ball to Wesley to mid-on. Wesley at mid-on, I should have said. And Derbyshire too light at getting to 100 here, but with a worrying 6 wickets down. Deploy offering the hope that if he can only find a partner to stick with him, he could be good for quite a few more on 34. Harmer bowls to Thompson. Drops a dead bat on the ball, returns it whence it came, no run.
Thompson not scarred by the game at Chelmsford.
No. A good one to have avoided.
Well, I arrived after that, so.
Harmer's in and bowls to him. And again, everything right about the way he's played Harmer so far. Steers it down to Porter at mid-off. The over ends. 1 run from it from the very first ball. Deploy had moved on thereby to 34. Thompson yet to get off the mark, but looking confident in the way he's gone about his job. And Derbyshire at the end of 39 overs are 98 for 6.
It is 5 runs off the last 5 overs and the loss of the wicket of Harvey Hussain. So Essex starting to turn the screw here on a Derbyshire side they know is fragile. Confidence must be virtually shot by now, you would have thought. Bless him, Sam Cook forgot it was a left-hander, so he's sprinted from one side of the ground to the other, down at long leg to the left-handed deploy as Porter begins a new over. The first ball is driven up to Wesley at mid-on. And there's no run.
Well, deploy was fortunate when he was dropped behind, when he made only one, but since then, used the feet well and has played with a good deal of assurance.
Has to hang around for a long time to get Derbyshire back into this game, though. He waits now. Around the wicket comes Porter and he drives toe end of the bat. Thompson sets off for what would have been a very dangerous quick single indeed as the ball went straight to Snater. He's fortunate enough not to get too far down the track that he couldn't get back in time. 98 for 6 it remains. First 50 came in 17 overs. Second 50 is going to take considerably longer. It's already 19. As he uses his feet again there, deployed, clips it into the leg side, gets a ripple of applause. I think the applause is mainly for the fact that the 100 is up for Derbyshire. They're 100 for 6. It's come in the 40th over. Is that right? Blimey, it is. In fact, it's taken 23 overs to get the second 50.
Yes, it wouldn't matter if it was sort of 100 for 3, let's say.
No.
It's the 6 that's the problem. Deploy's using his feet to come well forward to Porter. A little bit surprised Wheater hasn't gone to stand up to the stumps again.
Yeah. Around the wicket he comes. This time he raises his bat out of the way and lets it go through to the keeper.
Having said that, Porter's that bit quicker than Cook, and that probably, the consideration is probably that Porter's just a bit too quick, even though he's not express pace, but a bit too quick to stand up to the stumps. And Deploy obviously loves that characteristic of taking 2 steps down the track to the quicker bowlers.
He looks quick enough to me.
Yes.
More than quick enough. He's on his way in again. Bowls to Deploy, who gets a leading edge out into the offside as he tried to turn that into leg, and Neesham comes from third slip to do the fielding. 1 ball left in this over. And I'll nip off and do an update. Well, I won't nip anywhere because I never move out of this chair, but you know what I mean.
2 wickets each here for Porter and Cook, 1 for Snater and Harmer.
Final ball of the Porter over from the city end, bowling to Leas Deploy, who's fiddled at that one outside the off stump. Good delivery, took off as well. Went through to Wheater, end of the over, 100 for 6.
Bowling very well in this spell since lunch. Jamie Porter picked up 1 wicket and will feel that he might well have deserved more than that. But 100 for 6 up on the board in 40 overs. And Simon Harmer will continue from the racecourse end here at the Incora County Ground at Derby. Sun for the moment, though not far away, has disappeared. Light still good. Had the floodlights on for the entirety of the morning session. They're no longer needed. Harmer's in bowls to Alex Thompson. He's a tall man and an off-spinner himself. Off-spinners often play their own kind well. So far, he's dealt with Harmer effortlessly, as there's no run from that mine. It goes to Pepper at cover. Harmer bowls again. That's nicely turned, but straight to Snater at mid-wicket, and Harmer has this ability to kind of besiege batsmen and hem them in. And when they do try and play a shot, it tends to go straight to a fieldsman as he comes in again. Bowls to Thompson, plays it straight to Pepper. cover. Still to get off the mark, Thompson, but equally still to look at all phased by the challenges Harmer presents. This next one, nice use of the feet, lovely shot, but straight at the mid-wicket fieldsman, Shane Snater. Doesn't field it cleanly, but stops it, and there isn't a chance for a run. You have a deep mid-wicket, a little bit squarer than the man in at conventional mid-wicket. Nick Brown is well out, about 20 yards out from the boundary. Next one goes to Snater, inside the circle in inverted commas. Conventional mid-wicket, no run. 100 for 6. Harmer bowls, and again Snater's the man who does the fielding. Batsman playing Harmer with the turn. Wasn't any exaggerated turn during that over, so 100 for 6, in which Wood made 2, Guest 13, Rees 16, Critchley 9, Kame 5, Hussain 12, Deploy 36 not out, Thompson yet to get off the mark. And to come just Finn, Hudson Prentice, Michael Cohen and Ben Aitchison. Sam Cook replaces Jamie Porter. It's bowled very well since lunch. 2 wickets for both Cook and Porter, 1 each for Harmer and Snater. And it will be Leas Deploy facing Cook's first ball of this post-lunch spell around the wicket, city end, and forward 2 paces, just then turning a ball bang on the stumps down to fine leg Jamie Porter for a single, and Deploy on to 37. Thompson now comes into strike, and he has yet to get off the mark. 101 for 6, and we're in the 41st over.
I'm back, sorry. They always ask me what I have for lunch. It's a bit of a Derbyshire-wide obsession, I think. Does Dave Fletcher get enough to eat? Next delivery of the Porter over is pushed. It's not Porter at all, it's Cook. Come on, Fletcher, keep up. Pushed out into the offside by Alex Thompson, and there's no run. See, all sorts has happened since I was away. They've changed the bowling without telling me. Deploy 37, Thompson yet to get off the mark, but it looks all right out there at the moment. As Paul was saying, eminently competent. He's also wearing one of those sack of potatoes type sleeveless sweaters as he waits for Cook to bowl and leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Doesn't even look back at the bowler, just looks down at his feet as he scratches his guard. The difference being, of course, with his sweater is that it's the right size.
Yeah.
Whereas it was Harry Kane, wasn't it? It looked like he was wearing somebody else's sweater.
Yes, it did. It was a bit big for him.
Yeah. Yeah, so this one doesn't look quite as netball dress-like.
There's something very precise about Thompson. You know, he looks very well turned out.
He waits now. Leaves alone outside the off stump once more. 2 balls left in the over. You're not fooling me again, Mr. Malander. As he stretches out his right arm, points it to James Middlebrook at square leg. But runs very hard to come by at the moment for Derbyshire. It's all about staying out there, eating up some time, tiring the bowlers out. But of course, as Paul explained earlier, as Porter comes in and bowls, and that one is played up towards Snater at mid-on. There's no run. If you've got Simon Harmer bowling at one end, you can pretty much rotate your seamers and quick men from the other end, and they're not going to get tired. So stick out there, pick up the runs when they come along.
Yeah, it's been, ever since Harmer was signed for the 2017 season, it's rather transformed Essex's fortunes, and this formula has worked very well for them.
Final ball of the Porter over. Oof. Inside edge, possibly onto pad, and then up to mid-on. One arm raised by Cook. I might have said Porter, I apologise. As he gets the end of his follow-through. It's a dot ball to finish the over, just the single from that first delivery from it. Deploy 37. Thompson yet to get off the mark, having faced 19 deliveries now. 101 for 6 Derbyshire. 2 wickets have fallen since lunch. Came for 5, Hussain for 12. Both to Adam Wheater catches, one off Simon Harmer and one off Jamie Porter.
But Deploy is the man that Wheater didn't catch when the opportunity came, and Deploy had only made 1. He's now made 37. Harmer bowls to Deploy, who has handled everything very well since that reprieve. Just drops the ball down at his own feet and pretty near the feet of Ryan Tenduscarter at bat pad, just 3 yards from the bat. Age 41 now, but still doing the helmet chore as this ball gets up and slightly takes Deploy by surprise, but he fends it off well enough into a silly point sort of position. There isn't one, but can easily be picked up. And Harmer's in again. Bowls to Deploy. Just stops it into the offside. Alistair Cook from slip does the fielding. 101 for 6. Cook back from commentating duties in the 2-match series against New Zealand. Harmer's in bowls, and that ball's nicely played away, but just be a single. Square with the wicket on the offside. And Cook patrolling the cover region. Not Cook, Brown patrolling the cover region. Does the fielding. 102 for 6.
He's got plenty of jobs, Alistair Cook, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Farmer, cricketer, commentator.
Yeah. No mean musician either. Don't know if he does any gigging, but is Harmer in bowls, and this ball's played into the offside. I'm told he plays a mean saxophone. It's funny the way language is used. Mean can be a pejorative term, but in this case a complimentary one. Anything to do with the blues is correctly mean. As here's Harmer in bowls, and the ball's elegantly played outside off stump by Thompson, who, I don't want to talk him out, but he looks someone that you would be more happy to have a bit of money on if someone said, which of these 3 batsmen do you think is actually, because we can look into the future, going to last for more than an hour and a half out there. He would be fairly high on the list of suspects for me, because so far he's handled everything very comfortably. 102 for 6 at the end of that over. He's yet to get off the mark, but it doesn't look as if that concerns him in the least. His job is to accompany Deploy for as long as possible, and Deploy is there on 38.
Yeah, 21 deliveries he's faced now, Alex Thompson. Doesn't look particularly phased by the fact that he hasn't got off the mark.
No, he looks like someone who's got a bit of patience up his sleeve.
Could well need it. As Cook begins a new over around the wicket. Bowls to Deploy, who fiddles this one into the offside. Slightly unconvincingly, Tenduscarter comes in to do the fielding. Snater looks like he's the next cab off the rank, judging by the warming up he's doing at mid-off. Either that or he just likes keeping nicely stretched out. Sam Cook's in again, and this time it's turned into the leg side by Deploy. They've run the first one nice and quickly. They think about coming back for the second and decide against it. It's eventually fielded by Brown, although there was a slide put in by Pepper.
He's impressive, his Deploy, in this innings, because he's got 2 great things going for him. One is he's got a technique that works for him, including being prepared to take a couple of steps down the wicket and outside off stump. It works for him, and if you've got a technique that works for you, that's great. And secondly, his temperament, which includes the virtue of patience, is paying off well for him, because he's not drawn into doing silly things. He's just waiting until he can pick off the right delivery to get a single or a 2.
It brings Alex Thompson back on to strike that single, which means that we're about to see 4 dot balls, I think, because he hasn't played a shot in anger at all, which is to his credit, really.
The problem for Derbyshire is that at least 4 of the 6 men who are now back in the hutch have assisted the bowler in their attempts to get them out, and the reason Deploy is there, albeit he was dropped on 1, but since then he's given the bowlers very, very little leeway.
Taking a single so early in the over, though, means the run rate isn't going to increase anytime soon as Thompson pushes this one out to Michael Pepper at backward point.
That, of course, is the final notch in the armoury of deploy, that if you keep getting a single off the first ball, you can be guaranteed, with no runs coming at the other end, that you can relax for another 2 minutes.
He's having a rest. He's not quite leaning on his bat at the moment, but he is now. 3 for 6. In fact, he's leaning on his bat, looking away from Alex Thompson. Now he turns round as Cook comes in, and that one is defended by Thompson up towards Snater at mid-on.
Talking of deploy, it reminds me of what you often hear said in football, where a commentator will say, and the great virtue of so-and-so is he actually enjoys defending. And thus for the batsman, you know, the trouble is there are too few batsmen on the circuit that you can say he enjoys defending. It doesn't worry him if he gets 30 in the whole session, as long as he's still there to begin the next session. You know, he's having a good time.
Yeah, that's what counts, isn't it?
Yeah.
So many people as Cook is in against. Short ball, he goes for the hook. Does Alex Thompson, misses it, goes through to Wheater, end of the over, 103 for 6. Thompson yet to get off the mark. Deploy has 39. Yeah, so many people who aren't regular county cricket watchers would say that this was boring, but it's far from boring, because it's a really good battle between the bowling side and the two batsmen out there at the minute, and it's who blinks first almost, isn't it? Whether they start trying to do something thinking, well, we need to get these wickets out. They don't, of course, because Derbyshire have scored so few runs and have lost 6 wickets, but do the batsmen suddenly decide that they need to get a move on? Well, if they decide that, then they could be in some strife.
Well, for the moment, Derbyshire has seen off Simon Harmer, because as you rightly said, Shane Snater is coming into the attack at the racecourse end. Yes, of course, we live in a world, what sort of makes it difficult for young players to make their way in the game today is this need for everybody to have a piece of excitement at sort of 30-second intervals, and everything's got to be a headline. If you ever listen to promos for commentary, it's always someone absolutely yelling his head off. Just very often it's something remarkably banal, as Snater around the wicket to the left-hand deploy, and there's that little technique he has of coming 2 steps down the pitch, just fending the ball off into the onside for the single that he's again taken from the first ball of the over. So he moves up to 40, and the score to 104 for 6.
He can take charge of an innings, as he did at Trent Bridge last season when he was on 80 when the number 11 batsman came in. Sam Connor. Sam made 5, and Leas Deploy, in the time that Sam Connors scored his 5 runs, scored a further 70.
As Snater's in, the bowls for the first time to Alex Thompson. And again, everything very correct, plays it down to mid-off. Jamie Porter, 104 for 6. Now, the ultimate in that was a remarkable stand for the last wicket by Kent this season, in which Darren Stevens, who else, at the age of 45, got 100, while whoever it was, I can't remember now, at the other end, scored just 1.
Yeah, I think he only added 50 actually, but it was still very impressive.
As Snater's in bowls, and this ball is played into the offside. No, it wasn't actually. Stevens hit this.
No, Deploy.
Oh, sorry, yes.
No, you're right with the Kent one. Yeah, absolutely.
What an extraordinary cricketer Darren Stevens has been.
Isn't he just?
And of course, Kent were getting rid of him 2 years ago. And
well, he came here on loan for the T20.
Yes.
And I spoke to him at Edgbaston and asked him what his future was, and he said, "I'm not entirely sure. This is the shop window for me, because I want to carry on playing." And he's just been offered a new contract or signed a new contract.
Snater's in bowls. Oh, and that wasn't so assured from Thompson there, as he looked to flick the ball into the onside, missed, taken on the pad, but it was going down leg side. 104 for 6. Yes, I mean, my reaction when it was said in 2019 Kent weren't renewing his contract, I said, we'll have him then for Essex. And sadly it wasn't to be, but great the way 2 years later he's not only still going strong, but been given another year for next year.
But very much like Samit Patel, who was loaned out to Glamorgan, wasn't he, by Notts, but he's still in their T20 side now.
Very good cricketers. Snater's in bowls, and All of a sudden, Thompson looks as if he is getting fed up with not being off the mark, and he plays at a ball he could well have left alone. Fortunately, doesn't get the edge, goes through to Wheater. He remains 0 to Ploy, it remains 40. It's 104 for 6.
He was described as a proper batsman by the skipper Matt Critchley at the end of day 1 of the game at Trent Bridge last week. He made 6 and 2, unfortunately, but they do think highly of him.
Snater bowls to him, and that's a nice shot played into the offside. Jamie Porter at mid-off does the fielding, and once again we've seen an over in which Deploy has taken a single from the first ball, and the rest of the over has been played out by Alex Thompson, and the score 104 for 6.
Clearly warming up out there as Lewis Deploy has a drink brought on by one of the 12th men, and Alex Thompson removes his sleeveless sweater, which will make him look less like a jumble sail, because he has got his Derbyshire shirt tucked into his trousers. Looks far neater, far neater. Sam Cook to continue the 12 overs, 2 for 24 at the moment, 3 maidens.
Yes, it's that bang on to and over that so often is the case with Sam Cook.
Very impressive. Around the wicket to Lewis Deploy, who pushes this down just to the left of Jimmy Neesham at third slip.
And for once doesn't get a run from the first ball of the over.
Well, in the previous over, it was off the second ball, so
oh, right.
See if that pattern continues. Very early in overs, he's been taking a single and leaving Alex Thompson, who's now faced 5 full overs without getting off the mark, 30 balls. Deploy waits, takes a couple of steps towards the bowler and clips it into the leg side, but straight to a fielder, so there is no run from the second ball of the over as Pepper does the fielding. The ball is polished on the back of Tom Wesley's right thigh. He's found himself at first slip again, having spent some time at long on or long off.
Now I think that means Alistair Cook is off the field, hopefully just briefly.
Yes. As Cook is in and he just sways out of the way of that one. Deploy did well.
Yeah, that was actually a good bouncer. Wasn't one of those, well, the first one he bowled,
just looped.
You couldn't possibly have reached it if you tried, but that got up very sharply and expertly avoided by Deploy.
It's one of those bounces that as you move your head back, you think it's still going to hit me, it's still going to hit me.
Yeah.
And it just follows the batsman, but bent his back, got out of the way. Jimmy Neesham's doing something bizarre at full slip. He's crouching down now because Cook's on his way in, and that one is guided to Neesham. He was a shy at the stumps there because he did take a couple of steps down the track. Deployed, got back in plenty of time. And the throw missed anyway. If he's as much of a character on the field as he is on social media, then he'll keep that slip cord and entertain Jimmy Neesham.
Well, it'd be funny if they gave him, you know, another 2 years on his contract for his entertaining value.
I think there's a lot to be said for it.
It's always nice to have a character or two around.
Yes, absolutely. Slips go down. Cook bowls, turned up towards mid-on. Pepper bends down but misses it. I'm assuming that's the 12th man in the sun hat, because I haven't seen anybody in a sun hat previously.
Yes, that is Ben Allison.
Ben Allison.
With a number 65 on his back, who is a promising bowler who played in a couple of earlier games in the championship back in April, and actually coming in round about number 9 made a very good and very important half century, without which I don't think Essex would have beaten Durham, who had a substantial first innings lead of way over 100, which Essex were able to translate into a victory. So haven't heard much of Ben Allison recently. Good to see he's still around.
A slight delay here because Lewis Deploy appears to have broken his bat or there's something wrong. He's not happy with his bat, so he's called for a new bat, and the umpires very sensibly have called for the hand sanitisation break to be taken at the same time, because the 12th man has to go from the boundary's edge up the stairs to go and get a collection of bats for Lears to play. I think he's bringing 2 out. I'm sure he's got more than that.
Something we were hinting at earlier on, this sort of almost, I don't want to make it to trivialise it, but strange obsession that every time a ball is fielded by a member in the crowd, it's all, oh dear, we better get the bottles of sanitizer out straight away, almost as if the suspicion is that everybody's potentially lethal in the crowd. And yet, it does look as though on July the 19th...
nobody will be lethal anymore.
No. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see if there are sanitation breaks after that.
Cook in again, balls to deploy with his new bat. He pushes it up to Snater at mid-off. That was the final ball of the over. We had to wait a while for it. Deploy on 40. Thompson yet to get off the mark. It was a maiden over, which means that Alex Thompson will face the first ball of an over for the first time in a while. 104 for 6. Thompson yet to get off the mark, having faced 30 deliveries. He looks like Finn Hudson Prentice does, Snater, but he looks like somebody out of the film Dodgeball. With the headband in and the hair all over the place. It's a good look.
Yes, he didn't used to look like that, but I think COVID, the combination of COVID and possibly an inability to wield the scissors on himself has led to the almost piratical look he has now as he runs away from us. At the racecourse end, Bowles and Thompson still won't get off the mark as he plays the first ball of the over down to Tom Wesley, the skipper. At mid-off, Alistair Cook, meanwhile, is back on the field, and where else would he be but first slip?
Yes, he doesn't move around a lot, does he?
He doesn't, no. I think he enjoys his senior status. And Snater again. In and bowls to Thompson. And there he is, he's off the mark, and that's going to go for more than one. Be able to come back for a second. Michael Pepper, quick over the ground, keeps the third run at bay. In other words, there are 2 runs from it. And Thompson, with a pleasant clip off the pads, plays it out to deepish mid-wicket. 106 for 6, Thompson underway with 2.
I think the reason he waited so long was so that he'd get that big cheer that he just got for getting off the mark. 32nd delivery that he'd faced.
Snater to bowl to him again, still 3 slips in. And that's nicely played, and they thought about a run there, but extra cover was able, Ben Allison, to just get close enough without actually fielding the ball to dissuade them from taking the single as it goes down to Wesley at mid-off in the end. 106 for 6.
And I know the scoring has dried up, but his innings has been almost as long, just 2 balls short of the Matt Critchley's and Harvey Hussain's, but he's still there. That's the key thing.
And could go on being there for a while yet from the way he's playing, as Snater's in bowls, and not quite what he was intending on this occasion. Thick inside edge, but perfectly safe to Pepper at mid-wicket. 106 for 6.
No, I've got a problem with anybody staying out there. So there's 50 overs left today and 3 more days. I know there is weather about, but...
Snater. Passes umpire James Middlebrook. Bowles, nicely played again, but won't be a run. Slight misfield by substitute Ben Allison. Extra cover running across in front of mid-off, but not in such a way as to concede a single. So still 106 for 6. And we're only just getting to halfway through the day. Some suggestion that might be showers in the post-tea session around about 5 o'clock. Snater in bowls, and this ball is pulled, and it'll be 1 run to Thompson, out to Pepper, who moved out to mid-wicket fairly close to the boundary, and that means that he keeps the strike with that single. He has 3, Alex Thompson, deploy 40, and Derbyshire 107 for 6.
Yeah, he's got that all wrong there, hasn't he? Get a run, a single off the last ball of the over. What's going on?
Well,
no, he's doing a decent job for his team out there at the moment.
He may be about to take over. He may be saying to deploy, you just keep your end up, and I will now start scoring all the runs.
Yes. It pulled the slip Gordon, who have been lining up for the first ball of an over to a left-hander for so long that they did it again, forgetting that Thompson is indeed right-handed. Here is Sam Cook in and bowls to him, and that comes off an edge down towards third man. It's not going to go all the way. Pepper gives chase, slides in. They get back for 2. Well, Pepper sends the ball in. Quite tall for a keeper, Pepper.
Yes, no, that's very true.
Yeah.
And of course, he doesn't tend to get the gloves
No.
with Wheater in that position, and also Will Buttleman, who's here, but occasionally be seen bringing stuff on and off, who's another wicket-keeper batsman. Well, now, having taken 32 balls to get off the mark, I think he's scored from 3 of the last 4 he's faced.
They're taking runs off him on the scoreboard. That one's left alone outside the off stump. Scoreboard had to go backwards to go forward. He's up to 5, I'm fairly sure.
You're
109
right.
for 6.
Yes, I mean, this is a disgraceful way to treat one of your own here.
There's a scoreboard which you have to go backwards to go forwards if you give the runs to the wrong batsman or whatever. And I think it fooled the scorers as well that it was Thompson on strike at the start of an over. He's causing chaos out there. It was him. He has got 5. And he waits now for the next delivery from Sam Cook that is wide enough for him to have nothing to do with as it goes through to Wheater, moving across to his right in front of Alistair Cook at first slip. It's the new scoreboard. Very excitingly, it's going to be an all-singing, all-dancing scoreboard, of course. Why wouldn't it be? It's going to be positioned just to the right of our commentary box here, which means we won't be able to see it. But we're getting little screens in here. You have a screen, don't you?
Yes, we do.
In the box at
Chelmsford, yeah.
Chelmsford. This one is pushed into the leg side by Thompson, who takes a single, which means that Lewis Deploy will get a go.
Yeah, there's just no stopping Thompson now.
No.
I'm convinced he's taken over here. And we could see him having a confab with Deploy. And I think Deploy must have got the first sort of 15 runs or something like that in the partnership. Now has just been told to basically keep an end going.
Yeah, so the last 30 deliveries, Deploy's faced 9 of them and scored 2. Thompson has faced 21 of them and scored 6.
The transference of power, I think they call it.
Yeah, Deploy just having a little rest out there at the moment. Waits now as Cook is into him, bowls a bouncer. It's well taken by Wheater. He saw him advancing and banged one in short just to make sure that he couldn't get anything on it. It was slightly misdirected in the end, and Wheater did well to move across to his right and claim it.
Neil Mallender officiously raises the digit to say that's your 1 for the over. Don't you dare try and bowl such a delivery again.
And then thrusts his hands into his pockets. Checks how many deliveries are left. I reckon there might just be the 1. There's Cook bowls. And that one is off an edge into the air and over Jimmy Neesham's head, and he's going to pick up a very fortuitous couple of runs here. Leah's Deploy. It was off the shoulder of the bat, I think. Certainly the way it looped over Neesham at third slip. He looks at his bat rather quizzically and accusingly, and he picks up 2 more. Moves to 42, end of the over, 112 for 6. Thompson keeps the strike. He'll be on 6.
Yeah, good delivery from Cook. Possibly Deploy having not had much of the strike recently. That can lead to a batsman who's previously been looking rock solid. Just losing a little bit of continuity. But 112 for 6 doesn't sound very good, and indeed isn't. But having said that, it's better than it looked at 31 for 3, for example. Let's just see, it was 8 for 1, 29 for 2, 31 for 3, 59 for 4, 78 for 5, and 97 for 6. So the partnership has only realised 15 runs, but it's taken up over half an hour, and time is a factor in cricket. Just got a slight delay while Thompson, who'd been doing a little bit of adjustment to his equipment, gets his gloves back on and now signifies he's ready to face Shane Snater from the racecourse end. Bowls, and that's gone through for 4 somethings as it goes past the wicket-keeper, and it just brushed the pad. 4-leg buys, 116 for 6. The inevitable brush of gloves between the 2 batsmen there to celebrate 4-leg buys, and 116 for 6 on the board. And it always does seem to me one of the most ridiculous elements of the modern game, the need for 2 batsmen, doubtless at the behest of the coaches. Don't you forget, even if something unspectacular has happened, to make contact with each other. Snater's in and bowls, and model defensive push back past the bowler by Thompson, backed up by Porter, so there's no run there. Porter from mid-on, 116 for 6. So Snater with the 1 wicket to his name, that of Lewis Rees, LBW, and it was only about the 3rd or 4th ball that Snater had bowled in the innings. Here he is now. Thompson forward, plays it back to the bowler. 116 for 6. Certainly Thompson makes a large figure in the crease. It gives the impression that it's going to take quite something for a bowler to get past him. And Derbyshire, who would love to think that they get more than 150, having failed to do so half a dozen times this season, looking as though, whenever these 2 are here, they've got a chance of doing that. Single here, played out to deep square leg. Thompson moves on to 7. 117 for 6. I'm not sure. Yes, I think that board is up to date. So 117 for 6. And just checking, 28, 37, 39. Yes, 48 overs have been bowled at the start of this over, so exactly halfway through the day when this over started. 96 overs in a day. Pleasant push drive here from Deploy, but Wesley very deep mid-on, but there isn't a single. 117 for 6, Deploy on 42. 2 slips now, but a gully in. Cook first, Harmer second. The gully is Jimmy Neesham. Michael Pepper to the left-hander is at point, and Porter at mid-off. Wesley at mid-on, Brown at mid-wicket. Tenduscarter, deep square leg. And Cook on the long leg boundary. Snater bowls. Played down to Wesley at mid-on. By Deploy, the over ends, there's no run there. 117 for 6, Derbyshire choosing to bat. So now we're just past halfway in the day. 49 of the 96 overs have been bowled. Essex with 2 bonus points to their credit already, with 6 wickets taken. Looks as if Jimmy Neesham might be given an over or 2 in the not too far distant future, from the way he's loosening up there at 3rd slip. And 117 for 6.
Sam Cook to continue from the City end. Bowls to Thompson, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Taken by Wheater. Just 5 hours to go until kick-off, they told me at the top of the news. That was the lead news story. 5 hours to go until kick-off in a football match.
And remember, we simply can't contain ourselves.
Well, I should be watching, certainly. I mean, I do have a foot in both camps. I do commentate on football in the winter months.
Well, I'll certainly be watching, but I can contain myself.
Cook, ball's edged on the floor. Neesham half stops it. The ball dribbles down towards third man. They take a single. Neesham diving to his right, just feeling the end of his fingers there, because that's exactly where he caught it, on the end of the fingers. A single to Thompson. He moves to 8, 118 for 6.
Now, I always say with sport, you know, it's fantastic sport. I love most sports, and I wouldn't be without it, but this craze for sort of getting excited before it actually happens strikes me as being greatly overdone.
Cook. Sam, that is, into bowl and pushes it out into the offside. Deploy, they go through for a quick single as Snater comes in from mid-off. Well run, well taken single that by Liz Deploy and Alex Thompson. 119 for 6. Deploy onto 43. They were given quite the send-off from St George's Park, which of course is on our patch, just outside Burton.
Yeah.
Last night when they set off on the coach, or yesterday afternoon, when they set off on the coach to go down to London, the England squad. And I do like the way Gareth Southgate conducts himself. I think he's very considered in everything that he says. As Thompson gets a short delivery from Cook that he has nothing to do with in the end, one for the over. Ball goes through to Wheater, and they seem a fairly likeable bunch to me.
Yes, Southgate has done, I think, a very clever thing. Almost all his predecessors were at odds with the press. And Southgate's gone in there and said, yeah, I'll be happy to talk to you anytime. You can talk to all my players.
Yeah.
And he's virtually said, I'll put my trust in you not to do anything silly, and then we can all get on.
Cook bowls to Thompson, who pushes it straight back to him.
But, you know, those managers who've fallen out with the press previously probably prejudice things against their own side. You know,
Yeah.
It doesn't half pay to have a good rapport with the press, and you tend to get, you know, a far better deal. And Southgate's developed this almost, by contrast anyway, euphoric atmosphere between them all.
There's a very interesting profile of him on Friday night when I was driving back from Durham as Cook bowls to Thompson down the leg side. Taken by Wheater, end of the over, 119 for 6, 43 to Deploy, 8 to Thompson. I would urge you to listen to it on the on BBC Sounds, but not until after we've finished here today, and you can probably just fit it in before the football starts. But going back to his managers, Alan Smith, his manager at Crystal Palace, and people who he played with as well at Middlesbrough, when he went from being the captain of the side at the end of one season to the manager of the team at the start of the next. And they're not going to get people on there who are going to slag him off, clearly. But it was fascinating to hear. And of course, he had a reasonable spell as a football pundit on TV mainly. And he knows what the radio stations want. He knows what the television companies want. He knows what the papers want. They want access to the players. And he's basically opened the camp up, hasn't he?
He has.
Embedding people in there and that kind of thing.
Snater, new over. Appeal for LBW. Batsman was well forward, not out. Oh, he has given him out. Well, that is a very late decision to send Deploy on his way. And James Middlebrook, who I haven't seen umpire often, but clearly he's given 2 decisions today, both of which he's thought about for a long time. I hasten to add, there's nothing wrong with considering all the possibilities there. He will have sort of said, well, yes, he's well forward, but I think that one is going on to hit the stumps. And at all events, Deploy is deprived of his 50s. LBW to Snater for 43.
All I would say is that you're absolutely right. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it, and more decisions like that are being given due to the introduction of DRS at the major games. Is that there's a lot of guesswork involved, and he does take a couple of steps down the track on the odd occasion, or more than the odd occasion, Lewis Deploy, and he was virtually through for the leg by, as it would have been. By the time that the finger raised, the umpire could have just whispered to him, "You're out, son," and sent him on his way. So I'm disappointed on his behalf as well, because I thought he batted nicely there, Liz, to play. And wait for the announcement now of the new batsman, because it is definitely Finn Hudson-Prentice. And just see if there's anything from the crowd in reaction to his impending departure from the club at the end of the season, when he's going to take up a multi-year contract with his first club, Sussex. We've just got to wait for John Brown to announce his name, I think, first. I think he's forgotten. Sitting next to us. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing with his scorebook either, but Finn Hudson-Prentice could be out before he gets announced as being in, because he's already out the middle. Is he going to be announced? Well, he's just checking to make sure who it is. Has a look round, has a look towards the left. He's out in the middle. Here we go. We're going to get the announcement.
The new batsman for Derbyshire, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Nothing. Excellent. Well, it was worth a big build-up. Just a ripple of applause.
Well, this is it. When you've been in the game as long as we have, you appreciate the value of an anticlimax.
And there was no bigger anticlimax than that.
No. Just going back to the LBW decision, I do remember thinking at the time, he is a long way forward. And secondly, I thought there was a bit of an impression, the way I saw it, that it might have been going on with the trajectory from round the wicket to a left-hander, down past leg stump.
Yeah.
So I think it was not the most clear-cut decision, let's put it that way.
No, but it's been made.
Yeah, possibly a little hard done by.
When you looks out, isn't it?
Snater coming over the wicket to the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who takes the bat away from a useful delivery for starters that goes through, gets a bit of climb to Wheater, and score 119 for 7, but I'm afraid that has probably lessen the chance of Derbyshire getting past that 150 mark.
Yes, I think so. Finn Hudson-Prentice hasn't had the best season with the bat, by his own admission, I'm sure. Can bat, clearly.
Slight pause while he adjusts his gloves and now faces Snater. Bowls a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs. You could say that's the shot of the day, actually. Can't think of anything to beat it. Superb straight drive, which is one of the hardest shots to play, and beautifully executed. 123 for 7.
Well, they do say, don't they, if you can play that shot, you're banging form. And as straight as that was, I mean, it must have been, what, a couple of stumps to the offside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Glorious stroke. And whereas Thompson took 32 balls to get off the mark, Hudson-Prentice has done it from the second ball that he faced, and the first one was a fairly decent delivery, so he would have had that in his mind as well. That's good to see from Hudson-Prentice.
It was the first time he'd hit a ball. What a lovely shot as Snater bowls to him. That's a leave outside off stump. So it's basically gone leave for leave. And 123 for 7.
He had a terrible time last year in the Bob Willis Trophy. He scored the winning runs in that game. Oh no, he was in when the winning runs were scored in that game at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire, but was injured during that game, so they'd waited all the way through lockdown till the 1st of August. He came into the game, couldn't wait to get going, and suffered an injury that basically kept him out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, bad luck as here's Snater's in and bowls to him. Oh, and that's a little bit edgy, but perfectly safe. Goes along the ground to backward point. Tender scout at Fields, and score remaining 123 for 7. Weather holding up nicely at the moment. Not sunny, but bright. We did just have a reluctant 5 minutes or so of sun about 3/4 of an hour ago. It's trying to get through again as I speak. 1 or 2 shadows now visible on the pitch as on the field of play as Snater's in bowls. That's a terrific delivery. It turns Hudson-Prentice right the way round and just narrowly fails to take the edge on its way through to Wheater. So a successful over for Snater. Both Dave and myself felt that the batsman Deploy was a little bit unlucky to be given out after a long delay from umpire James Middlebrook, but you have to go if the finger goes up, and Derbyshire are 123 for 7.
Yeah, well, being optimistic as I often am, if Derbyshire do get bowled out, the pitch won't have changed very much, so their bowlers might be able to take advantage.
Yeah.
That's as much as I can find at the moment. at
Well,
123
well done
for
for getting
7.
that far.
I do get accused of being slightly pessimistic. As Cook begins a new over and is pulled into the leg side for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot from Alex Thompson out to the mid-wicket boundary. These two could be highly entertaining if they stay out there together for any length of time. That was a beautiful stroke. Dropped in short by Sam Cook and dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary, quite a long way in front of square, by Alex Thompson. He picks up his first boundary. He thought he'd better join in the party. He moves to 12 now, 127 for 7.
Yeah, rare bad ball from Cook. And as you say, duly dispatched. And no risk in the shot at all. 127 for 7. But
very out of character, though, wasn't it? Thompson's innings, he's played defensively beautifully, but there's a conversation going on. The ball actually ended up in one of the big white sheets that cover the whole of the square, which would have been damp when they were folded up against the advertising board, so perhaps that's the problem. There's a bit of damp got into the ball. They're just discussing it there. Tom Wesley, the bowler, and the umpire. And it looks like is he going to try and dry it? I don't think a member of the crowd threw it back. I think it was fetched by the fielder out there in the far distance, but there's a lengthy discussion going on about the state of the ball.
yes, Essex, like a lot of counties.
Yeah, we're going to change it, I think.
Yeah, they do love to get a ball changed.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a ball change. They've had their wish at the first time of asking, which is fairly unusual. Normally the umpire likes to be asked a couple of times, so the attaché case of balls is being brought out.
Well, it was a fairly brutal shot from Thompson, and it may just be that he's knocked the ball out of shape.
Yeah. Well, the manufacturer wants to. I need to have a word with them if one big blow like that can knock a ball out of shape. But they are going to change the ball. It won't be a new one, obviously.
Yeah, cricketing paraphernalia now is not cheap, you know. I mean, a bat now is going for sort of getting on for £300, whereas back in many days ago when I used to play, you know, at a very humble level and so on, but you just got a bat out of the school bag or the club bag, and you know, they probably only cost a £5 or something like that. Sometimes a lot less than that. And
usually Slazenger.
yeah, you just make do with it basically. But balls now, of course, are a lot more expensive as well.
Well, they've had to fetch a new one, or a ball that is approximately 51 overs old, out of the attaché case.
Yeah, I mean, you probably now have to work from having at least 12 balls available in the course of a game.
Here is Cook with the changed ball, and it's pushed up to Wesley at mid-off, who has a shy at the stumps, but they get through for a comfortable single. Thompson moves to 13, 128 for 7.
One of the things you have to be very aware of as a batsman now, we were making this point in the T20 game down at Hove, Sussex v Essex the other day. Part of a batsman's abilities has to be, you usually have a couple of fielders in any given side who are the best in the side, and you have to be able to work out where they're fielding at any given moment. And there, Wesley's not particularly quick over the ground, so if I were a batsman knowing that, I'd say, I think we can have a single here. Equally, if Tenderskater's near it, you don't take the run.
Yes. Cook to Hudson Prentice, who plays a shot on 1 foot up to mid-on towards Snater, who does the fielding.
Yes, I don't think it would be Derbyshire's worst tactic from here, now that Deploy has gone, and he must have lasted for a good 3 hours.
Yeah, to push on a bit.
To push on a bit, exactly. Take what they can.
Yes, you would expect that the remaining batsmen, Mikey Cohen and Ben Aitchison, although they can hold bats, no question about it, there is going to be a ball that will get them out. Hudson Prentice waits and leaves alone as that one goes through to Wheater. Yes, it may well be their best, the best tactic to employ. Although it would be nice if they got another 23 runs to get past 150. Or would it?
Or even 22, 128 on the board.
Oh yes, to get to 150. Yeah, I don't know whether I want them. Well, I do want them to, clearly, but 8 out of 12. As Cook is in again, and that one is defended back to him by Hudson Prentice very correctly.
Good cricket from Hudson Prentice, because in saying that I think they'd be as well to get on with it, but that's not the same thing as saying, well, just indiscriminately fling the bat. Do pick the right delivery, and there it was a good delivery, and he played it on its merits. And that really, in a nutshell, is what batting is about. It's about playing bowling on its merits.
Yes.
And I think one of the worst things you can do as a batsman is to predetermine what you're going to do before you look at the ball.
Yeah, leave that to the T20 boys. That one goes down the leg side. He had a flick at it and looked a little bit disappointed not to make contact, and practices a shot out towards square leg. I think the shot that he played could only have gone down to fine leg. Might have brought him 4 runs. Ended up being a dot ball. He's on 4, Thompson 13, 128 for 7. Just 12 overs away from tea now.
Essex gradually wheedling their way through the Derbyshire batting lineup. They'd 4 down at lunch, and they've taken 3 since lunch. And it could well be they might end up having taken 4 in each of the first 2 sessions.
Well, they've already got a couple of bowling bonus points, haven't they? So they'll be looking for as many bonus points as they can. Looking at results elsewhere. Hoping it stays dry here.
And chucks it down elsewhere. Snater's in bowls, and that ball is played to mid-off. And Tom Wesley, who's had a lot of the fielding to do recently, there's no run, but it was a nice shot from Alex Thompson, who remains on 13, 128 for 7.
I suppose we could have that, couldn't we? With if it's showers, you never know where they're going to strike, and if it does rain elsewhere. I noticed just without reading scores out, everywhere else they're still playing. I can't see any weather affecting any games at the moment, which is good news for everybody, of course.
Snater in again, bowls, and Thompson has been bowled, and he played very well then as far as it went. Alex Thompson, who just played down the wrong line there. It was, he is getting a bit of movement, Snater, and while it was impossible to detect from our angle exactly how much that may have moved, but Thompson drove at it, missed, and is on his way back to the pavilion, and there's the 8th wicket down. Thompson bowled by Snater, who now has 3 wickets for 13.
Yeah, and he lasted 53 balls. It was quite a lengthy vigil. Beaten only in this innings by Lewis Deploy's 91. It was a valuable innings to a degree. And he makes his way off now to be replaced, I imagine, by Ben Aitchison. Although Mikey Cohen, that'd be quite a good fight, that, because neither of them are number 11 batsmen, in all honesty. George Scrimshaw, who was left out of the side today, looks like a number 11 to me. But these two can both hang around, and it's Mikey Cohen, clearly, who is making his way out of the pavilion at the moment, but it doesn't look like we're too far away from an innings break here. So they might have that tricky little 7-8 overs to bat before tea. Could be key. Or not. Who knows?
Yes, it's, well, we've...
Give it the big build-up.
53rd over being bowled, 64 to go by T. And there'd be, if Derbyshire were all out, 2 overs taken off. So if they can hang around for a bit, Derbyshire would hope to take this through beyond T.
Of course, if they're 9 down, T would be delayed, I think, wouldn't it?
Very good point, yeah.
It would, wouldn't it?
Very good point.
I don't think they do it for 8, unless it's a match-winning situation.
Yeah.
But
yes, I mean, there is an argument that says, is it as necessary as it used to be to try and glean every possible overgoing? You know, a lot of matches finish well within the schedule as it is, and there are times when I think, well, why don't we just play the game to set number of overs and everybody knows where they stand?
yeah.
Snater to bowl to the left-handed Cohen here. Oh, he's edged that, and very nearly caught by Jimmy Neesham at 3rd slip. Would have been a terrific catch if he pulled it off, as it bounces down by his boots. And does well to stop the ball, I think. 128 for 8, but an uncertain start by Michael Cohen.
And off he marched to square leg.
Yes, yes. Not a good idea with that being the side you walk off if you are out. Snater will be feeling on good terms with himself, having picked up 3. Be hoping he can get the last 2 to end with a 5 as he comes in. Bowls, and this ball's pushed into the offside. 128 for 8. Snater, who hasn't played much championship cricket for Essex this season, but did distinguish himself across the Brian Clough Way at Trent Bridge with a 7-wicket haul there.
Oh, excellent. Well, he automatically becomes a Derbyshire favourite then. I'm fairly sure he played in the game down at Chelmsford as well.
Yes, I think you're probably right.
I vaguely remember seeing his hair then.
Well, I think you definitely remember it if you had, but I think you're right. Here's a splendid drive from Cohen. 4 runs all the way through extra cover, or wide long off. There has to be a point at which the 2 meet, I suppose. 132 for 8, and that's a handsome way to get off the mark.
It was a nice shot. It was in the air for a long time, wasn't it? But it was a fairly safe where he placed the ball. Mikey Cohen and Finn Hudson-Prentice were together when Derbyshire won that game at Trent Bridge, a game that really has been a millstone around their neck because they won that game. Then they went and beat Leicestershire in the next game, and everybody thought, well, we've arrived now. They haven't actually won since.
Yes, that is a snag. Snater is in and bowls, and that's well left. Good decision, because it's very easy to get carried away once you've hit a 4. Graham Gooch always had the maxim, boundary single, boundary single. Take your 4 runs and then just rotate the strike. So end of the over, 132 for 8, and 53 overs now completed with Hudson-Prentice and Mikey Cohen both on 4.
Yeah, get a boundary, get a single, watch from the other end for a couple of balls, do the same. You build yourself an innings. Derbyshire, unfortunately, 132 for 8. Cohen and Hudson-Prentice with a boundary apiece. And we're going to see Jimmy Neesham, I think, from the City end. He's certainly not at third slip anymore.
No, he's certainly been signalling that he was expecting to bowl sooner rather than later with loosening up exercises.
Yeah, there he is, 50 on his back. And he will be bowling initially to Finn Hudson-Prentice, the right-hander. I've forgotten about Mikey Cohen being left-handed. Ben Aitchison, who's number 11, is clearly anything but a number 11 in my book. Hudson-Prentice waits, Neesham bowls to him and he drives it out into the covers where it's fielded by Ryan Tenderscarter. And there's no run. There we go. Confirmation that Jimmy Neesham is on to bowl. I've just noticed, and I should have noticed it earlier, I'd like to know why, if anybody can explain to me. There is a Derbyshire flag on the flagpole on the left-hand side of the Players' Pavilion across the way there. And on the right-hand side, it looks as though there's another Derbyshire flag flying at half-mast. I'm not sure if that's deliberate or not, as Hudson-Prentice leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. I might have to leave this over to you, Paul. I've just been told I've got an update in a minute.
OK. Thanks, Dave. Paul Newton here.
Somebody
with Dave Fletcher. And hearing ball-by-ball commentary on behalf of online, on behalf of BBC Essex, BBC Radio Derby. Occasionally we've had a visit from 5 Live Sports Extra before we put them off with references to Charles Dickens and Hell's Angels. As they get a single here. Shy came in as the ball was pushed to mid-on. Snater took the ball on the dive, but flung it out the side of his hand, missed. I don't think there would have been a run out had it been a direct hit. So Mikey Cohen, Hudson-Prentice moves along to 5. Mikey Cohen in to strike on 4. Just about to take guard for the first time to bowling from the City end. And Cohen, who likes to walk away between deliveries to square leg, took the guard, marked his guard out, then stepped away 4 or 5 paces towards square leg, now gets back into position, stands bat raised. Neesham bowls to him, Yorkerish, comes down late on the ball, plays it back to the bowler, and 133 for 8. Derbyshire having chosen to bat in bowler-friendly conditions this morning. And at this late stage of the innings, we're down to the fewest number of slip fielders we've had. 2 who are Cook and Harmer. Brown is at gully. Neesham around the wicket. Bowls to Cohen. A little bit uncomfortable here. Took him a moment to sort his feet out, but plays it readily enough to the skipper at mid-on. And 133 for 8. Wood made 2. Guest 13, Rees 16. Came 5, Critchley 9. Hossain 12. Deployer top scoring 43. And Thompson 13 are the men out. Decent bouncer from Neesham here, but comfortably avoided by Cohen. Ends the over. 133 for 8. Just Ben Aitchison to come at the fall of the next wicket. And of the bowlers, 3 wickets for Shane Snater, 2 each for Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, and the odd one to Simon Harmer. And it all means that in 54 overs, choosing to bat, Derbyshire have made their way to 133 for 8, and things would have been far worse had not Leos Deploy been dropped when he'd made only 1, and subsequently went on to make 43.
Snater in, strikes the pad of Hudson Prentice. Always worth an appeal to umpire Middlebrook, who turns it down on this occasion. He was trapped on his crease there, Hudson Prentice.
Yes, the thing that would worry me if I were batting to James Middlebrook's umpiring is that even sort of 5 seconds in, I'd still be
Never
thinking,
sure, yeah.
He's not beyond giving me out yet.
That's why I give it the struck on the pad,
Yes,
and then you have to wait for the finger. Snater again, this time there's a wild swing outside the off stump from Hudson Prentice. He misses it and it goes through to Wheater, but that was quite a loose shot from Finn Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, should have left it.
Fortunate to get away with it, really. Yeah, it was there to be left. But pretty much like Harvey Hussain, who had to reach a long way, didn't he, to get to the ball to nick it through to Adam Wheater off the bowling of Jamie Porter when he was dismissed for 12. One of the batsmen who contributed to their own downfall. Hudson Prentice waits and goes back into his crease, defends it back towards Snater, who on this day of all days tries a bit of football skills and shows why he's playing for Essex rather than at Wembley at 8 o'clock this evening.
Well, let's hope that none of the England players fluffs their lines in similar fashion. Don't think they will. But England have improved, match by match through the tournament.
I was pessimistic before the Germany game, as is my natural position. This one is forced off the back foot to backward point by Hudson Prentice. There's no run. I thought once they got psychological in it, there's so much in the top 3 or 4 inches. Once they got past Germany, and the route was sort of plotted out, wasn't it? Ukraine and then Denmark. I always thought they might get to the final after that, but
yeah,
Italy look good.
They do remind me of the only previously successful tournament when England also didn't look that impressive in 1966, but improved with every game.
Snater in, and Hudson Prentice, well, I'm not sure what kind of shot he was trying to play there. It came off the bottom edge and just bounced into the ground, just to the right, or just to the left as we're looking of the stumps. And it's picked up by Jimmy Neesham coming in from 3rd slip. Well, you have the better of me there. I was 3 when England last won, well, 3.5, last won an international tournament of any note.
Oh, it was a great day. And no doubt about that. And there was euphoria aplenty,
Oh,
rightly so
imagine.
after that.
I can imagine. We've heard from a couple of people who were there on Radio Derby over the course of the week as Hudson Prentice drives beautifully, 4 runs. That was a glorious shot, slightly over pitched from Snater in truth, outside the off stump, and he clipped it on the drive past past the on stump at this other leg stump on this near end. A glorious shot, and he moves on to 937 for 3 at the end of the over. Cohen's there with him. He's on 4. So we know he can drive, Finn Hudson Prentice. His cutting hasn't been necessarily up to scratch at the moment, but he doesn't look in particularly bad nick at the moment.
Oh, it's a nice shot indeed. Yes, of course, the other similarity with 1966, it's the last time a final was played at Wembley, I think I'm right in saying. And
well, last time England, no, they did play there in whenever it was. I can't remember.
Here's a lead outside off stump, Neesham bowling initially to Cohen.
And a wide given.
So 138 for 8.
All runs gratefully received.
Yes, he bowled the only previous wide. Yes, I think England also have been advantaged by having a very favourable draw, both in the World Cup and in the Euros here, and of course being able to play all but one of the games at Wembley. Possibly helped to come back to that, but here's Neesham in, bowling Cohen, who gets a single to fine leg. Nick Brown is down there beneath me to field. It's 139 for 8. Cohen moves up to 5, and Hudson Prentice on 9 will come into strike. The other factor is, I think, Dave, that with the possible exception of France, whom Switzerland removed anyway, I don't think there's a particularly outstanding side just at the moment in Europe. Even though Italy were my idea of the winners before a ball was kicked in the competition, and they are indeed a good side who very rarely lose, but I still think England could come up trumps tonight.
Ooh,
Let's hope so.
Excitement's building.
Neesham in bowls, 9 wickets down, and this ball is left alone. A short delivery, 1 for the over, signalled by the ghost umpire Neil Mallender. Score remaining at 139 for 8 as Hudson Prentice ducks under that one. And of course, if after 64 overs the 10th wicket hasn't fallen, another 8 can be bowled before they will then finally say, damn it, we're going to have to go for our tea.
Yes.
But they'd much rather go for it at the scheduled time. There's Neesham from the city end. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls, and that ball's turned away. They've taken 1, it goes through mid-wicket, and they'll come back comfortably for a second. Jamie Porter fields and score to 141 for 8, and Hudson Prentice up to 11, and still this tantalising question: do Derbyshire avoid another sub 150 score, or can this pair get them? It's 8 down. I inadvertently think I said 9. It's 141 for 8. So at the moment they should actually get there from this position. Doddle from there. Absolute doddle. As Neesham is in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, and this goes down leg side, and no run. Wicketkeeper Wheater takes it. 141 for 8.
Yes, it'd be a huge disappointment if they didn't get past 150 now.
Especially as these two are playing rather well.
Yeah, no, they're doing okay. They've added 13 off 20 deliveries. Feels like they're relatively settled.
Yes, one of the problems, I'll come back to the point after this ball. Neesham is bowling it. Oh, that's kept low and he's out. And really, he was right back on his stumps there, and the ghost had no hesitation in raising the finger, and that's just as we're saying that it should be a doddle. Hudson Prentice is out LBW, and he was unlucky because that kept very low indeed from Neesham, who from 2 balls previously had got one, that got him his warning of 1 for the over. And then that one absolutely grubs, 141 for 9.
A celeb appeal from Jimmy Neesham as well. Didn't turn round and ask the umpire. He just put his finger in the air and continued running towards the stumps. The umpires don't like that. They don't like that at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have a chat with him here. They're chatting together. Ryan Tender-Scarter and Jimmy Neesham walking towards the umpires, and umpire Mallon has got his arms outstretched, and I think he's saying, look, if you're going to appeal, you have to at least turn round and ask me. It's almost like a headmaster's telling off, this, isn't it? But I'm sure that's what they're saying. It was very noticeable that Neesham didn't turn round, and umpires, as I say, don't like that at all. So 9 more runs required to get to the 150. Ben Aitchison, who's got a half century this season, in a losing cause against Nottinghamshire here. When I say losing cause, they were absolutely smashed by 310 runs. But he did score 50 on the what turned out to be the final day. It was day 3, lost before lunch. But he hit the ball to all parts and is the joint leading 6-hitter as a result in the Championship cricket for Derbyshire. Is Ben Aitchison.
Yes, unlike the previous LBW decision, that one, the surprise would have been if it hadn't been given.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But they said they don't like it, do they? When you don't turn around and ask.
Yeah, no, it does look as though he's just been advised that we don't do that sort of thing in England. In fairness to
I mean, he was plumb.
Neesham, he would have just...
He was dead in the water, wasn't he, Hudson Prentice?
I think he just felt, you know, I don't even need to be told officially that that's happened.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice might as well walk now.
What I was going to say, the problem for Derbyshire is that the lower 5 wickets have looked every bit as good as the top 5.
Yes.
It's the lack of runs from the top of the order. They can all bat a bit, but the trouble is you need 2 or 3 more who can bat a lot.
Yes, you do.
As Neesham is in. Bowls to Aitchison. Always too confident about that, but he's kept the ball out. That's the important thing, as it went anywhere but where he was aiming, but ends up just going harmlessly along the ground towards mid-wicket. Sam Cooke picks the ball up, and at the end of that over, 56 overs bowled, Derbyshire 141 for 9.
Well, the good news for Finn Hudson Prentice, if there is any good news, is that he'll get an opportunity to bat again in this game.
Yes, I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Derbyshire will definitely bat twice. Whether or not Essex do remains to be seen, but I think their plan will be to bat once, won't it?
There's always an exception in life where if you really exercise the brain, you can say, not absolutely essential. And in this case, he might, were it to be a COVID outbreak, have to self-isolate and therefore not get a second chance.
There is that.
Heaven forfend.
Shane Stater begins a new over from the racecourse end. Bowls to Mikey Cohen, who's off to square leg, having defended it up to Tom Wesley, who shows good footballing skills there.
He's good at that.
Yeah, flicks it up with the outside of the right boot and then kicks it into his hand at the second attempt. Excellent work from Wesley. Mid-off to the left-handed Cohen. There was 10 and 11 out there now. Cohen has 5. In goes Snater. Oh dear, that's a poor shot from... it's given us a wide as well, so he would have done well to reach it anyway. But he threw everything at that, did Mikey Cohen. Missed it completely. It was taken by Wheater in front of Alistair Cook at first slip, and it was a poor shot.
Poor ball, poor shot, absolutely. There's nothing worse than actually getting out to what would have been a wide if you'd simply watched it go by. Exactly, 142 for 9.
Yeah, edging closer. Snater in again. That one is driven but not timed by Cohen up to Wesley again at mid-off. Well, if they get there in wides, they'll be quite happy, I think. Just to stop me talking about it.
One thing that has to be pointed out, never totally condemn one innings until you've seen the other side bat.
No.
And there is help for the bowlers out there. There's no doubt about that. So I don't think Essex will have it all their own way when it's their turn to bat.
It's just starting to go a little bit darker. This one is driven out square on the offside by Cohen, straight to the man at point, who is Michael Pepper, and there's no run. Yes, I did have an amusing tweet in an earlier game, and the gist of it was, I can't remember who sent it, and forgive me if it was you and you're listening now, never judge a pitch until Derbyshire have collapsed on it. That was the gist of it. As Cohen fiddles at that one outside the off stump as well. It goes through to the keeper. These two are not looking as certain anymore.
No, I mean, Snater, at first glance, doesn't look as if he's going to be all that formidable, but in fairness to him, he's bowling pretty well out there, and he is, I think he has, from the word go, got quite a bit of movement on this pitch, perhaps more than any other single bowler.
Snater sets off again. Round the wicket, bowls to Cohen, who drives and will get runs here. He might even get 4 runs, you know, as the ball is racing towards the boundary. A fielder in hot pursuit, but the ball wins the race. And they move up to 146 for 9 now as Cohen moves on to 9. Didn't time that perfectly either, Mikey Cohen, but got enough on the ball to send it to the rope in front of the old scoreboard from where we used to commentate, on one of the many positions from where we used to commentate here at the county ground.
One more of those, they'll get to the 150, 146 for 9.
Get that open top bus ordered. As Snater is in short ball, he falls over, Cohen leaves it alone, goes through to Wheater. Dot ball to end the over. It'll go down as a dot ball in the scorebook, but it's one of those dot balls where so much was going on that a dot hardly seems to sum it up. Naught. Aitchison yet to get off the mark. Cohen has 9, 146 for 9, Derbyshire.
I remember, if we think back to that never-to-be-forgotten series in 2005, England v Australia, that what caused Graham Gooch, who was very much in the coaching mode at the time, dismay was when they ordered the open top bus before England had clinched the series, and Gucci, quite rightly, thinks you shouldn't start celebrating until you've got something to celebrate.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
3 slips in a gully. Yeah, Gooch was coach of Essex at that time. As Nisham is in bowls, and that's edged and taken by Harmer at second slip, and that is the end of the innings, which I'm afraid sees Derbyshire fail yet again to reach 150, as Cohen finds the edge taken there, and Harmer, who's got hands like proverbial coal scuttles, never really looked like dropping it, even though it was only an inch off the ground when he caught it. Cohen caught Harmer, bowled at Nisham, who ends up with 2 wickets for 9. Aitchison, beg your pardon, for naught.
Yeah, under the second ball he faced as well. Mikey Cohen ends up with 9 from 14 deliveries, and for the 8th time in 12 innings, Derbyshire have failed to reach 150 in first-class cricket, and quite frankly, that's just not good enough. 146 all out, and I'm being told by the scorers that that is tea. So we will return on the Derbyshire stream in around about 15-20 minutes time, and on the BBC Sport website we'll be back as well.
Accurate delivery, kept out by this man who has seen his career sort of dip a little bit, chiefly because he hasn't played against the attack at which he's helped himself so many times in the first sort of 2014 to 2016 era, when he seemed to get 100 or a double 100 virtually every time he batted.
Denied playing against Derbyshire. Cohen in again, and that's beating him. That's a really good delivery by Cohen. Squared Brown up, flies through to Harvey Hussain. So still a little bit of help, as you would expect, for the bowlers out there.
First time I've seen Cohen bowl, and he's quite quick.
Yes, he is, and he's been working on his wrist action because he was spraying about all over the place earlier in the season and last season, and he's sort of sharpened up a bit in that respect. He was always sharp in terms of pace. He's in and bowls, and that one is off the back foot, pushed out into the offside. Lewis Deploy does the fielding. He's at point. Brooke Guest at cover rather than in the slips, despite being a wicket keeper. Tom Wood at mid-off, Lewis Rees at mid-on. Harry Kame at mid-wicket, and Finn Hudson-Prentice down in front of his fan club, away to our right-hand side, although whether they'll remain his fan club for very long, heaven only knows. Looks like he'll bowl the first over from the racecourse end. Here's Cohen in again, bowls to Brown, who clips it away off his hip nicely, and he'll get off the mark with a single. He'll get off the mark with two, in fact. I didn't think there were 2 runs there, but they very, very comfortably got back for both, or the second. And Essex are underway, 2 without loss.
Yes, interestingly, Cuckoo's high score, we learn, at this racecourse ground is 34 only. But he, whether he's in the runs or not, never actually faces the first ball. He always leaves that to Nick Brown.
He's waiting now as Cohen bowls to him, leaves alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I suppose some batsmen just don't. In fact, Billy Godman rarely faced the first ball. Opening the batting with Lewis Rees.
Well, Alistair's an intelligent bloke, and I think he probably figures he'd just like to see what the ball's doing and the pace of the bowler without having actually to be facing the ball. It's probably crafty on his part.
If he can get away with it. Brown waits. Cohen bowls another one outside the off stump. It's left alone by the Essex opener. He's on 2, and Essex are on 2 without loss after the first over.
Replying to Derbyshire's 146 all out. In the 58th over, there are 38 overs in the Essex innings, presuming they're not bowled out in the meantime, in less than that, to be faced this evening. So now 37 remain, and we're going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice open the bowling for Derbyshire on the day it's been announced that he's returning to his native Sussex from next season. So here he is, left arm over from the right arm round, I should say, from the racecourse end. They get a single here as Cook tucks his first ball off the hip. Down to Cohen in the distance, and that takes Essex to 3 for no wicket. Cook on 1, Brown on 2.
This is how they went about it at Trent Bridge last week. Finn Hudson-Prentice actually opened the bowling at Trent Bridge rather than Cohen, but they were the opening bowlers, so tried and trusted, I suppose.
Nick Brown just taking guard, got 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off in the offside. This next ball is actually on leg stump, and a leading edge found here by Nick Brown. Ball goes along the ground safely enough to cover, but certainly that wasn't at all where he was intending to play it, looking to angle it through mid-wicket. And the rest of the field, deep backward square leg rather than long leg, although it's a close call between the two, mid-wicket and mid-on. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's down leg side. Hasn't quite got the radar right when bowling to Nick Brown so far. Goes down leg side, 3 for no wicket.
When does It's an impossible question to answer, but when does long leg become fine leg?
Well, there again, that would just be the other side of between where square leg on the boundary becomes long leg. Yeah, fine leg, obviously.
It's finer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
And here's Hudson Prentice in the bowls. And this ball, not looking too comfortable, Brown there. It's, again, he's kind of splayed across his crease and looking to dab it into the onside. The ball ends up just a yard or two into the offside. Brown suspiciously does a bit of gardening. But yeah, all these positions, as we were saying earlier, like long on and mid-wicket, there has to be a point at which the two are virtually one and the same.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that always gets me is in T20, that backward of square on the 45
Yes.
on the leg side. It
Yeah.
hasn't got a name.
No, that's right. And Brown this time plays the ball, not looking totally convinced about that, but he plays it safely enough along the ground to mid-off. And once again, there's no run. Tom Wood with the fielding there, 3 for no wicket.
These fielding positions.
Part of the delight of cricket.
Just there to fool me,
Yeah.
as if.
Hudson Prentice, past umpire James Middlebrook. Racecourse M bowls. Again, it's down leg side. So, not really making best use of the new ball there, Hudson Prentice, particularly as the balls he didn't bowl down leg side appeared to have Nick Brown in two minds. And if he could just consistently get the ball into the danger areas, you'd feel that he might get a man who's got a mountain of runs on this ground and against Derbyshire generally, home and away. It'd be a very useful scalp, actually, for Derbyshire if they could get rid of him. 3 for no wicket.
Well, they're always at their most vulnerable, any batsman, early in the innings. So you don't want to be bowling too many balls that are wasted, really.
No.
Mikey Cohen now has the opportunity to bowl at the former England skipper and leading run scorer, Alistair Cook. Scored 1 from the only ball he's faced so far. Cohen is in, and he's just tempted to have a go at that short ball swinging away from him outside off stump, and then remembers who he is, decides against it, and it goes through to Harvey Hussain, but he did look tempted.
Yeah, it's not been a great season so far for Alistair Cook, but it's just one of those things, really. I don't think he's lost it or anything, and while ever he has been there, he's actually scored quite quickly.
He waits now, and this next one is just guided down to gully, where it's fielded by Leas Deploy. Mikey Cohen. It seems like the Finn Hudson fan club's become the Mikey Cohen fan club down to our right. Very fickle, aren't they? Very fickle. They'll soon change their allegiances. Cohen, who wears the short-sleeved top, but with the elbow protecting tubular bandages, without saying the proprietary name. He's in again now, bowls to Cook, who has a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump. It's not been a bad start by Cohen.
No, we've been saying that it hasn't been a ground on which Cook has thrived, and of course it traditionally, the ground here at Derby, it produces pitches where there's a little bit in it for the seam bowlers, and a little bit of movement early on is going to probably lead to difficulty for just about any batsman.
They have, of course, got 2 spinners in their ranks, Derbyshire, in Alex Thompson and Matt Critchley, the skipper. Critchley's at second slip as Cohen is in, and that's left alone by Cook. First slip's Ben Aitchison, who we'll see bowl fairly shortly, and the third slip is indeed Alex Thompson. It's a much changed slip cordon, which for long periods of time was basically Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy and another. Quite often Matt Critchley at third. Madsen moved to second slip this season. Aitchison took a fine catch at Trent Bridge. At first slip as Cohen bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Cook. This Deploy's been moved into the gully now. Having spent much of the past season and a half in the slip cordon. Harry Kame seems to be permanently positioned at mid-wicket with his oversized sleeveless sweater. Has to be careful he doesn't trip over that.
Yes.
He's walking in now as Cohen is on his way in. Balls to Cook, who cracks that one away for 4 runs. Nice shot from Alistair Cook down to the backward point boundary to complete the over. The first boundary for Essex. 7 without loss. Cook 5, Brown 2. You can't bowl there to Alistair Cook under any circumstances. He will clatter it away to the boundary rope, which is exactly what he did there.
Very much so. Yeah, it's just a little bit too short, a little bit too wide, and perfectly set up for Cook, who loves that slash outside the off stump. And he finished last season with a magnificent 172 at Lord's in the Bob Willis Trophy final, and Vic Marks remarked that it was the most fluent innings he'd ever seen Cook play, and it really was a terrific effort. As Finn Hudson-Prentice is up, and it was wide down leg side in his first over, and that one, James Middlebrook keeps craning his neck to see if he thinks that's a wide. I would certainly have given that a wide, I have to say.
As would I.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think why he hasn't, and it's not that I mind, you know, there's nothing personal in it for me, but it just was a wide all day long. No one could have reached that. But anyway, 7 for no wicket it remains, and Hudson-Prentice again to Nick Brown. That's a much better delivery. Brown plays it back to the bowler. 7 for no wicket, and replying to Derbyshire's 146 all out. Essex with 2 left-handed openers. We've seen a lot of left-handers in the course of the day. The majority of the Derbyshire partnerships featured right-hand, left-hand. 3 slips in place for Hudson-Prentice, who's on his way again. Not an overlong run-up. Bowls. Cook just steers it into the onside of straight, and there is no run. 7 for no wicket remains the score as Harry Kame rushes in to do the fielding in this very obviously sort of not really, it's rather like his natural size might be medium, but he's wearing XXL.
I think I'd fit into that.
Yes, I think you would. As Hudson-Prentice is in again. Bowls to Brown. Brown plays it back into the onside. And Kame again rushes in to do the fielding in front of mid-on.
Because you can't say that it's not his, because it's got not only his number but his name on the back of it. So it's not like he's picked up the wrong one on the way out to bat earlier, or the wrong one that he's picked up on the way out to field now. He must like that.
I think when he had to put the size down, he's ticked the wrong box.
Yeah.
As Hudson-Prentice is in again, a motorbike rolls away in the background, and this ball's played back to the bowler. In fairness to Hudson-Prentice, after getting away with one first ball that really should have been given a wide, he's bowled very straight since then.
There's only one other sleeveless sweater out there, and it belongs to Matt Critchley at the second slip. Nobody else with any form of extra clothing.
Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that ball is run down, nicely stopped in the gully on the dive, and that ends the over there with Essex at 7 for no wicket. 4 overs now gone in the second innings, or second innings of the day, that is. Derbyshire having been bowled out for 146, with the wickets fairly evenly shared. Snater 3, 2 each for Porter, Cook and Neesham, and 1 for Harmer. Nobody getting more than the 43 scored by Leas Deploy for Derbyshire. And Essex with Cook on 5 and Brown on 2 are 7 for none.
Nobody else scoring more than 20.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Absolutely. In fact, nobody else scoring more than 16, but here is Cohen again, balls to Brown, who gets up on his toes and guides that nicely between third slip and gully. They'll pick up a couple of runs here as it's chased down by Alex Thompson. 9 without loss, Brown onto 4.
Yeah, that's Cook actually.
It is, you're right, it's Cook. So Cook moves on to 7. It's still 9 without loss.
It is, very much so. Yes,
Yeah.
Cook just running that one down.
Yeah, it's not like I've seen him before. A million times.
And you must have seen Brown for
Oh,
a
well,
fair bit.
yeah, mostly at the same time that. As Cohen is in and that one's left alone by Cook outside the off stump.
Actually, no, because I think you came on board in 2016, if I remember
Yes,
rightly.
I didn't see the centuries in each innings.
Yeah, at Chesterfield,
yeah.
24. Of course, this match was going to be
Yes, it
played
was.
at Chesterfield. I've always enjoyed coming to Derby, but I was looking forward to Chesterfield because it is one of my two favourite grounds in the country, the other being Scarborough. I love the outgrounds.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have been up there this week. Cohen bowls. Cook, oh, that's a genuine edge. Along the floor to Lewis to ploy it backward point. Moral victory.
Yeah, for all the
Mikey
fact,
Cohen.
for all the fact he's scored a few runs outside off stump, but he's also looked a little bit vulnerable there as well. And we know that 34 is the most he's made on this ground.
He'll raise his bat when he gets to 35, I would have thought.
Yep.
Applause all around. The very generous home support. Cook waits. Cohen bowls on. He's just beating the edge of the bat again. I thought for a moment he might have just snicked that one through to Harvey Hussain, but no.
Good ball, very good ball. Yes, that might be considered, going back to what you were saying, conduct unbecoming for a knight of the realm to celebrate reaching 35.
Yes.
Now, it's funny, though. You find almost all the top cricketers had somewhere where they just didn't seem to come off.
Grayson Bradman never scored centuries against Derbyshire.
Ah.
I'm sure there are others. Cohen bowls. Cook is right behind this one as he defends it up to Tom Wood at mid-off. He gives the ball to Lewis Rees, the polisher-in-chief at mid-on, to look after. We'll see Rees, I'm sure, bowling. Aitchison will be next in line, I would have thought, although not necessarily. And then it's the spinners after that, with no George Scrimshaw in the side for this match. They went for the extra batsman. Good job they did, really. 9 without loss. Cohen bowls. Cook back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Brooke Guest does the fielding on this occasion, coming around from the covers to point to pick it up and return it to Hussain. 9 without loss at the end of the over. 7 to Cook. And 2 to Brown, just 2 off that over.
Yes, Peter Such is the third umpire, or the CLO, I should say, cricket liaison officer here for this game. And so 2 former Essex off-spinners are among the 3 officials, as if the guns weren't loaded badly enough against Derbyshire.
Wouldn't have it any other. The lights have just come on again.
With James Middlebrook, of course, also a former Essex off-spinner. Here's the start of a new over from Hudson Prentice, and strays down leg side again, and this ball's been played out, and I think he's going to go for 4. Indeed it has, through mid-wicket by Brown. That's his first boundary, takes him up to 6, and Essex to 13 for no wicket in the 6th of 38 overs that are left to be bowled at the start of this innings.
Yeah, nice shot. Fairly straightforward for a batsman of Brown's quality, but it was all along the floor, raced away to the boundary in front of the players' pavilion.
Hudson Brown will attempt to get this one on a better line and succeeds. Brown has punched it into the covers. There's no run, and the score remaining at 13 without loss.
It felt like it was getting gloomier, didn't it?
It did.
There was a dark cloud above the ground, in both metaphorically and physically. There's plenty of brightness away to the southwest.
Yes, with any luck, it will brighten up a little bit more, you know, in a few overs' time.
Don't be hanging about for bad light, do we?
No, indeed not. Hudson Prentice bowls wide of off stump and left by Brown.
Are you staying in the city or have you elsewhere? Of course, you mentioned
Yeah.
it before. You're at the Travelodge, aren't you?
Travelodge on the ground. I've never
Yeah.
stayed there before. I've stayed at Pride Park just up the road many a time. In fact, if ever Essex are playing at Trent Bridge and I'm doing the game, I always stay at Pride Park there. But I've been longing to give the new Travelodge here on the ground a try, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what I think of that tonight.
Been refurbished recently.
It's got a big responsibility because the television set's got to work as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and that's through outside off stump without the batsman needing to play. 13 for no wicket.
I think any televisions that aren't working in any hotel rooms, the sooner there'll be a long queue of people ready to complain at reception, won't there?
Absolutely right.
Blimey.
But I won't be fearing the worst. I'll trust in it working properly. And certainly it's nice to come somewhere where you haven't got to drive anywhere other than round the corner to get to your place to stay. Hudson Prentice is in. Racecourse end, bowls to Brown. Brown plays a decent delivery defensively into the offside. And there's no run, and the score remaining at 13 without loss.
It must be okay because Pakistan stayed there last year when this was a secure training facility for them, and they've been there again this season before the current one-day series with England, so it hasn't done them any good, but England's women stayed there as well at the end of last season.
Hudson Prentice bowls to Brown, leave outside off stump, and another over ends. Derbyshire getting through the overs quickly here. 6 have gone, 13 for no wicket are Essex, with Brown on 6, Cook on 7. And if you had a criticism of the bowling so far, it'd just be that they haven't made Cook and Brown play at enough deliveries. Particularly Hudson Prentice. A bit unfair to level that at Mikey Cohen because he has been pretty much on the spot. But obviously, for Derbyshire to have a realistic chance of making this an even contest, if not one in their favour, they've got to get amongst the Essex batsmen on several occasions before play-ins tonight. If Essex are no worse than maybe a couple down by the close of play, then they will be in a pretty strong position. As Cohen will continue from the city end to bowl to Cook. 3 slips in a close field here. Backward point rather than the gully. Cohen's in, bowls to Cook. Defensively back down the pitch. Score remaining at 13 without loss. Fortunately, we are still pretty much in the height of summer, so the fact the light currently is not great. If you had the same cloud cover in about a month's time, there might well be a situation where the umpires were busy looking at the light meters. So far, that's not been the case. Hopefully that will continue as Cohen is in again. Bowls to Cook. Cook punches it into the offside, but straight to Leas Deploy at backward point. No run. Cook with 7 to his name, and Brown 6, and to come for Essex, Wesley, Pepper, Neesham, Tenderscarter, Wheater, Harmer, Snater, Cook and Porter. And a lot of names that end in ER, no less than 5 in this Essex side. Usually it's a ending which portrays someone's job is the derivation. Porter, someone who carries things and so on. Snater, obviously someone who snates. And this ball just played back down the pitch. There's no run. 6 to Brown, 7 to Cook. 13 for no wicket, 133 runs behind, but with all 10 in hand, Essex will feel that they've had a pretty good day so far. That can change, but can only change by Derbyshire taking wickets. Cohen slightly shortens his run up for this next delivery. Bowls to Cook, and Cook has edged it. Oh, and that's put down at second slip by the, judging by the reactions there. And it went low, but Matt Critchley, the skipper at second slip, I'm afraid has spilt it. And his best hope is that Cook's record, ultimately of not having scored more than 34, continues here, because otherwise he's going to be kicking himself.
You can't drop Alistair Cook, can you?
No.
Quite simply.
He had it in his hands. Spilled out, I'm afraid.
Cohen bowls. This one's tucked away down towards fine leg by Cook, down towards Finn Hudson-Prentice. And they pick up a single. Cook moves on to 8-14 without loss. Yes, I just looked up. I heard your voice, an excited tone to your voice, and I looked up and saw Matt Critchley sprawling on the floor. And unfortunately, he's got a good pair of hands as Matt Critchley, the skipper. He would have been delighted to have got rid of his opposite number. Opposite number. He's not the Essex captain at all, is he? Of the Essex opener. It's Cohen into Brown, who goes back into his stumps and defends this. Back to the bowler at the end of the over. 14 without loss. 6 to Brown. 8 to Cook. AN, I think is what it says on the scoreboard. Of course, there are 2 Cooks with no E.
Yes, that's right. And of course, Cook's birthday, clue to the N, is December the 25th.
Nigel. Excellent.
Close. But
ends in an L, certainly.
In fairness to Critchley, I can't say absolutely for certain, because we're masked by the slip fielders when the bowling is from the city end, but from the reactions of those around, it looked as if it just about carried as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls to Cook, who leaves the ball outside off stump. 14 for no wicket.
Yeah, I got the impression that it had.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously it would have been such a fillip for Derbyshire if that had stuck.
Yes.
It wasn't an easy one, because it was fast going to ground. But as I say, suddenly Essex 13 for 1, and the man who's still undoubtedly the best batsman in the side gone would have really raised the spirits. Hudson-Prentice bowls to him. It goes through fairly wide of off stump. Hudson-Prentice hasn't really made the batsman play as often as he should with the new ball. 14 for no wicket.
No, he hasn't. I don't know how long Matt Critchley will persist with him. He generally bowls, as most opening bowlers do, about half a dozen overs in one go. Would it be worth taking him out after 4, perhaps, at the end of this one, and giving Ben Aitchison a go?
Yeah.
He's not warming up.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. Again, it's although it started more or less on off stump, but it moves away very, very sharply. And again, Cook will have nothing to do with that. And every ball that goes by that doesn't oblige the batsman to play is a wasted opportunity, because you want to make the most of the new ball.
Unless he can get this next one to jag back.
Yeah,
that would be ideal, wouldn't
enough,
it? That would be, if he's trying to set him up. I'm not sure whether he is or whether he isn't. I'm sure he's got a plan.
Let's see what the plan is as he bowls. No, I'm afraid the plan has backfired there. It's 4 runs, as it was short outside off stump. And again, it's where you don't bowl to Cook, I'm afraid. He's lethal in that sort of area where you've given him both width and shortness of length to just ease the ball between backward point and cover to the boundary. And Cook moves along to 12, 18 for no wicket, and you get the impression that Cook, who is a metronomic sort of batsman, could play that one blindfolded. Just tell him where the ball is and he'll say, right, bang.
And he's also the kind of batsman with the experience that he's got who won't be worried about being dropped.
No.
If he was.
He'll thrive on it, probably, as Hudson-Prentice bowls. That's a better delivery, but again, in the end, it can be left by Cook to go through to the wicket-keeper, and the score remains at 18 for none in the 8th over.
Yeah, they could do with a breakthrough. The sooner the better. Derbyshire here, having only got those 146 runs on the board themselves. No batting points, of course.
Yes, it leaves the bowlers so little to play with. And when they're bowling against a low batting total, as this ball from Cook is played to Kane at mid-wicket for no run.
Well, the paucity of the batting is no better displayed than in the fact that Nottinghamshire made just over 300 and only had to bat once.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
You can't lose by an innings when the opposition only scores 300, can you?
So 18 for none, 8 overs gone, replying to 146 with Brown on 6 and Cook 12.
It will be Mikey Cohen to continue as look the most likely, I would say, even though both bowlers have conceded exactly 9 runs apiece
Yeah, Cohen, of course, should have had the wicket of
Yeah.
Cook, and has bowled at least a couple of deliveries that have beaten Cook all ends up.
And he's on his way in now, left arm over. And bowls to Cook on leg stump. He turns it into the leg side where it's fielded by Harry Kame.
Yes, Brown just flicking that one to mid-wicket. Doing some gardening. Very fond of his gardening, Nick Brown. He, in turn, he's had a couple of decent innings this season, but like so many batsmen up and down the country, hasn't been able to really get going.
3 slips for Cohen. Brown waits for this next delivery, and he pushes it up towards mid-on this time when it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Just bends down, picks it up with his left foot. There he is. Ben Aitchison started to warm up. Look at first slip. Perhaps unsurprisingly, they need early wickets here at Derbyshire. Looks like Matt Critchley's going to turn to Ben Aitchison. By Middlebrooks. Somehow, one of his laces has come undone there. No idea how. He sorted that out. Brown waits. Motorbike goes past. Cohen bowls. Brown leaves it to go through to Harvey Hussain. Just claps his wicket-keeping gloves together very deliberately, just to let Cohen know that he appreciates the efforts that he's putting in. 18 without loss, though. You've only got 146 on the board. They need a breakthrough. The motorbike's making a lot of noise.
It is.
Clearly not getting anywhere fast. I think he's disappeared now. The policeman's going to stop him in a minute. Cohen bowls. That one is guided to Leos Deploy by Brown. Deploy fielding at backward point.
And it now sounds as if, I can say actually it's an ambulance, but I was going to say as if a police car is now tailing the motorcycle to bring it to account. So we get a mixture of very low noise and very high-pitched noise, neither of which is particularly pleasant.
No. At least we're not next to an ambulance. Is it an ambulance station that's behind Chelmsford?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes indeed.
Well, they were pretty quiet when we were down there this season. Cohen bowls to Brown, full delivery, pushed up towards mid-on by the Essex opener. Lewis Rees does the fielding. Harry Kane bends down and dries his hands on a bit of soil from a used wicket end and claps in encouragement.
I'm convinced this motorcycle is coming back down past the ground. Maybe he keeps getting a glimpse of the scoreboard, I don't know, but Brown not timing the ball yet. He really didn't time that one at all.
Yeah, I think it's gone round the roundabout and back up Sir Frank Whittle way.
Oh, well, there it goes again.
Brown defends it back to him. And it's a maiden over from Mikey Cohen. That was his 5th over, one maiden 0 for 9. We're not quite seen the... Have we seen the end of Hudson Prentice? Yes, we have, because Ben Aitchison has removed his cap. So we're going to see Ben Aitchison for the first time with as a bowler. Tall man. Going to bowl over the wicket, I think, to the left-hander, although perhaps not. Perhaps he was indicating which side of the wicket he wanted the batsman to stand.
And now we've got a second motorcyclist who's set up in opposition to the previous one. Different tone, but still just as unpleasant to listen to. So Ben Aitchison comes into the attack at the racecourse end. 2 similarly named players on the ground today, because the Essex substitute earlier was Ben Allison.
Yeah.
Ben has become a hugely popular Christian name in recent times. When I was at school, there was hardly anybody called Ben, but now there are probably very few schools that haven't got a good few Bens around. There's the Ben of the Aitchison variety, bowls to Cook, plays it to square leg, there's no run, 18 for no wicket.
Notts had 2 Danes last week. Well, they did in the second innings when Ben Duckett was replaced. He was unceremoniously called up by England.
Aitchison.
But his surname was Schardendorf, which isn't the surname I've come across before.
Schardendorf. Schadenfreude. As, this next ball is tucked off the hip for a single by Cook. Didn't really do anything more than get it very high up on the bat. It didn't go in the air, but he's just showing that it wasn't quite what he intended by playing the shot as he'd like to have played it. I've seen him many a time hit such a delivery for 4 there, but didn't get hold of it. 19 for none, and he has 12.
I think he's been badly done to there because it was signalled as a leg by.
Oh, right, yeah.
It definitely sounded wooden, didn't it, the noise?
It did, yes. No, I think it's umpire Middlebrook maybe is having, shall we say, an indifferent day out there, but sympathies because it's not an easy job. And Cook plays the ball to Kane, who to the left-hander is in the covers, no run. So Cook remains on 12, Brown on 6 with that shot, 19 for no wicket, and the other run given as a leg by.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Well, I mean, it was, as you say, a wooden sound, and it was also quite high up as well for it to have come off the body, you would think, or the pad.
Got himself a wooden elbow.
Yes. As Aitchison's into ball to Brown. 3 slips. And that again doesn't oblige Brown to play at the delivery. And score remaining at 19 for none. And so much of sport is about getting the basics right. And I'm afraid both with bat and ball, I don't mean it unsympathetically, but Derbyshire at the moment are not getting anything like enough of the basics right.
No, absolutely not. I can understand the right arm of pushing it across the left hand. I'm quite happy with that. I mean, it takes LBW pretty much out of the equation unless it can swing it back in.
But Aitchison is in bowls. And again, that was even wider, and Brown is not that easily inclined to fish at balls outside off stump, and he knows that it doesn't worry him. He'll happily bat till halfway through tomorrow. If he's not out, it won't bother him how many runs he's got. He loves batting at the crease, particularly against this opposition. Yes. 19 for none. And again, a point you were making, Dave, you know, batsman's at his most vulnerable early on, so make sure he has to play at the ball. As Aitchison's in bowls, and again it's a long way wide of off stump, and it looks all right on the bowling analysis because with the leg by given as well, you know, it's a maiden over, but having said that, it's not one that's been at all likely to get the batsman out. 19 for none, and Essex, if you offered them now, granted that there's 28 overs to go, and let's say there's no interruption for bad light or rain, but if you offered them 50 for no wicket, they'd say, well, we bowled the opposition out for 146. We'll take that. We're less than 100 behind. OK, we've made only 50 off 38 overs, but we're grinding them down.
Yeah, no question. No question. Mikey Cohen's going to continue from the City. And Ben Aitchison this season, 20 wickets at 19. So he's been one of the better performers, no question about it. As Cohen is in, and that's left alone by Brown outside the off stump. Cook, come on. Cook outside the off stump. Goes through to Harvey Hussain. Mikey Cohen has only played in, this is only his 5th match. He's got 11 wickets at 23. Finn Hudson-Prentice 21 wickets at 25. So they've got bowlers who are doing okay. But as you said earlier, if you've not got anything to bowl at, the bowlers haven't. Going in down the leg side. Cook has a little flick at it, but it goes through to Hussain as he fails to make contact.
Well, I know only too well what it feels like when things aren't going for you, because the football team I support, simply because I live there, is Colchester United. And they, on 2 levels, went half a season or even slightly more, winning only 1 time. They won only 1 away game all season. That's 1 out of 23. And in 25 consecutive games, home and away, won only once.
Blimey. This next delivery just keeps a little low on Cook, and he gets the bat on it, pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Brooke Guest. And there's no run.
And sadly, you know, when you get in that sort of cycle, it is very difficult to snap out of it. short of, perhaps a couple of signings being brought in. But the trouble is, when a side has got into trouble, it's difficult to attract anybody,
Yes.
even if potentially in better times you could easily have persuaded them to come.
Yes, absolutely. Cohen bowls to Cook, who digs a full-length ball out and pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. My team has suffered varying fortunes over the last few years. Plummeted out of the Football League, got back, got promoted, got relegated. Never a dull moment at Tranmere.
Yes, it's always enjoyed Tranmere. I have actually been there to see Colchester have a rare moment when they actually won the game 4-3, but they've been beaten there plenty of times as well. But good to see Tranmere back in the league.
I'll say it. Cohen bowls, clipped off his legs by Cook. They've gone through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Lewis Rees that misses. And they get through for the single. Cook moves on to 13, and it's 20 without loss now. Essex in reply to Derbyshire's 146 all out.
It's a teaser, this business of shying, because when you've only got a few runs to play with, you don't want to give any buzzers away, as Nasser Hussain refers to them. But having said that, I think he was right to have a go, because the greater prize is to try and get a key breakthrough.
Yeah. The moment run out might be among the favourites.
Light's improved a bit now, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Cohen's in, bowls to Brown, who leaves that one alone. And it goes through to Harvey Hussain. It's the end of the over, 20 without loss. Nick Brown has 6, Alistair Cook has 13. One leg by as well. And Essex will be more than happy with this start that they've made.
There is a sort of moral for some of the Derbyshire batsmen in watching Cook and Brown, in that they haven't played at things they didn't really need to play at.
No.
When the ball has taken the edge, it's usually been because it was a fairly accurate delivery, and so they had to play at it. But you could say to some of the Derbyshire batsmen, see what they're doing, they're leaving the sort of ball that you got out to. As Aitchison comes in from the racecourse end and bowls to Cook, who does have to play at this, but there's no run as it goes down to mid-off.
No, you're absolutely right. The leave is as legitimate a shot as thrashing one to the boundary.
And, it's small gains, but there is a way you can at least be learning on the job, even if the job isn't going well, and that's to watch what people who are beating you do that you might be able to copy, that would at least improve your performance 5 or 10%. If enough players improve by that percentage, you will have a much better team outcome, which I'm afraid doesn't happen, because this is a ball on leg stump that Cook promptly works down to the fine leg boundary. And again, it's in a position where you could claim, well, is that fine leg or long leg? Because it wasn't all that fine, but it wasn't very wide either.
Could have been finer.
Yeah. Cook moves to 17 and the score to 24 for no wicket.
Well, he's halfway to equalling his best score.
He is. Bang on halfway. Willie Wenty has slightly open stance, leans over his bat from his considerable height, faces Ben Aitchison, and I'm afraid that's another one that enables him to work it into that same area, but this time just be a single, and fielded by Cohen in the distance. 25 for no wicket, Cook to 18.
Have we seen just one ball get past the edge of the bat? I think we have. Just one.
Yeah, and we saw that missed catch at second slip.
Yeah.
And another one, as you say, that just went past the outside edge. Both from Cohen, who's been the pick of the bowling by far so far. Aitchison's in and bowls to Brown, who plays this one into the onside. And again, there'll be no run. And having spent the only previous over Aitchison's bowl where a lot of the deliveries went wide outside off stump, he's just strayed onto leg stump a little bit in this over.
Yeah, overcompensated, trying to straighten it up, hasn't he? And as a result, the batsmen have been equally comfortable.
So Aitchison reaches the top of his run-up at the racecourse end and bowls to Nick Brown. That one is back to what the previous over was. It was outside off stump. By all means, try and tempt him into an indiscretion, but that started so wide that he could see immediately, Brown, that there was absolutely no need to have anything to do with it. 6 to him, 18 to Cook, 25 without loss.
It might be worth giving Lewis Rees a go because he does move the ball in the air and he's also a left armer. So it might be worth giving him a little go.
Aitchison. Balls to Brown, who again can leave a ball a long way outside off stump. And I'm afraid not a single delivery really in that over was in a sort of 6-inch margin where you'd have said that's pretty much where he wants to be landing it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a dreadful over, but it just wasn't one that was going to threaten either batsman. 18 to Cook, 6 to Brown, 25 for no wicket, and we've now had 12 of the 38 overs that must be bowled this evening.
12 being divisible by 6 means that everybody has to have their hands sanitised. Sort of a short-ish delay. Give me a chance to go through the scores. It's now raining in Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire are 214 for 6 against Hampshire. Elsewhere in this group, Nottinghamshire are now 223 for 5 against Durham. That's not necessarily good news for Essex supporters, nor is the fact that Warwickshire are 245 for 3 against Worcestershire.
Yes, that's a tremendous innings there from Peter Milan, who's got, I don't know if he's still in, but he had got 141 not out when I last looked.
He's had 3 noughts here.
Yeah.
This season. No, he's gone. Sam Hain and Will Rhodes batting together now. Milan, in fact, made 141 as Cohen begins a new over to Alistair Cook, pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. 80 from Dom Sibley as well, off just 189 balls.
Yes, well
batted Dom. But
no, I mean, Essex are not going to qualify in the top 2. Nick Gledhill, my colleague, who's the absolute world's expert on tables and niceties of potential outcomes, informs me today that if Essex and Warwickshire finish tied on the same number of points, then Warwickshire will finish ahead of Essex because of head-to-head results. Come back to that in a moment.
Cohen bowls to Cook, who guides this down to third man. Chase here for Leas Deploy. The ball looks like winning the race, and the ball does win the race, despite the fact that Deploy put the slide in 4 more to the former England skipper Cook. He moves to 22-29 without loss.
And just before you complete the scores elsewhere, and Nick also informs me, whereas that if Essex and Notts or Essex and Durham finish tied on points, then Essex would be the side that actually was adjudged to go through. But great work from Nick, but even so, I think it's going to be academic, because I don't think it's going to come down to a tie on points. I think Essex will certainly finish behind Warwick and Notts. They might yet finish ahead of Durham, but still be in the middle division rather than the top division.
It's coming into Cook, who defends this one a little uncertainly. Back to Cohen. I hope he sent that information up to Martin Emerson.
Yes.
Up at Durham. They've already called it off for the day in, of all places, Cardiff, where Northamptonshire 128 for 4. Sussex 173 for 9 against Kent, against that hastily cobbled together Kent 11. So that's a good effort by them to have Sussex 173 for 9 in the 57th over as Cohen bowls, and that one's turned down to fine leg by Alistair Cook for a single. 23 to him now, 30 without loss. It's raining in Worcester now. When I told you it was 245 for 4 in the Roses match, Lancashire, this makes me chuckle, are 210 for 1. Yorkshire having won the toss and put Lancashire into bat.
Yes, I can almost hear the murmurings of discontent in the White Rose County.
That's not great, is it? Not great. It's Cohen. He's on his way in again, and that's a bouncer from Cohen that Brown just ducks underneath very comfortably. And one of the scores, Somerset 241 for 3 against Surrey at the Oval. So we have Kevin Hand coming here tomorrow.
Or even Kevin Howells.
Kevin Howells, yeah, not Kevin Hand. He's watching Middlesex. Kevin Howells coming here tomorrow. And think on Tuesday. Although he will follow the story for 5 Live Sports Extra. The champions may well win this game, but not qualify. Cohen is in. Brown pushes it out into the offside. In comes Guest to do the fielding. End of the over, 30 without loss. Brown has 6. Cook 23. 30 without loss. In the blink of an eye, just 12 overs gone. 26 to go today. So I reckon around about 6:30, something like that. We should be done. 25 to go today. We should be done and dusted.
Yes, that's right. And, well, the worrying thing for Derbyshire here, as you intimated a moment or two ago, is that the ball is very rarely passing the bat. You don't get the feeling a wicket's about to go down, and I say that in the full knowledge one probably is, as Aitchison comes in and bowls to Cook, and Cook has played it down to mid-off, and there's no run there. But the worrying thing on top of whether any wickets are going down is that without runs coming quickly, nevertheless, they're coming easily.
Yeah.
And without any risk in the shots that we've seen played.
Yeah, no question. I don't think 30 off 13 overs is too bad at the start of an innings, is it really?
No.
You can build from a solid foundation.
So, Aitchison again. Into bowl to the former England captain. Bristily off the pads, but straight to mid-wicket. So, score remaining at 30 for no wicket.
Fair play to the crowd who've stuck with it.
Absolutely, yes.
The vast majority of them won't be enormously pleased with what they're seeing, I'm sure.
And it's good to see that, you know, they still want to come and watch a game that they've been deprived of for the last better part of 2 full seasons. And it's great the way sport has kept going in spite of all the difficulties. Aitchison's in and bowls to Cook, and Cook has played this delightfully for 4 through mid-wicket. And he just leapt forward on that to get enough purchase for the angle to make sure he cleared or not a case of it being in the air at all, but got the ball wide of the one fieldsman who could have done anything about it otherwise. 34 for no wicket, with Cook now on 27 and Brown on 6. And the thing about Cook is that people don't think of him as a quick scoring batsman, but compared to the rest of the Essex batsmen, he scores at nearly twice the rate of most of the others. Maybe Dan Lawrence not so, but Essex are not a quick scoring side, and he does keep the scoreboard moving. He leaves the ball outside off stump here, and the score remains at 34 for none.
Well, he's only faced 2 balls more than Nick Brown.
Really? No,
Yeah,
that is a
41, 42 he's faced, and Brown's faced 40.
Having said that, you've also got to say, well done to Nick Brown for making sure that he's not sort of in any way fazed by being stuck on 6 as he has been for quite a while now, because you've just not got to worry about whether you happen to have been short of runs, as long as you're still out there, still in the game. As Aitchison's in, bowls to Cook, plays it back to the bowler, and no runs. 34 for no wicket, 112 behind. Certainly that possibility of rain from about 5 o'clock has more than hit most of the grounds playing today from the scores you just read out, but no hint here as yet that rain is on its way. Aitchison is in to bowl to Cook once more. Now that is a little bit edgy, but it's probably going to bring him, maybe not quite another boundary. Fieldsman herring after this will just pick it up inside the 3rd man rope, and good running from Brown here, who a little bit quicker over the ground than Cook, and was able to see that Brown was going to make it to the danger end, and that he wouldn't be in danger of running his partner out. So 3 to Cook there. Moves on to 30 and score to 37 without loss, with Brown on 6. So Essex will be very happy with their day's work and with the second innings, or the second innings of the day, the first innings for them. 37 for none, and the first 13 overs safely negotiated and with very few alarms. The main one, of course, was when Cook edged Mikey Cohen low to Critchley at the second slip, and it appeared from the reaction of the slips around that probably did just about carry and was technically a chance. We couldn't tell absolutely for certain from our angle because we're masked by the fieldsman, but it looks as if it probably was a chance. Lewis Rees comes into the attack at the city end and bowls one well wide of leg stump, and no need for Cook to pay undue attention to that. Score remaining at 37 for no wicket. And, certainly Matt Critchley is going through his various alternatives as best as he can, taking over from Mike Cohen, who bowled 7 of the better overs we've seen from Derbyshire. Perhaps wasn't as good in the last 2 or 3 bowled as the first 3 or 4. As the next delivery, oh, it's bowled Cook. What a bowling change. And out of nowhere, Essex, who looked as safe as houses, lose the man known as the head chef. And Cook continues not to have scored more than 34. That's the highest score he'd made in 10 previous attempts on this ground. And he moved serenely along to 30, albeit with a life. I think he was on 7 when he was put down at second slip, but he'd really been making good progress. And then suddenly, that one just gets through his defences. Not sure the ball did all that much, but well bowled. I mean, just for being straight, it's a good delivery from Lewis Rees. And he bamboozles Cook there, and I don't think he anticipated that was going to bowl him at all. He's clean bowled for 30, 37 for 1, giving Essex something to think about.
And his poor trot at the Incora County Ground continues. Second ball that Lewis Rees bowled. And he's got the former England captain, middle stump. Terrific effort from Lewis Rees and a much needed breakthrough, as you may already have mentioned while I was away updating Radio Derby listeners. 46 balls he faced for that 30. 5 fours in his innings as well. But it's 37 for 1 now, and Derbyshire will be on the hunt for more, if they can possibly get them.
Yeah, I think that without doubt, for Cook to be bowled in that way, there was a bit of movement there for Rees. And
he's at that pace though, Rees, isn't it? He's not express. He gets the ball to wobble in the air, no question about it. If he can get it to wobble in the air and move off the seam, then all power to his elbow. It's Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, who is the new man in. He's on his way now. Is Rees, and bowls and gets a leading edge this time. Perhaps it's Lewis Rees who's going to come to the party with the ball for Derbyshire in this match. He's had a relatively lean time of it, as I was explaining earlier, with the ball, but these conditions feel right for him. Not an enormous amount of wind. There is a breeze.
Yes, I mean, they're the sort of conditions someone like a man we were mentioning earlier, Darren Stephens.
Oh, he'd love it, wouldn't
he? He'd lap it up, wouldn't he?
Yeah, no question. Rees is in, and that's pushed by Wesley out into the offside, but Guest does the fielding.
And I mean, we were mentioning him in the context of a brilliant innings he played earlier in the season, where he ended up with about 140 odd, and the guy at the other end had only made one of a partnership of 100. But then there's his bowling. And again, it doesn't look anything. You know, if you just see the odd ball he bowls, you think, well, there's nothing much to that. But he just wobbles it around and gets people out.
Hardly bowled when he was at Leicestershire. Rees is in again, and Wesley pushes this one out into the offside once more. Again, it's Guest who does the fielding. He didn't play too many times when he came to Derbyshire on loan in the T20. But at the time, he was fairly convinced, it seemed to me, that his career at Kent was over. Nothing could be further from the truth, of course. Pretty certain he won't be playing in the game against Sussex, who they've dismissed for 181, incidentally. The last 2 bowlers are names that will be familiar to Derbyshire supporters, as Rees is in again, and that one is an inside half of the bat drive into the onside from Wesley. It's the end of the over, 37 for 1. Wesley still to get off the mark. Brown has 6. Hamidullah Kadri has picked up the wicket of James Coles. A leg before wicket. Kadri, of course, starting here, and when he made his debut, got a 5 for down at Cardiff against Glamorgan. The first win I saw, middle of 2017, day-nighter, when he was just 16 years of age, the youngest player to take a 5 for on debut since W.G. Grace. And 3 wickets for Harry Podmore. who had a spell on loan from Middlesex here. He finished with 3 for 49.
Well, that was a good over, quite apart from the wicket from Lewis Rees. And in the meantime, it's Ben Aitchison up from the racecourse end, and this is a nice push drive from Brown, and it's going to take a lot of stopping, and indeed isn't stopped. Nice straight drive for 4, and that's Brown's first scoring shot for around about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
It takes him to 10, 41 for 1. I just wanted to say on behalf of Lewis Rees, not the least virtue rather, of the over was that the batsman had to play at every ball, and that's what the other Derbyshire bowlers have failed to do.
Yeah, yeah.
It does help. It keeps the pressure on all the time. And Brown, with one from Aitchison, did oblige the batsman to play a shot, but unfortunately for Aitchison it went for 4, as he now bowls again to Brown, and that doesn't oblige him to play a shot. It's a long way outside off stump, which Brown leads 41 for 1.
Well, he's gone through his 4 seamers now, Matt Critchley. The bowlers that are left are the off spinner, Alex Thompson, and himself, a leg spinner. So, having left George Scrimshaw out of the 11, he was named in the squad. He's reduced his options in the bowling department.
And Aitchison bowls to Brown, who again has a ball. It wasn't as wide, that one, but same result. Brown just leaves it, and the score remains at 41 for 1. And you feel that there is an angle that Aitchison could get here that couldn't just be left by the batsman, and might actually see him in business, because he's got 3 slips waiting in addition to the wicket keeper, but he's just not landing the ball on the right line.
No. Young man himself, he's still only 22.
Yeah, maybe he should switch to round the wicket to see if that would help. Comes in and bowls, and Brown plays this one defensively, and there's no run.
I say still only 22. He's only been 22 for 5 days. So still in the process of learning his craft, really. At first team level, Ben Aitchison, his 12th game of first team, first class cricket. 26 wickets at 24. Talented youngster.
Indeed, as he comes in now. Fast umpire James Middlebrook. Bowls, Brown now. That at least is much closer to where he needs to be landing it, and it's duly met with respect by Brown. He had to play at that. Steers it into the covers. Harry Kane with the fielding, 41 for 1.
In the same way you were describing Alistair Cook as metronomic in his batting, you have to be metronomic in your bowling, don't you? The key is to put it in the right place, 6 balls in a row.
Yes.
Wait for the batsman to do something foolish.
As Aitchison comes in. To Nick Brown. That wasn't that poor a delivery either, but Brown is able to leave it, and it's 41 for 1 at the end of the 16th over. 38 have to be bowled before the close of play tonight. And just on the point you were making, Dave, when I took schoolboy teams, I used to take the bowlers out in the lunch break, bowling on a composition wicket, and I'd draw a line from the middle stump to about 6 inches outside off. I'd have some sort of bar of chocolate on me, and I'd say to the 4 bowlers, the person who can keep going the longest, landing the ball in that strip between middle stump and 6 inches outside off stump, wins the chocolate bar, you know, and they got pretty good, and it improved their bowling no end, because they got a good appetite. They just had a school lunch and wanted something to take the taste away. And therefore, in my book, professional players ought to be able to be consistent like that.
Yeah, they practice day after day, don't they? Reese in, and that's a late decision to leave by Wesley. Lifts his bat out of the way, allows it to go through to Hussain, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. They do practice though, and I don't know what your view on this is then. When you see them practicing in the morning, and I know it's to warm themselves up and all the rest of it, but they put the little yellow strips down and you've got to hit a sponge and all this kind of thing. But they're bowling huge no balls.
Yes.
So when they go out to do it and they're not bowling no balls, the line's completely different.
That's right.
It's Reese bowls left alone by Wesley outside the off stump.
Well,
it's never made any sense to me. That.
No, I mean, I know it's not the same point at all, it's not even the same sport, but sometimes you see things that go on and say, so that's why they can't do this or that. And I was saying earlier, I'm a Colchester United supporter, and they had this season where they were hardly ever scoring a goal. And I passed this bunch of players one day, and I thought, crikey, this is them, this is Colchester United. There weren't any goals on the pitch they were practicing on.
Excellent. That's his next delivery from Reese, who's defended back to him by Wesley. Yes, you can keep the ball as long as you like, but the ultimate aim is to get it in between the posts.
Yeah.
You need posts.
Well, that's right. Another thing which I think has become a mania of the coaching world, just in football, just very briefly, is the one where a guy is going down the wing and you think, great, you know, he's going to cross the ball now, but no, he comes round the ball and takes it back and passes it to the fullback, and you think, all chance is gone.
Very frustrating. This next one's way, way wide of the off stump and left alone by Wesley. No need for him to play at that one at all as it goes through to Hussain. So this could end up being a maiden over, but not a particularly taxing one. Lewis Reese.
Coming back to cricket examples, I know Essex do a lot of practice bowling at one stump. I'm not totally enamoured of that. I think I think the idea of landing it within a certain margin, because just break in.
Reese bowls again way wide of the off stump, and umpire Mellander's got his hands on his hips here. He's tempted, but he decides against giving a wide.
For me, it doesn't actually replicate what you're going to do when you get in the middle, where you've got three stumps to aim at, and the fact that someone might hit that one stump 6 times in a row. The ball dead on middle stump. It's surprising, you know, when you get Viv Richards playing, he'll cart it over mid-wicket for 6. So I think, you know, you want a little bit of variety, a little bit of varying.
2 slips in a gully now for Reese, who bowls, and he's driven, but that's a nice stop by, looks like Tom Wood. No, it's not. It's Brooke Guest. Tumbling away to his right-hand side. It was a maiden over. And Essex remain on 41 for 1 with Brown on 10, and Wesley yet to get off the mark. Reese is just holding his left shoulder, which is a slight concern as he collects his cap off the 12th man. The other thing that I often say as well, that he's probably faced him in the nets. Bowlers don't bowl at batsmen anymore in the nets.
Yeah.
It's dog sticks and bowlers bowling at stumps with no batsman.
Yeah, Aitchison's in. Bowls to Brown. Decent delivery, played down to mid-off. There's no run, 41 for 1.
I know I sound like a moaning old bloke, but well, that's because that's what I am, really.
Yeah, and perfectly justifiable. You know, when you're watching a side that are struggling, it's only natural to sort of say, well, they may not have the best of players to deal with, but you can always eke out a little bit of improvement with a little bit of good psychology and whatever. Now he has switched around the wicket. Ben Aitchison, he bowls to Brown, and that again doesn't oblige the batsman to play a shot, but it wasn't a bad delivery, and score remaining at 41 for 1.
It's a good move.
Yeah.
To come around the wicket, might be an over too late, but it's a good move. To bowl to the left-hander. I know it can put a batsman off, but they had 2 left-handers at one point.
Well, when something isn't working, it's got to be worth trying something different.
Absolutely.
May not come off, as Aitchison is in and bowls to Brown. And, well, that was a leave, but actually that was an off-cut of the left-hander there. That was coming back in and didn't miss the off-stump by all that much.
That was a terrific delivery. I think I wasn't sure, again, my eyes, but it might even have gone over the off-stump.
Yeah, I think
but it came back, didn't it?
Well, that's right. And from this angle, to induce that mistake of a false leave, he's going to have far more chance of that coming round the wicket than over. As you suggested a moment ago, he probably should have been trying this at least an over sooner as he bowls. That one is left outside off stump by Brown. But again, he's working away. He's hoping to get that occasion when Brown thinks he can leave a ball that in fact he can't. Brown remains on 10. Wesley yet to get off the mark, 41 for 1.
You've got to just try something different, haven't you, really?
Yeah. Cook, the man to go, by the way, bowled by just a second ball when Critchley brought Rees on, and Cook going for 30. When he'd looked as if he was odds on to beat his previous best on this ground of 34, and then would have had power, you know, to add goodness knows how many more. But he's just had that sort of season, Cook, where he's got starts, but only a couple of times has he really gone on. Next delivery is a nice off drive, not with full timing, so it's going to be 2 runs rather than 4 here, as the ball is fielded down beneath us, and that will take the score to 43 for 1, and Brown has 12.
I want to offer my condolences to Kirk Jones, who's coming tomorrow. Was looking forward to watching Alistair Cook bat. You may well see him bat again tomorrow, who knows? Well, that seems unlikely.
Warwickshire, after getting into a terrific position against Worcestershire, have lost another wicket, 245 for 4, and not so long ago they were about 230 for 1, so they've lost their way a little bit after that tremendous onslaught from Peter Nolan, 141, as Brown plays the next ball back to the bowler. And okay, in the end, perhaps not too much of a thought that there might be a breakthrough there, but it, for me, looked a far more convincing over from Aitchison round the wicket than any of the ones he bowled over the wicket.
Yeah, no question. No question. Well, Lewis Rees, who was holding his shoulder at the end of his previous over, which was only his second, he's yet to concede a run. He's going to continue from the City end. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for naught. He's got the ball in his hands already. He's eager. There's Lewis Rees. He's going to be bowling Tom Wesley, right-hander, who's yet to get off the mark. Only faced 10 deliveries, but Rees is into him. Oh dear, that has to be a wide. It is a wide, and Rees looks down at the ground and kicks it, and I'm not surprised. That was not a great delivery from Lewis Rees. Set it off quite a considerable distance outside the off stump, but it just kept going. And there was no way in the world Wesley could have even reached it. Not that he had an attempt to reach it.
No, it sort of almost seemed to slip out of his hand, that one.
Saw a few of those on Friday night, the greasy conditions, at least 3 beamers. This one is turned into the leg side by Wesley for a single down to Hudson Prentice. Not from Lewis Rees, I hasten to add. I'm sure he bowled actually on Friday. We saw a couple of beamers in each innings.
Yes, I mean, I think it's reasonable to say to a bowling attack who aren't taking all that many wickets, look, you may not be great bowlers or be able to move the ball around much, but you should be able to bowl straight and 6 balls and over minimum 5.
Yeah. He's staying over the wicket for Nick Brown, who defends this one. He's like a wall out there. He's like a wall.
Yes, he is. Good description.
Pats it back to Rees. There's nothing a bowler likes less than bowling to somebody who can just defend all day long. He's on 12. Wesley off the mark with that single down to Hudson Prentice. 45 for 1. So the difference is just 101 now.
Because I'll come back to the point after this ball.
So that deficit will soon be below 3 figures as Rees is in. It's left alone by Brown. Didn't bounce very much through to Harvey Hussain.
Because if you bowl a straight one to him, there he is with the wall. And as soon as it isn't straight, he leaves it altogether.
Yeah,
and that'd be a good point to make to some of the Derbyshire batsmen and say, look, you may not score quickly, but you can't have caused some frustration in the opposition if you do what that guy that you played the other day did and just dead bat everything straight and leave anything that isn't.
Put all your shots away.
Yeah.
Brown waits, Rees bowls to him, turns it into the leg side. Again, frustrating Rees because that one was on target, but he got his bat firmly to it, pushed it into the leg side.
It sort of brings to mind that lovely quote where someone asks of someone else, what was that batsman's best shot? And the answer is the leave.
Yes. Oh, it's absolutely a legitimate delivery. Just going to see how quickly he scored his double centuries. This next one is left alone outside the off stump, as you would expect. So we got double centuries in both games in 2016. Nick Brown. I thought that's what all county cricket was like. It was my first season. I'm pleased to say, from a Derbyshire perspective, it isn't all like that. But at least some of it is. It was one of my first games. Certainly one of my first away games down in May. He's got 255 off this next delivery from Lewis Rees. He's defended by Brown into the onside. It's the end of the over, 45 for 1, 12 to Brown, 1 to Wesley. 255 off 445 balls. He actually hit a 6 in that innings, 34 fours and 1 6. That was the game down at Chelmsford. Derbyshire beaten by, in fact they weren't beaten at all, I beg their pardon, it was match drawn in the end. And the second one, that was at Chesterfield, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think. So let's find Chesterfield.
Returning to goal.
In fact it was here. He got his second one, which was a 229 out of 417 balls. So he was scoring at around about 50 per 100. Which is decent enough for first class cricket.
Yeah.
He hit 2 6s here. Went mad.
Hudson Prentice back into the attack for the 20th over of the innings. Bowls and met with a solid defensive forward push by Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, who's yet to, in fact he is off the mark, he's got 1. Brown has 12, and he's nowhere near 50% in this innings. Just looking to see how many has he faced, Dave?
57 balls.
57. So he's getting 1 run off every nearly 5 deliveries.
Yes, yeah. Well, you don't want to rush these
No,
things, do you?
well, not when you've bowled the opposition out for 146, and that is another of the penalties for not making enough runs yourself. As Hudson Prentice is in, lovely shot from Wesley, but it's very well stopped in the covers there by Brooke Guest, and so no run where there might, well, there would have been 4 if he'd missed that. It was beautifully struck.
He's a good fielder. I mean, a lot of wicket keepers are, aren't they?
Yes.
Very good
Very true.
outfielders as well.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable because he's been doing a lot of it this season at various times, but it's not a skill he necessarily would have practiced growing up, outfielding.
There's one out there now, Adam Wheater, who, when you think that James Foster was the wicket keeper at Essex when Wheater came through, he's a brilliant fieldsman, you know, out anywhere pretty much. As this one has taken a thick inside edge from Wesley's bat. Good bowling from Hudson Prentice, who so far in this over has been much better than he was in the first spell. And Wesley didn't really know where that had got to. He's still there on 1, 45 for 1.
He's, of course, bowling to a right-handed batsman now.
Yes. Yes, he looks much more able to control line and length to the right-hander.
Much more at home, isn't he, bowling to the right-hander than he was to Cook and Brown in partnership.
Good decision by Critchley to take him out of the attack when he did and bring him back now. And that's edged and taken, and that's the end of the Essex skipper. Well, there we are. They've virtually taken the words out of our mouth in many ways. The bamboozled Wesley with the previous delivery and got him with that one, and it shows the value of Brooke Guest's very fine bit of fielding earlier in the over. Had the ball spilt out and they could have taken a single, Wesley would not then have been on strike, but he just edged that one, possibly didn't have to play at that, but it was close enough nevertheless to think that he had to play at it. Nicely taken by Hussain, and 45 for 2, and Wesley departs for just 1.
Yeah, well done to Finn Hudson Prentice, who, as Paul said, had been more threatening in this over than he had been in his opening spell. And picks up the wicket of Tom Wesley. As a reward, it means that Hudson Prentice has now picked up 22 wickets this season and becomes Derbyshire's leading wicket taker. He's going to be missed when he goes off to Sussex next season. He's a fine cricketer, improving all the time as he wanders back with Tom Wood, Michael Pepper slated to come in next. It certainly doesn't look like Jimmy Neesham.
No, it's Michael Pepper, yeah.
Michael Pepper, the new batsman.
And very stylish player he is as well. If he stays out there for a few overs, we'll see some nice shots from him, that's for sure. He's not afraid to play his shots either, but obviously in doing so, you give the opposition a little bit of a chance. We've got some of the best weather of the day now. Some blue sky has appeared out of nowhere.
Absolutely glorious. Ready for the Euros barbecues that have been fired up as we speak, I'm sure.
Yeah, put more accurately, the hitherto cloud cover has disappeared out of nowhere or to nowhere and left us with some nice light to end the day as Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls to Pepper, who leads this one, and score 45 for 2. Essex 101 behind, but with both Cook and Wesley now gone, the picture that at one stage was getting very alarming for Derbyshire is looking up a little bit now.
The bowling has been the shining light of the two disciplines, taking fielding out of that this season.
Yes, I mean, if only they'd had more runs to play with, things would not have gone so poorly. As Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump, and all of a sudden there's some energy in the Derbyshire slip cordon, who now are sort of coming out with what we saw from Essex earlier, with the gusts of, oh, that was so close, even though it wasn't close at all.
No, it didn't look massively close, did it?
But they love doing it. All teams are the same in that regard. 45 for 2.
They usually have a designated clapper as well, which is, really irritates me.
Yeah.
People listening might be surprised to know quite why you need to detail somebody with clapping duties.
No, and then another one, bowler comes in and bowls a foot and a half wide of off stump. Batsman leaves it, and a voice from the distance says, "Bowl, Tom!"
Yes, yeah. Didn't concede a run. Nick Brown on strike as Lewis Rees begins a new over from the City end. I might have to leave you with this.
Yeah,
over,
that's
I'm
fine.
afraid.
So, those two wickets in reasonably quick succession, 37 and 45 when the wickets went down in the 14th and 20th overs, means that Essex, who've lost the big cheese in head chef Alistair Cook for 30, was batting impressively, and as has happened so often this season, just got out when he seemed to be going well. Lewis Rees, the man who got him out, clean bowled him. Bowls one here that Brown can lead. Brown, the linchpin for Essex, 12 off now, I think over 60 deliveries. And Pepper yet to get off the mark, and we have completed 20 overs, and there are 18, including the current one, to be bowled tonight. If Derby could nick another 2 out, they would very much have fought their way back into a game that seemed to have deserted them when they were all out for 146, having won the toss. And this is wide of off stump again. Brown will leave, but once wickets start to fall, whereas Derbyshire would have found Brown leaving anything he didn't have to play at frustrating before the wickets went down, all of a sudden they'll think, well, he's not doing us any damage. If we can start removing people at the other end, then all is not lost. And the weather here improving as Rees bowls. It was quite a good delivery, that, well judged by Brown in leaving it to Harvey Hussain. So 45 for 2, the score on the board. Just looking at what's gone on elsewhere today. Notts 256 for 7 at Chester Street. Warwick 245 for 4, rain against Warwickshire. Peter Milan 141 there. Gloucester 214 for 6 at Cheltenham, rain and no further play today, as Brown defends the next ball back to the bowler. Middlesex, unusually for them, 238 for 2 against Leicestershire at Lords. Somerset 260 for 5 against Somerset at Taunton. Northamptonshire 128 for 4 at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Rain and no further play today. Sussex 181 all out, Kent 20 for no wicket. Kent with a replacement side there, had a very good day. Perhaps they're better than the original side. Lancs 252 for 1, having been put in by Yorkshire, who will not like that. That goes through outside off stump. No need for for Brown to play at it. And a maiden over, not one that threatened to take Brown's wicket, but 45 for 2 on the board, and Essex are 101 behind, and praise be, we have some sun coming out. Dave Fletcher about to
I'm back.
return. Yes, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Did I miss anything?
No.
Excellent. Sun. Look
Yeah.
at that. Unbelievable. We'll get the remaining 17 overs in, no question about it. It will be just after 6:30 when we finish. As Hudson Prentice from the racecourse end bowls and is driven handsomely for 4 runs by Michael Pepper. That gets him off the mark. That was a glorious shot.
I did promise you that you'd see one or two from it.
Yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
He may take a risk too many, although that wasn't a risky shot. Everything was right about it. What he needs to learn is not to compromise the good work he does with just a careless shot now and again. He was in a one-day game at Hove. He got 38 superbly and then charged down to the spinner and was stumped.
Needs to get a single off this ball, doesn't he? As Hudson Prentice bowls to him. It's a dot ball in actual fact as he pushes it up to Lewis Rees, but he just needs to take a leaf out of Graham Gooch's book.
Yeah. But
Not get overexcited.
I think he's 22 and he's been around for 3 or 4 seasons now, started young, but he's certainly developed into a very attractive batsman to watch and looks the man most likely to fill the gap left when, for instance, Dan Lawrence is away on
Yes.
test or one-day duty.
Absolutely. All sitting in a hotel. Hudson Prentice is in, and that just comes back a bit and wraps him probably off an inside edge onto the pad. Took his bottom hand off the bat, was a little bit startled by that delivery, and goes down and prods the pitch very accusingly. Good comeback from Hudson Prentice to being hit by 4 from the first delivery, a dot ball followed by that one, which just had Pepper a little bit troubled. He sends Harry Kame out towards the mid-wicket boundary. He's got a long leg as well. Surely he's not going to bounce him. He might do. 49 for 2. Pepper on 4, goes back, and again that one pops a little bit. Again the bottom hat comes off the bat as though he was startled by it. Wanted to get his hand out of the way, save his fingers. And again he prods the pitch. All of a sudden it's returned to being a minefield.
Yes, it's a very moot point whether the gardening actually ever does anything that's different from if you just left things as they were. And obviously there's a bit of life in the pitch and a good bit of bowling this from Hudson Prentice.
He was in again, and this one's outside the off stump, cuts back sharply. Harvey Hussain has to leap a long way to his left to prevent that from going for byes. Hands on the head from first slip, Ben Aitchison.
That was extraordinary. I've rarely seen the ball do anything like that. It was well outside off stump.
Yeah, it cut back an enormous amount.
Landed and both kept very low and shot back not quite 90 degrees, but certainly about 45.
Yeah.
And the wicketkeeper had started moving to his right, suddenly had to dive to his left.
Same crouches down now, and this one is pushed out into the offside. That one's off the middle of the bat into the offside, but doesn't prevent the Derbyshire fielders from the oohs and the ahs. End of the over, good over after that initial delivery had been dispatched for 4. 49 for 2 now are Essex with 12 to Brown and 4 to Pepper. A bit of encouragement.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Hudson Prentice, and his first spell was not good. He didn't make the batsman play at the ball anything like enough, but he's impressed me since he came back for the second spell. He clearly looks more at home against right-handers than left, and he's got rid of Tom Wesley, as we see a new over, glorious sunshine all of a sudden. Ground looking a picture now that we can see some decent sun on it. And they get a single here as Brown stretched forward and off a thick inside edge picks up his 13th run, and Essex to 49 for 2. In fact, I think it's 50 for 2 with Brown on to 13, confirmed 50 for 2. But Hudson Prentice there causing all manner of difficulty in spite of being hit for 4 with a wonderful shot from Pepper to start the over. And well, we saw a really exciting over of cricket actually.
It's taken them 5 overs more than it took Derbyshire to get to 50, which tells you all you need to know about how watchful the batsmen have been.
Yes, and also how wayward some of the bowling has been as well, because they haven't had to play it enough deliveries as Rees is in and bowls, and now we've really got the oohs and ahs coming out, all choreographed, of course, as Pepper plays this ball to mid-wicket quite comfortably for no run.
Yes, another one out to the middle of the bat.
Yes. I must admit, one thing I wouldn't like about the current game is being obliged to make these noises, because endless repetition, I think, is stultifying, and you know, I think it'd get me down after a while. As here is Rees in, bowling to Pepper. Pepper taken amidships here, and there was definitely some movement there. I think in the end it probably would have gone down leg side, but it started on the stumps, and Pepper again is going down to do a bit of psychological gardening, and
It's just his way of calming down, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Just to make him feel a little bit more comfortable. 50 for 2.
He's done all he can to make sure that the pitch doesn't misbehave.
Yeah. But the ball suddenly started really doing things.
I
And
wonder if the heavy roller's wearing off.
yeah. That's next delivery, and that's nicely played by Pepper for a single. Sort of between extra cover and mid-off. Well stopped down there, and scored a 51 for 2. Pepper has 5, and Brown will come back into strike to face Lewis Rees bowling from the city end.
Because we're bowling wide of the off stump and the batsman leaving it alone while the heavy roller and the effects of the heavy roller were still on the pitch, and now they haven't conceded many runs, and now the pitch might start to get a bit lively again, which would be good.
23rd of the 38 overs tonight being bowled, and that's a nice shot from Cook, but again without timing. I've seen him get many a boundary with that shot, force off the back foot through the covers, but it was fairly near the fieldsman. But if he really got it as he meant to, it would have been 4 runs and nothing Brooke Guest could have done about it. But again, just unable to find his timing.
Yeah, good, as I said before, good fielder, Brooke Guest.
He is.
Quick across the ground.
Made that great stop, prevented a boundary from Tom Wesley, was then out later in the over. Here's the next delivery from Rees. Brown plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. The sunshine continues to come down gloriously on this ground here at the Incora County Ground in Derby. 51 for 2. I'm Paul Newton, with me Dave Fletcher. Our commentary going out for BBC Essex online and BBC Radio Derby online. And 51 for 2 on the board. So Essex are 95 behind, and we're going to see Hudson Prentice have another over at Michael Pepper.
Yeah. Got the headband on, hair tied in a knot on the top of his head. Here's a sight. Pepper's got 5. Waits now as Hudson Prentice is in, and he leaves this one alone. Does Pepper outside the off stump. That one didn't deviate at all, like the delivery in the previous over, which cut back sharply. Of course, you'll get to see a lot more of Hudson Prentice in the South Group, in the T20s and that kind of thing, next season when he moves to Sussex.
Yes, I suppose, you know, going back to his roots and having been relieved and then being asked to come back, it'll be a big moment for him.
Next delivery is defended by Pepper, back to Hudson Prentice. Yes, I mean, you see the quotes from him on the release talking about being near his family and that kind of thing, and you can't begrudge him that.
No. No, and he clearly has enjoyed his time at Derby, but you can understand why someone, having been released but then invited back, you know, it would be tempting for him.
All people, you know how long it takes to get to Sussex and out of Sussex. Hudson Prentice is in again. That's a little bit over pitch, and it's driven. Nice stop by Tom Wood, tumbling, but they still get through for a single.
Now, Hudson Prentice, in the half of the over that he's bowled at Pepper in this one, didn't quite manage to land the ball in the places that were causing Pepper all manner of difficulty in on the previous occasion.
And now he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Nick Brown, which he didn't do particularly well in his first spell.
No, and this will be the first time in the second spell that he's had to bowl at a left-hander again.
He's on his way in now. Bowls to Brown. That's a decent enough delivery. He's pushed out into the offside. fielded by Guest. And there's no run.
Well, I don't think we could have expected to, it's not exactly to end it yet, but to get a spell like this of brilliant sunshine after earlier in the day. It wasn't that it looked like rain, but it was relentlessly overcast.
I'm not sure Derbyshire will be absolutely thrilled by
No.
glorious sunshine baking the surface, but there we go, as this next delivery is left alone by Brown. Wood raises his arms at mid-off in anticipation of something that wasn't coming, because it was a fairly comfortable lead as the ball went through to Harvey Hussain behind the stumps for Derbyshire. Kept in the last 2 matches after having a spell on the sidelines. He was clunked on the head in the game against Durham. Sat out a couple of matches, doesn't play T20 cricket at the moment as this next delivery is driven. No idea why they're getting excited about some of these deliveries, but that was comfortably fielded by Brooke Guest in the covers. And the over comes to an end. 52 for 2 now. Brown on 13. Pepper has 6. Essex trailing by 94.
And we have a number of overs gone divisible by 6, which means we have another sanitation break. 24 overs have gone on this occasion. So after this one, there will be 2 further sanitation breaks for those of you who like to look forward to them.
Well, they don't seem to be doing it this time.
No, that's odd.
Presumably they did it when Wesley was out.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
they'll have gone out to kilter now. They might get 3 more in.
Going to be Lewis Rees to continue, left arm over from the city end. 2 slips in the gully. Bowls. Pepper plays the ball back to the bowler. He's made 6, including 1 glorious cover drive. Brown has 13, and Essex 52 for 2, 94 behind Derby's 146 all out.
Yes, that's 13 off 69 deliveries. Nick Brown. He's loving it out there.
Yeah, Rees is in and bowls to Pepper. Pepper turns this ball away. 1 run the certainty. They'll think about a second, but decide against. And, just as well, it was a fairly accurate throw. 53 for 2. And Pepper moves to 7. Brown into strike on 13.
So left armour to left-hander again.
And we've got 2 slips sort of spaced out quite a bit as Rees is in, bowls to Brown, who leaves that one that wasn't that far wide of off stump to go through to Harvey Hussain, 53 for 2.
Yeah, the third of the slip seems to be at sort of 4.5, doesn't he, really?
Yes.
Conversation, Alex Thompson with Matt Critchley. Critchley be pondering whether he should bring himself on, I'm sure. I think he probably would have been on by now had he not been the captain.
Or indeed to give Alex Thompson an over 2. Next delivery is on leg stump, and Brown will make a rare scoring shot here, an even rarer boundary, but it just gave him the opportunity to lean on the ball. He's a powerful man, Nick Brown, and got it away to the deep backward square leg, come long leg boundary. 4 to him, takes him racing along all of a sudden to 17. 57 for 2, and yes, I think now might be the time. Rees had the immediate impact, bowling Alistair Cook. Perhaps hasn't caused as much of a threat in his last couple of overs.
No.
To give him a rest and perhaps try a little bit of spin. As it is the next delivery, a long way outside off stump, left by Brown, and no change to score, 57 for 2.
Yeah, it's his 6th over that will be completed after the next delivery, so that's around about the length of spells that there he goes. Look, Matt Critchley swinging his arms around at second slip, so we may well get some leg spin from the city end.
Yeah, worth a try, I think, particularly as we move towards the close of play. As here comes Rees again, Bowls to Brown. Oh, goodness me, that didn't miss the off stump by much. Left by Brown. And that, he has been bowled not playing a shot on a number of occasions, Nick Brown. It's one of the reasons why he hasn't quite gone on to the success or to international recognition that people at one point were saying was likely to come to him. 57 for 2.
Matt Critchley's just had a word there with Lewis Rees, who now has his cap back, which he tends not to do between overs when he's bowling. So that might be an indication that we'll see a bit of spin from the City end next up. Also an indication to Mikey Cohen, I think, down at third man as Finn Hudson-Prentice begins a new over from the racecourse and left alone by Pepper outside the off stump. I think that's Mikey Cohen down. That should be, because I can't see him anywhere else. Down in front of the East Midlands demolition stand, to the right of the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. One or two people starting to make their way out of the ground now. It's getting to that time where you've got to time it right. You don't want to be stuck in traffic on the way home, miss the match. Hudson-Prentice is into Pepper, who defends this out into the onside. Harry Kane races in to do the fielding.
Tall man, Michael Pepper, not very tall, but he's about 6'2", and using his full reach there to come forward and just play the ball a few yards into the onside. 57 for 2 on the board. We are now in the 26th of 38 overs scheduled to complete the day's play.
Neil Godrich there, groundsman moving around to our right hand side as Hudson-Prentice bowls outside the off stump. Pepper leaves that one alone. He's making his way around the ground. There's Neil. So he's moving away from the covers, which is good. The last thing you want to see is Neil Godrich hovering around the covers. Doesn't look like there's going to be any problems anytime soon as the sun disappears again. Critchley warming up furiously now at second slip. Hudson-Prentice is in again. That one is defended half forward, half back. Pretty much ended up where he'd started. Pepper as he pushed it out to Brooke Guest. That is the voice of Neil Godrich in our effects microphone. So just have to be careful, Neil. Be careful.
To come for Essex, Jimmy Neesham, Ryan Tenderscarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Sam Cook, misprint in the list we were given here, Jamie Porter.
Hudson-Prentice is in, and that one's guided off an edge down towards third man. Chase on for Leas deploy. Pepper will come back for the second. He's currently dismantling the ground immediately below our commentary position. Is Neil Godrich. 59 for 2. The score moves on to Pepper. Moves up to 9 with those 2 runs. Be interested to see if he gets some turn. Matt Critchley, the wrist spinner, ought to. Saw 1 or 2 from Simon Harmer turn, but not many. But it is day 1 after all. Hudson-Prentice is in, and that one rather surprises Pepper. Again, he takes the bottom hand off the bat. And the over comes to an end. And are we going to see Matt Critchley remove his cap? He's having a word with Mikey Cohen at the moment, and Lewis Rees has dispensed with his cap, so we're not going to see a change in the bowling straight away. Certainly, Lewis Rees is going to bowl his 7th over of this spell. 1 for 9. I suppose that's fair enough, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it may be that Critchley will come on at this end to replace Hudson-Prentice. Harmer bowled from this end.
Yes, and he has just received his cap from the 12th, but I know they do bring their caps on and off, but it's a bit of a palaver for Hudson-Prentice because he's got to do all his hair. We now have somebody standing immediately behind the bowler, and I'd be absolutely staggered if Nick Brown was happy with that. Yeah, he's going to be moved. Quite right too.
Yes, I wonder if he's ever been to cricket before.
Well, clearly not, because he just basically stood there.
Yes, of course, maybe he has. Maybe he's just thick. But here is Rees, left arm over, continuing. And this one played along the ground into the gully and smartly fielded by Alex Thompson. There's no run. The score remaining 59 for 2. Essex are 87 behind. Brown 17, Pepper 9.
I think that gentleman had realised that he wanted to leave, but you can't get out immediately to the left of that permanent temporary stand as we look, so you have to move across the sight screen, but not generally when the bowler's bowling from the far end.
He's now hiding his embarrassment by moving a long way out of the way as Brown gets a single, turning it wide of mid-on. Pepper just runs his bat in to make sure that he's safe, and 60 for 2 with Brown moving along to 18. Pleasant evening sunshine here at the Incora County Ground in Derby. Paul Newton with Dave Fletcher for BBC Essex Online, BBC Radio Derby Online. And welcoming 5 Live Sports Extra listeners to us here in Derby. And Derby won the toss this morning, all out for 146. The wickets pretty evenly shared by the Essex bowlers. Nobody making more than deploys 43 for Derby. We're watching Lewis Rees bowling from the city end, coming left arm round the wicket now to bowl to the right-handed Michael Pepper, who is 9 not out with him. Nick Brown, who's faced some 75 deliveries for his 18 not out. And the 2 men to go. Alistair Cook was looking pretty good, 30 of 46 deliveries, but that final delivery saw him bowled by Rees from just the second ball of his first over. Clean bowled. The ball, I think, moved a little bit late, deceived Cook, who made 30. And here comes Rees again in and bowls to Pepper, defends into mid-wicket. There's no run. And then Tom Westley hit one lovely extra cover drive that was brilliantly stopped in the covers by Brooke Guest, so he didn't get any runs from that. He'd made only 1 when a couple of balls later he was caught behind off Hudson Prentice, who bowled a poor first spell, but a couple of terrific overs from Hudson Prentice in a second spell. And that was the end of Westley for 1. So 2 good breakthroughs for Derbyshire there. Brown and Pepper trying to see the evening out here as Pepper, nice on drive, didn't go for it fully, so just gets a single down to mid-on and scored to 61 for 2. Pepper with 1 lovely cover drive early in his innings, now has 10, and there are 38 overs of this innings to be completed on the night, and at the moment this is the 27th of the 38 being bowled now.
Yes, Mike Cohen with the fielding on that occasion.
Here comes Rees in again, bowls to Brown, plays the ball into the offside. The over ends, and after a very overcast day when it was a little surprising that Derbyshire did what they did when they won the toss, we've actually got some glorious evening sunshine. And at 61 for 2, Essex are 85 runs behind Derbyshire's 146.
I did quite well with it's a hand sanitisation break at the moment. I did quite well with my bowling change predictions early on, but I'm failing dismally at the moment because Finn Hudson-Prentice has removed his cap and he's now putting his hair back up in a knot on the back of his head. So he's going to continue. It's only his 5th over of this spell, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16, his figures. That was Lewis Rees's 7th over. 1 for 11. I've said consistently over the course of the past few weeks, Derbyshire's bowling has been far more impressive than their batting. Not that it would take much. Fortunately, the bowlers just haven't had the weight of runs behind them. He's on his way in now to bowl to Michael Pepper, who goes onto the back foot and chops it away out towards the point boundary, forces it out there. There's a sliding stop from Leas Deploy, and then the throw comes in from Brooke Guest as the batsmen complete 2 runs. We can restore the effects after Neil Godrich finished dismantling the boards down below us.
Yes, it sounded like vandals had broken into the ground here.
It couldn't have been noisier if he tried.
For Derbyshire, just going on about their batting, yes, Leas Deploy, a very good 43. I thought he got a rather harsh LBW decision, but next highest scorer was Lewis Rees with only 16.
Prentice bowls, check, and he's caught him. A check drive that one. It was all in the air and it went straight to Brooke Guest, who's taken the simplest of catches at cover. And that is the end of Michael Pepper for 12. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets his second wicket in this spell. And Essex all of a sudden are 63 for 3.
Yes, Essex would not have wanted that. Whether he found the ball plugging slightly in the pitch, I don't know, but he didn't get over a force into the covers and paid the penalty. He goes for 12. He's a very promising young player, Michael Pepper, with a lovely array of shots, but does just tend at times to get out when you feel that the opportunity is there for him to play the sort of innings he played up at Chesterless Street, first innings that he had for Essex this season when he made 92. But 63 for 3, I think it was always going to be the case that although Essex would have felt that they'd done very well to dismiss Derbyshire for 146, but enough was going on out there. There's been movement all day and a certain unpredictability in this pitch that suggested that Essex wouldn't have things all their own way when their turn came to bat, and it's certainly working out that way after a decent first innings partnership of first wicket partnership of 37, but then we've had wickets at 37, 45 and now 63, and we've still a few overs left, so Essex could yet be 4 or 5 down by the close of play, and that would leave Derbyshire very much back in the game. As Jimmy Neesham, who played his first innings for Essex at the start of the T20 competition, today is making his championship debut for Essex and has now come to the crease to join Nick Brown.
Could be quite exciting this period of play. Jimmy Neesham will play a few shots, I'm sure, if he gets the opportunity.
Yes, he got a 50 in his first T20 innings down at Taunton that won Essex that game. Hasn't really had much of an innings since.
Hudson-Prentice in to bowl to him, and he defends the first delivery back to the Derbyshire all-rounder. I definitely remember him being man of the match in one T20 match that he played for Derbyshire, because I spoke to him after it. Who they were playing, I've no idea. Without looking it up, that would take too much time.
Well, that's cheating, isn't it, looking things up? And
well,
but if he ever does get going, of course, he's a big hitter.
Yes, he is. Crouching down now, waiting as Hudson-Prentice bowls. Trimley leaves this one outside the off stump to go through to Harvey Hussain. 2 balls left in the over, and another 10 overs after these 2 deliveries. So we're looking at 20 to 7 interviews. Calling at the pizza shop. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, just as well there isn't any other exciting event taking place later this evening.
63 for 3. Neesham waits and drives very pleasantly for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary. The ball's slowing up a touch, but it's never going to be caught by Brooke Guest, and indeed he gives up the chase, and Neesham is off the mark with a boundary. 67 for 3. A little over pitch there from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's got 2 for 22 from his 8 overs and 5 balls. It's his farewell tour after it was announced at lunchtime that he would be rejoining Sussex for next season on a multi-year deal, whatever that means. As Hudson-Prentice is in and Neesham defends it out into the offside. Over comes to an end. Neesham has 4 from that boundary. Nick Brown has 18. And Essex are 67 for 3, trailing by 79 after Derbyshire were dismissed for just 146. And I'm not going to trot out my stat again.
Well, in this age of hype, I should suggest a multi-year deal means 2 years.
Yes. Yes. Well, that would have been my guess if I would have pressed on it, but yeah. Very nice montage of photographs of Finn Hudson-Prentice that Sussex put up on their Twitter feed, and David Griffin hit the roof because they're all his, and they didn't ask him.
Mikey Cohen is being reproduced from the City end, where he bowled the first 7 overs from that end at the start of the innings, and bowled pretty well as well. As left arm over, he comes in now, 3 slips, crouch, Essex, 67 for 3. And Brown, I should say, is on strike, and Brown has played this ball defensively into the offside. Brooke Guest fields in the covers. Brown, who's been there from the start, a very slow, patient 18 not out. Neesham 4 not out. 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yes, that was the 77th ball that Brown had faced.
And imperturbable, I think, would be one of the words to describe his 18. He's left probably over half the 77 deliveries, and that in itself shows you that perhaps there have been too many deliveries bowled to him that he didn't need to play at. As here comes Cohen in, bowls to Brown. Brown chips this to mid-wicket. Harry Kame, and I pronounce the name carefully because we're going to probably listen to someone of a very similar name later this evening, long after the close of play here. This is Harry, C-A-M-E, Harry Kame, who's wearing a sweater that looks at least a couple of sizes too big for him. And 67 for
generous with a couple.
Yeah, 67 for 3.
I think the other Harry Kane actually modelled the shirt initially.
Yes. So, is Cohen in, bowls to Brown, and as he moves up to 80 deliveries that he's received now, the ball's played down to mid-on. He has 18, Brown. Neesham 4. Neesham will forever be remembered as one of the batsmen who played in that vital extra over in the World Cup final. Hit a 6 as well, but England had successfully rigged the rules to make sure they would eventually win the trophy. And here is the next delivery on its way from Cohen. 3 slips in attendance. Bowls. Brown whips this ball away for a single down to long leg. And Tom Wood does the fielding, 67 for 3. Wood was the first man out this morning in Derbyshire's eventual 146 all out, having won the toss. Wood made 2, Rees 16, Kame 5, Deploy 43, Guest 13, Critchley 9, Hussain 12, Thompson 13, Hudson Prentice 11, Cohen 9, not out, and Aitchison 0. You can see from that a lot of players got into double figures but didn't get much further before they were out.
It's a sorry old tale, isn't it?
It was, I'm afraid. As next delivery from Cohen, bowling to Neesham. Neesham plays it, and he gets a single this time, just dropping it laconically into the untenanted mid-wicket area. He moves along to 5, the score to 69 for 3. And the Essex bowling figures: Porter 14 overs 4 maidens 2 for 31, Sam Cook 16 overs 4 maidens 2 for 36, Shane Snater 14 overs no maidens 3 for 45, Jimmy Neesham 4.1 overs no maiden 2 for 15, and Simon Harmer 9 overs 3 maidens 1 for 13.
Harmer will have to wait till the second innings.
Yeah.
Taking 9 in the first at Chelmsford.
Cohen bowls to Brown. Brown, well, there's an appeal here. It might have been an inside edge. We'll wait and see whether Neil Mallender... No, there was no edge to that. He signalled a leg by, but wasn't impressed by the appeal. And the score goes to 70 for 3 at the end of that over. And we have some 9 overs left to be bowled tonight. 70 for 3, 76 behind.
Rather impressively, Neil Mallender almost fell over, signalling leg by there, went too far back.
Yes, obviously needs more practice.
Yeah.
You're listening to commentary online for BBC Essex and BBC Radio Derby, and delighted to welcome our 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as well. I'm Paul Newton, and with me is Dave Fletcher.
Finn Hudson Prentice is going to continue from the racecourse end here at the Incora County Ground. 9 overs remaining. Around the wicket he goes, and that one has beaten the edge of Brown's bat. That hasn't been said too many times, as he played a relatively tentative defensive shot. He'll probably tell you that he played inside the line, but was very close to taking the edge, although the ball was dying by the time it reached Harvey Hussain, so whether it would have carried or not, heaven only knows.
Well, I think we can be fairly confident that if the weather doesn't intervene, this game will not be going into a 4th day.
I think you might be right. This next one from Hudson Prentice is turned into the leg side. Fine. Harvey Hussain removes the right glove, does the fielding, and they pick up another leg bite. This time signalled by umpire James Middlebrook, who doesn't nearly fall over. 70 for 3. Or is it 71? 71 it is. That'll be the scoreboard.
Indeed, it's You wouldn't want to bet your last shekel on it going into a third day, because we're going to have
Well, I haven't had 2 days off yet this season, so you know, more than happy to oblige. There's Hudson Prentice is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Brown. We've had a couple of games that have finished by lunch on day 3.
Yes, I think day 3 would have to be the favourite.
Yeah.
This position. Obviously, there is a bit of rain in the forecast, so it might yet have a say, although they're tending to suggest a shower here or there rather than anything very terminal.
By Wednesday, it's supposed to be nice again, isn't it? So we'll get a result one way or the other as Hudson Prentice bowls and Brown defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Certainly the crowd has thinned out now as people head for wherever they may or may not be watching the football later on this evening. I'd just listen to 5 Live if I had the choice.
Of course.
I love listening to John Murray.
Me too.
Hudson Prentice in again, and that one is defended out into the offside. In comes Brooke Guest from the covers to do the fielding. Micah Richards laugh. 71 for 3. Although they do tend not to talk when Sweet Caroline comes on, and quite frankly, if I ever heard that song again, it'd be too soon.
And again, me too.
So spread this around the wicket. That's clipped away very nicely indeed by Neesham down to deep backward square leg. They come back for the second run as well. They get back comfortably enough. It was Mikey Cohen who did the fielding down there in the far distance. Decent throw in, end of the over. Now Cohen has to jog in because he'll be bowling the next over from the city end. 73 for 3 at the end of the over. 8 to go. Brown has 19. Neesham has 7. And as they are on 73 for 3, Essex trail by 75. So almost halfway there.
I think it is halfway, 146.
Yes, you're right. Shows you. I just looked at my computer without even thinking about doing the maths because, quite frankly, it is beyond me.
Cohen to continue from the city end, bowling initially to Nick Brown. 2 left-handers at the crease. Bowls now, and for that matter, left arm over bowler. And this goes out to Brooke Guest in the covers. Positive shot from Brown, but didn't get all of that. Indeed, he's struggled a little bit with his timing. And that was sort of more than anything a defensive push out there. And Guest, no difficulty in preventing a run. Lovely evening sunshine here. Generally, it's clouded up a bit again, but at the moment you wouldn't know it from looking down on this lovely green turf. 73 for 3. 73 behind, and Cohen off his longish run-up from the city end, bowls to Brown. Brown flips this down to long leg, Tom Wood. That will be single. Brown moves along to 20, which makes him the 3rd highest scorer on the day. 43 to deploy for Derbyshire, 30 to Alistair Cook, and now Brown becomes only the 3rd man to reach 20. And it's taken him quite a while to do it, but he's got there. 74 for 3.
Forgive me, Doug, if I don't click on the link for Sweet Caroline, the Euro 2020 England edit.
As Cohen comes in, bowls to Neesham. Late decision to leave it, shape to play it. Left it to go through to Derbyshire wicket-keeper Harvey Hussain. And the score remaining at 74 for 3. And as we've said at various points during the day, before a ball was bowled anywhere today, it was really only a sort of mathematical possibility that Essex would finish in the top 2. Technically, a set of circumstances between this game and the other 2 in the division could have led to Essex being able to get into Division 1 and try to defend their 2 titles. But I very much doubt that it's going to happen, as Cohen is in and bowls to Neesham, and Neesham has driven this through the cover. He didn't really move the feet much to that, and there was a notion of edginess about the shot, but it's going to produce 2 runs out to deep backward point, and the score to 76 for 3 and Neesham to 9.
Matt McCritchley is now practicing his run-up So I don't think it'll be long before we see the Derbyshire skipper with his leg spin, perhaps even the next over.
Yeah, he is the captain, but he's fooled us before by
Several times.
looking as though he was about to come on at any moment, wheeling his arms around to come on and bowl a couple of overs of leg spin. And it would seem to me a decent enough choice just before the close of play.
I think so.
See if he could tempt either of these two batsmen into an indiscretion. But in the meantime, Mikey Cohen's up, bowls to Neesham. Neesham edgily, and that goes down just in front of slip there. Critchley bounced, I think, just in front of him, but an edgy shot from Neesham. He was looking anxiously back to see where that had gone to. Still 76 for 3 on the board.
He did well to field that, Matt Critchley.
Yeah.
Because Alex Thompson dived across in front of him. Obviously, he's a little bit closer at third slip. Perhaps thought he had a better chance of scooping it up, but I think it bounced even in front of him. There's still a bit out there for the bowlers.
Yeah, Cohen, of course, had a similar incident with Alistair Cook, which we feel Critchley just got hands to, but couldn't hold on to. Derbyshire have been unlucky that the edges have gone very low as Cohen's in and bowls to Neesham, who leaves this one. Nicely taken by Hussain, diving to his left in front of slip. The over ends with Essex 76 for 3. Currently, they are 70 behind Derbyshire's 146 all out.
And Matt Critchley is now removing his sweater, which is a fairly good indication that he's going to bowl the next over from the city end. That spell from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who he's replacing, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15. So a good spell from Finn Hudson-Prentice, 10 overs, 2 for 24 in total. But we are going to see some wrist spin from the Derbyshire. Well, he's the stand-in skipper still. Billy Godleman remains the club skipper, despite the fact he's taking a bit of time away from cricket. Matt Critchley skippering the red ball side for the first time here at the county ground. His first game in charge was at Trent Bridge, which ended in an innings defeat, one of 3 innings defeats Derbyshire have suffered this season. So the bowlers have had plenty of practice, but the batsmen could do with the practice because they're batting twice in most matches, in all matches, and unfortunately the opposition only batting once. We've got a slip and a leg slip for Matt Critchley.
7 overs remain.
76 for 3, bowls to Brown, who defends the first delivery, which is quite full, so no chance of spotting any spin there. Pushes it back to Critchley. Toss himself a catch and then comes in off a very short run-up. That one is clipped into the leg side by Brown to Brooke Guest. Unless it's Guest underneath the helmet. I imagine that's not Leas Deploy either. Looks like Guest. This one, that's a very muscular looking shot as he tried to heave it into next week and managed to get a toe end on it. And it rolled up to Lewis Rees at mid-on.
On the rare occasions Brown has gone for his shots today, he hasn't timed it.
Certainly didn't time that one. That's a full toss, but he doesn't take advantage as he pushes it straight to Leas Deploy, who's in at a close-ish mid-wicket. In fact, it's Matty McKiernan's on the field there at mid-wicket, so it must be Brooke Guest under the helmet. Critchley's in again, and that one, well, I'm not sure what kind of shot that was. It was one that bounced a little bit, and he sort of dabbed it down into the ground in front of Ben Aitchison, who's at slip. Critchley's in again, and this one is defended immaculately on this occasion by Brown. So Critchley begins with a maiden over, settles into a bit of a rhythm. He's going to remain capless as he stands in the slip cordon. In fact, the 12th man's not even going to come on and retrieve the helmets. They're going to put them behind Harvey Hussain, the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 76 for 3. Brown remains on 20 and Neesham on 9. You get the impression, though, if he could bowl at Jimmy Neesham, he might not be able to contain himself.
Yeah, I think Derbyshire would want Neesham to be on strike to Critchley, but it didn't happen for them on that occasion, as Cohen is going to persevere from the city end, still looking for his first wicket of the innings. And off a slightly shortened run-up comes in now and bowls to Nishan. Plays this ball, blocks it into the covers, and Brooke Guest there. No run, 76 for 3.
Guest easily identifiable now with those fielding pads on as he patrols the covers. Plenty of oohs and ahs for that one that appeared to come up off the middle of the Jimmy Neesham bat.
Looking at scores elsewhere, Notts at 295 for 8 against Durham at Chester Street. Warwickshire had reached 245 for 4 against Worcestershire when rain curtailed the day's play. Peter Milan 141 not out. He is a very not out, 141 I should say for Milan. Neesham leaves the ball here that kept low and missed the off stump by millimetres rather than inches.
Yes, he's had a couple of those, Mikey Cohen. He hasn't bowled with much luck so far in this match.
Rain also eventually brought an early finish at Cheltenham. Gloucester were 214 for 6 against Hampshire. Good to see play taking place there, and I think it's at Cheltenham, isn't it? Yeah, it is at an out ground. Yeah. Of course, this game here at Derby was to have been played at Chester Field, as Neesham plays the ball again out to Guest in the covers. There's no run, 76 for 3, but because of the extension to the COVID restrictions, this and also a game scheduled for Scarborough, which was moved to Headingley, went back to headquarters. 2 lovely grounds, Chesterfield and Scarborough. Middlesex 279 for 3 at Lords against Leicestershire. Somerset 280 for 6. They're at the top of their group. That was against Surrey at the Oval. Northants 128 for 4 when rain stopped play at Cardiff. And come back to that, but here's Cohen already coming into Bolton Neesham. Steers it into the offside, no run there. There are 5 overs left at the end of this one of the day's play. 76 for 3. Essex in reply to Derby's 146 all out. Sussex 181 all out at Canterbury. Kent with a sort of replacement side for the game. Had a remarkably good day, although they lost a couple of late wickets, 56 for 3. And Lancashire put into bat by Yorkshire, 273 for 2, and only lost the second wicket. Very close to the end. That game still continues as Cohen comes into bowl to Neesham. And Neesham plays this one defensively to Guest in the covers. No run. Still 76 for 3. Brown has 20. Neesham 9.
I don't know how much consternation there was at Old Trafford. There was as much there as there was here when Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bat first, and ultimately dismissed for 146. Whereas if you insert the opposition, they only lose a couple of wickets. Not ideal. Alex Thompson wheeling his arms around now, the off spinner.
In the meantime, Cohen in to bowl to Neesham. Both these batsmen left-handers, and Neesham steers this one out to Guest, who fielded 4 of the 6 deliveries in that over. In the covers, 76 for 3, maiden over. Brown 20, Neesham 9, and the men out for Essex. Cook for 30, clean bowled by Rees. Wesley caught behind of Hudson Prentice for 1, and Michael Pepper caught by Guest in the covers of Hudson Prentice for 12.
5 overs to go. Matt Critchley will bowl 3 of those, you would imagine. So it's unlikely that we'll see Alex Thompson, although having said that, he's just increasing his warm-up routine now at extra cover. As Critchley is in and bowls to Nick Brown on 20 from now 92 deliveries as he defends the first ball of the over.
And still, Critchley hasn't been able to have a go at Jimmy Neesham, who might not be as patient as Brown.
Give him a single. Brown waits. He may have said, as he defends this one back to Critchley, I'll take the leg spinner because I know what you like, and you take the what's on offer at the other end. Could well be off spin next over.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad move.
Yeah. Critchley's in again. Brown gets a full delivery this time that he pushes straight back to the Derbyshire standing skipper.
It's not that there's any sort of particularly notable turn out there, and it's more of a seamer's pitch, but worth giving the spinners an over a 2 near the close of play.
Looking to add to his 21 wickets for the season. They think about a single there as it's pushed into the leg side. Hudson Prentice is in quickly though. Big cry of no from Jimmy Neesham, who is basically leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. So not massively keen to get up to face Matt Critchley.
No, I don't think Neesham believes in trading in quick singles either.
Next delivery back into his crease goes Brown, defends it towards Critchley.
Neesham's a man who loves to put bat to ball and likes to deal in boundaries, and very often does so successfully. Hasn't just found it the easiest of seasons to come in, but in fairness, you look everywhere and it's not really been a batsman's season. The weather's been pretty poor.
Certainly has. Critchley bowls, defended by Brown. The leg slip had moved to short leg. And that's the end of successive maiden overs to begin his bowling in this match for Matt Critchley. 2 overs, 2 maidens. And Essex remain on 76 for 3 with Neesham on 9. Brown on 20. And we're having one final hand sanitisation break for the day, because we now have just 4 overs left. I'm just looking for clues. Mikey Cohen looks like he's going to continue. I wonder if Thompson will get the last 2 overs at the racecourse end. We'll wait and see. He's the one who's clapping his hands at the moment. Alex Thompson out there at 3rd slip. Helmet's being very carefully placed behind Harvey Hussain by Ben Aitchison.
Still, there's some albeit faint sunshine here at the Incora County Ground in Derby, and from the city end continues to be Mikey Cohen. Comes past umpire Neil Mallender and bowls to Jimmy Neesham. Neesham covers up here. Once again, it's Brooke Guest who does the fielding, as he's been doing for most of the deliveries in this spell from Mikey Cohen. 76 for 3 leaves Essex 70 runs behind.
I think Alex Thompson was merely warming up to become the designated hand clapper.
Yeah.
Because he's done nothing but clap his hands.
Very important job.
Yeah, he's at it again, look. Give it a rest.
Cohen on his way again. Bowls to Neesham. Neesham plays it back down the pitch. Good to see that 850 spectators were allowed in today, and we haven't done an actual count. Neither Dave nor myself can quite manage that many, but it looks as if most have come and enjoyed the first day of this fixture.
And half have already gone, I would suggest.
Yes.
It's thinned out a lot.
Understandably, because we're now well past the scheduled close. Where are we? 6:25. It's going to be about 6:35 to 6:40 by the time we're done. And
it's a positively early finish at Derby.
Yes, and it is a long day for spectators. Here's the next delivery. That goes through outside off stump, and no run there. 76 for 3. A long day, because when you think of it, a football match takes less time than the single session of cricket, and there are 3 in a day. And of course, some will be itching to get home to see whether England, for the first time since 1966, can land one of the 2 major tournaments. Neesham settles over his bat. Cohen begins his not inconsiderable approach. Bowls to the New Zealander, clips it nicely, and they're going to go for a single here as the ball's played just sufficiently wide of mid-on to facilitate the taking thereof. 77 for 3. Neesham now moves into double figures on 10. Brown has 20.
Confirmation that we're going to be speaking to Finn Hudson Prentice at the close of play. So I'll be able to ask him about his 2 wickets and his impending move to Sussex.
Cohen takes his time, but now is on his way into ball to Nick Brown. Brown, again without timing, tries to push it out into a gap between mid-off and cover, but plays a little bit early at it, and then the inside part of the bat, and it goes back to the bowler. Perfectly safely, let it be said. 77 for 3, 69 behind.
They could just nick out, well, certainly one, but if they could get a couple here, not that there's been any particular sign that they're going to, get them right back in it.
They're not completely out of it as it is, but they'd love another wicket before the close, and Brown gets a single here, and that could be frustrating from a Derbyshire point of view, because that's the last ball of the over, and it means that whereas Derbyshire would have been hoping that the spinner, Critchley, or if they were to bring Thompson on, could be having a dart at Neesham, who likes to have a bit of a go at spinners. Brown isn't bothered, he can bat all day, it won't worry him if he isn't scoring. He's kept the bowling with that single, he's on 21, Neesham has 10, it's 78 for 3.
21 from 99 deliveries he's faced now, 3 fours, Nick Brown. Neesham's 10 have come from 23.
And only 3 overs now remain of the day.
It will be Matt Critchley, the skipper and leg spinner, with that leg slip as well as the slip in place. He's in to bowl to Brown, and goes back into his crease and whips the ball into the leg side, but straight to Hudson Prentice, and there's no run. More people leaving. Well, one person. As Critchley's in again, floats this one up a little bit more, but it's quite full once again, and similar kind of shot played into the leg side to the man at mid wicket, Hudson Prentice. We've got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far. Brown waits and turns this into the leg side, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there's no run. Should let one through his legs.
Yes.
I just want to see how Jimmy Neesham reacts with 2 overs left after this one. Critchley's in again, defended immaculately by Brown.
Well, he just loves being out in the middle, Nick Brown. The last thought on his mind would be, gosh, I think I'd better get a move on here before the finish. He's now faced over 100 deliveries.
Yes. Critchley had to concede a run. That one is turned down towards fine leg for a single. So we are going to see a couple of deliveries from Critchley to Neesham. That's what we want. Both left-handed, of course. Which means it might have been worthwhile bringing the off spinner on. Critchley, the senior spinner, the senior player. Neesham just checks with umpire Middlebrook. But there are just 2 deliveries remaining, and the first one is pushed through. In fact, there was only one remaining, pushed through at quite a pace by Matt Critchley, and is left alone outside the off stump by Neesham. End of the over. He has conceded a run now, Matt Critchley. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. 2 overs remain in the day. 79 for 3, Essex, trailing by 67.
Yes, not really the ball to have bowled if you wanted to tempt Neesham into an indiscretion there. Dramatic collapse at Canterbury for Kent, who suddenly are 57 for 5.
Oh,
so just in the short time since I last updated, they've lost 2 wickets for the addition of 1 run, although they've now pushed on to 59 for 5, replying to Sussex's 181 all out. Makeshift Kent side had appeared to be having much the better of the day, but I'm not sure that's true anymore, as Cohen is going to see out the day, bowled a lot of overs here, and he's up from the city end, bowls to Cook, and Cook has nudged this away down to backward point, and there's a long chase back towards the boundary, and the ball has won. And Brown moves along to 26, and Essex to 83 for 3.
Just in the air when it went past in between third slip and point, backward point. So not entirely in control of that shot. Nick Brown, his 4th boundary.
26 to him. And settles over his bat. He would be very annoyed with himself if he got out in that manner. He, as you say, in the air, but perfectly safe, because he did split quite a large gap. But next ball, he's back to his mode of getting absolutely everything over the ball. And just plays it out to Harry Kame at mid-wicket. 83 for 3 remains the score. 63 behind. A day never less than intriguing.
No,
but
no.
Certainly the ball on top of the bat, with the highest score made by any one player of a day when 50 men have made their way out to the middle. Highest score 43 by Lewis Deploy for Derbyshire. Alistair Cook second highest with 30 for Essex. Brown, who plays the next ball out to the inevitable Brooke Guest and running in front of mid-off from cover to do the fielding. 83 for 3. And Brown could yet just nudge his way into second place ahead of Cook, but I doubt whether he will.
It's been an unsurprising day from a Derbyshire perspective, given that they've now had 8 innings in their last 12 where they've failed to get to 150.
Yes, and one of their problems is not getting the basics right and getting out when they didn't need to play at certain deliveries. That sort of mistake is... Here is Cohen in and bowls to Brown. And Brown plays this one back to the bowler. And score remaining at 83 for 3.
Certainly more than one batsman contributed to his own downfall. And as you've been saying, they could just do with watching Nick Brown here. Occupy the crease. The runs will come.
Yes, there's such a thing when you've got 4 days to play with as batting time, rather than being preoccupied with scoring runs. And Brown has exemplified that. Very patient innings indeed. Now faces Cohen and turns that nicely. He can pick up 2 runs here as he's found quite a large gap in the leg side as it sort of goes out to what you could variously describe as wide long on or straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm happy with either.
Yep. 85 for 3. 61 behind. Brown 228.
Where is that tipping point, though, between the two?
Brown resumes his stance as Cohen resumes his run-up from the City end. His last bit of bowling of the day this over. He comes in, bowls to Brown, who is solid in defence there, and that is the end of Cohen's noble work for the day. He hasn't had much luck. He had Cook missed off a low chance to second slip, and so he remains wicketless, having bowled pretty well. 85 for 3 are Essex in reply to Derbyshire's 146 all out.
And it will be the Derbyshire skipper Matt Critchley to bowl the final over of the day's play as the light just starts to deteriorate a touch. We'll get through this over though, no problem. He's bowling a couple of practice balls to Harry Kame in his oversized sleeveless sweater. Pushing Lewis Rees back to the long on boundary, and he's going to be bowling to Jimmy Neesham, which is probably what he wanted, I imagine. Short leg, as well as the slip as Critchley comes in. Neesham pushes this out into the leg side up towards Finn Hudson-Prentice, who moves around to square leg to do the fielding. He's got 2 of the wickets to fall. Lewis Rees with the other, bowling Alistair Cook for 30. Critchley's in again on leg stump, turned into the leg side and nicely stopped there by Brooke Guest. It rather hit him as much as anything. Now we're going to bring somebody else close to the bat. Harry Kame, now is your time. He's going to field. Well, where's he going to field? Because at the moment he's just tucking his cap into the back of his trousers, and now he's popping the protector in. He's going to field at leg slip. So we'll have a leg slip and a short leg for the final 4 deliveries. Critchley was on his way in, was sent back by the umpire because Neesham wasn't ready. He is now. And Critchley bowls to him and he defends that straight back to the bowler, who calls Lewis Rees up from long on. He's slowly making his way forward as Critchley, halfway through this over, bowls to Neesham, who isn't tempted to play a big shot. 2 balls to go.
Yes, I think he won't be tempted now.
No.
He's, I think, realised that the object of the exercise is to see the day out.
That one is turning to the leg side, not too far away from the right hand of Harry Kane, and they go through for a leg by, I fancy. Yep, there's the signal. So 1 delivery to go. 60 the deficit. 85. 86 for 3. And Matt Critchley, final ball of the day, is going to come around the wicket. So he just moves the 2 fielders on the offside around. Squarer. Last ball of the day then at the Incora County Ground. Critchley tosses himself a catch, comes in and bowls to Brown, who defends it. And that is the end of the day's play. Derbyshire 146 all out, Essex 86 for 3. They trail by 60 runs, and we've had a full day's play here in Derby. Sports Extra listeners now returning to Kevin Howells. And for those watching on the Derbyshire stream, we'll see you in the morning just before 11 o'clock.